out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, goddammit. What's going on, man? Salute to everybody coming in right now. We got Piro, salute to my brother. We got Steph in the building, man. Salute to my brother. Appreciate you for sliding through. Yeah, man, we're getting closer and closer, but I want to shout out Devin Haney, man. Shout out to Devin Haney for not taking that ring belt with him to Australia. You know what I'm saying? After the disrespect they showed him, I'm glad that he did not bring that belt with him. I'm glad he just brought the 4 major sanctioned body belts, and we're going from there. You know what I'm saying? It's about time that he got his respect. You know what I'm saying? And the respect is due. Also, I want to talk about that guy talking shit about Deontay Wilder, shitting on Vic, what's up with it, bro? Shitting on Deontay Wilder, talking about he's not a Hall of Famer. Can you think of somebody else that's done what Deontay Wilder has done that's not in the Hall of Fame? So, you know, these people, man, they're ridiculous, man. The fact that the Devin Haney can't get respect for having the fucking Ring Magazine belt. He's not even in the top 10, but Lomachenko, the guy that lost to the guy that lost to the guy, is still there. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that at all. And it's kind of ridiculous. So this weekend is you got 2 of the most disrespected fighters right now, and that's Deontay Wilder and Devin Haney. They never get their just due. So hopefully they handle their business this weekend, and we're off to the races. We're looking forward to the Clarissa Shields, Savannah Marshall fight, but most importantly, Michaela Mayer, Alicia Baumgardner. Because of the beef, you know, and a bad history of it, I can't wait to see it. But shout out to Devin Haney, man, for being a man of his word and not rocking with that belt. And most definitely happy about that. Waiting for the folks to come in. I told everybody we was live. Drop the link. So if you want to join the panel, the link is in the chat. If you want to join the panel, the link is in the chat. Yeah, this guy is super disrespectful though, bro. Like super disrespectful, bro. Yeah, the guy said that Deontay Wilder is not a Hall of Famer. It's just utterly foolish and ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I'm really disgusted at the fact that he would even open up his mouth to say some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? These dudes, man, they stand behind these keyboards and all that shit, but push come to shove, man, when you in the fighter face or anything like that, you know, they ducking, hiding, and running, never going to the fights. I never seen that guy before in my life. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you could talk all that shit you want, but when you meet these guys, is that energy the same? And for most of these dudes, the energy is not going to be the same. You know, these dudes hide behind the keyboard and they press pass, you know, and they think they can say whatever they want. without consequences. You know what I'm saying? But when somebody step to him, it's on. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna do the short version tonight, man. I got a fucking headache, so we're gonna do the short version tonight.
¡Viva la México!
Viva la Mexico!
It's about motherfucking time. You need to be sick more often, motherfucker.
What? What you mean?
That bullshit ass intro. That one's better right there. I like that. Just the back to back wham bam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gonna run that train again. Alright, man, enough's enough. This is my girl now, alright? Ain't gonna be none of that fucking sucking, none of that. I love her. I just proposed to her. What? We all just did our thing, like. Nigga, that was then. Now it's now. That was 10 minutes, whenever. She good now, man. I love you. You gonna marry me?
That's for those who never seen the intro.
I'm suing for defamation of character, man. Fuck that shit. What's good, man? I was trying to stay on fresh shit a little longer, but motherfuckers talking nonsense. I can't deal with that ignorance, man. Fuck that bullshit.
You know how they get down,
It's always something, bro. It's always something.
Always something, bro. You know what I'm saying? But like the Michael Fuller shit kind of threw me for a loop, right? Because he always he always defending, and then he talking shit about Deontay Wilder. Now this ain't the first time he talked shit about Deontay Wilder. He's always talking shit about Deontay Wilder, so this kind of just made it. You know what I'm saying? Tone Brown, salute to you, my brother. Man, because the nigga's country.
Yeah, he need to be an English major.
But dog, my whole thing was, how do you know that he's not educated? How do you know he can't spell the words that he's saying, though? You know what I'm saying? You're just assuming that. And like, my thing is, how you know he don't have a speech impediment that he never told anybody about?
Yeah, I mean, either way, fuck. I don't think he speaks like, it's not like he speaks like, fuck, I don't know. It's not like he's ignorant. He's not speaking like a ghetto ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You know, he don't. Deontay Wilder don't talk like a nigga. Is what I'm saying. He don't sound like he grew up in the hood. He don't talk like the way a lot of that people. He talk like just a country boy, like a you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. I think it was just the most random thing to bring up. It seemed like really nitpicking. There's a million other things you could say if you want to bring up Wilder and talk about his flaws. And I think the last thing on the list is the way he talks. If anything, the way he talked is what made him this king to everybody. Was his whole fucking to this day speech. Like, that's
I mean, just the way he be preaching when he talk, like when he, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I don't know. So I think he communicates very well if he actually grew his fan base based on a speech or an interview. So I don't know, teach your own, like I think it's a double-edged sword, like I said, when you spend your whole life in the books, in academia, there's other parts of life you're missing. You might be the most knowledgeable, smartest person when it comes to book shit, but there's a whole nother world outside the books, bro.
Yeah, for
real. But teach your own, you feel me? I don't think Wilder has no problem with how he fucking talks, so,
And his girl don't either.
You feel me? Neither do them them bank tellers when he brings them banks up in there and make them checks up in there. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Shit. He be like, let me get my 4 million, man. He said 4. Remember the wash? He was doing the with the phone. That definitely threw everything for a twist. For sure. But I was saying was like, it's hypocritical because if he was to speak the most properest of English and all this other shit, people would say he's whitewashing, he's a coon and an Uncle Tom and all this other shit because you can't win. You can't win.
Yeah, you can never win with these people, dog. That's a fact.
It's always something. You want him to be You wanted him to be fully fluent and knowledgeable of the white man's language, of your oppressor's language.
Man, hey, listen, that's what I'm saying. No, he always talking about the system of racism and all that shit, but he ain't give Deontay Wilder a pass. That shit crazy.
Man. Well, hey, it is what it is, man. Everybody got their own opinion about the shit. Where the fuck is everybody at, man? Where big headed ass DJ at? Fucking this mustache, man.
He got a promotion with his ass.
Oh shit! Calvin got a job.
Steph was on earlier before, but I was doing the little intro shit and things like that. He said he'll be back though.
The stash, man. Yeah.
Ash.
Hey, that motherfucker Steph be suppressing his anger, bro. He a real smooth dude, but it comes out of him, bro. I'm like, damn, you got a demons inside of you, bro.
Yeah, Dr. Fuller surprised me too today, man. I was kind of shocked.
Who?
Dr. Fuller.
Yeah. Y'all call him that for real, or is he's really a doctor?
No, he's really got a PhD.
What is he, a doctor?
Not a medical doctor, but
he has a doctor's degree.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you get that, you're a doctor, you know.
I don't think that's how it works, but
no,
you have to be a doctor of something.
I'm saying he's a fucking nuclear engineer, you fucking idiot.
That's not a doctor. Ain't nobody ever called a nuclear engineer a doctor, bro.
If you have a PhD, dog, that you're a doctor.
No. I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's not how it works. But I know I ain't never called no nuclear engineer a doctor. I ain't never called no electrical engineer a doctor. I ain't never called no type of engineer
ain't never
at all.
Met no nuclear engineer, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
You said what?
You ain't never met no nuclear engineer, nigga.
Bro, I bartend at Pebble Beach. I've met a lot of these motherfuckers, bro. I met all kinds of different engineers of different sorts. No one ever calls them a doctor. But, you know, who am I? Who am I to say? I ain't go to college for that long. I mean, some people just like taking tests their whole life. You feel me? But hey, to each their own. If you thug it out, you will get the money at the end of it. So, you know, no disrespect to his education level. But like I said, man, sometimes you motherfuckers just be out of touch. I think that's all it is, really. Or they hold the rest of the world to their rare high standard. You know, it's not it's not common, it's not average for people to achieve that amount of success in school and shit. So you can't really expect that to be expected of the average human being on earth just because you did it. Like, everybody's good at their own thing. You know, same way we ain't expecting Michael Fuller to come out here and knock out heavyweights like Deontay Wilder. We ain't expecting Deontay Wilder to come out here talking like Michael Fuller. You feel me? They all got their own strengths. So I just, I think both of what they're doing is working for them. So just leave it at that.
So how you feel about the overall conversation?
I think it just proves how ineffective people are communicating. I mean, for it to be a conversation about communication and language, it's like it's a double-edged sword, man, because you know, it takes more than just being able to put words together in a sentence and formulate a thought to actually communicate. Like, I think communicating is less about conveying a message and more about understanding the message that's conveyed. So I think, like I asked earlier, I said, you know, do you think that was a good example of communication? And if you're trying to get a message across to somebody, to a whole panel of people, and they're not taking it in, maybe you're a bad communicator. You know, because I don't think that his point was necessarily bad. I think it's just the way he put it. Because I do think that everyone should try. I mean, we all look, ain't nobody idiot. We all know that when you go on a job interview or, you know, shit like that, everybody put they best skills forward when it comes to shit like that. You know it's different than being at the barbecue with the homies talking to shit. Like, we all know there's a time and a place to talk and act certain ways and communicate certain ways. So I just don't think that because you're not an English major, because you don't know pronouns and conjunctions and punctuations and semicolons and run-ons, and all these things means that you're subhuman and that you are less than. Like, nah. There's some people that aren't that good at math. It doesn't mean you're no longer no good to nobody. Like, some people just have strengths in different areas. So, I mean, teach your own, man. Like, but I think I think that if he was to convey that message to Wilder himself, I don't think he would have chose the same strategy of how he went about talking about it. I think he probably would have been a little softer on it, maybe a little more empathetic and a little more kind of explain shit a little bit better than just being like, here's my opinion. If you don't like it, you're beneath me. Like, I don't ever think that's the way going about it. But like I said, I mean, Chaotic Truth speaks real fine, real good. Chaotic Truth speaks very eloquent with his words. So I didn't see that same love and energy toward him. when he got all shit talking. But and like I said, if you think about it, if it's really about that, I mean, who's the best communicators we know? Who the people with the best mouthpiece? It's the pimps. It's the pimps, the players, the hustlers. They're the ones that always got the mouthpiece. They're the ones that always can say some shit and manipulate your brain around to some shit, communicate very well to get you all soaked up in the mix. So, like I said, it's a double-edged sword. I really don't know what we expect. I feel like everyone just expects perfect human beings, and that in itself is an oxymoron. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely believe in striving to do better and always improving in different areas that you can. But at the same time, people don't want to. They don't have to. There's nothing on this earth that says that you must upgrade every level of your life to the maximum capability of all times and never stop. Like, there's nothing that says that. If some people find a comfortability, they're allowed to stay exactly where the fuck they are and live their happy, blissful life, because ignorance is bliss.
Hold on, real quick. Damn, I thought I had something for.
Oh, Deucey here. We said whipping with the Clippers. I will be out there, dog. Bulls Clippers in March. I'll be there.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
There we go. Gang,
What's up, Kyle?
gang.
What up, Mac?
Already.
What's happening?
Good morning. Ooh, what you doing? You were philosophizing, right? I can't even say that word. You were just
Oh, you know me. I'm just dropping game to the less fortunate. That's all. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah, I was just trying. I'll try to push my people to do better. I mean, we had an interesting conversation. I'm not sure if you saw the barbershop conversation earlier about Deontay Wilder's speech, that he should be speaking more eloquent and more, I don't know, he shouldn't be having an accent. He shouldn't be country. He shouldn't be trying to use big words that he doesn't understand, and so on and so forth. Huh?
Deontay was saying that about himself?
No, Michael Fuller was saying that about Deontay Wilder.
Oh, wow. Man, yeah. Let that guy, man, he was just talking A, and then B, that's his opinion, and C, that's all it is, just an opinion, man. And then D, like, look, like, everyone talks funny, everyone talks weird, everyone talks differently, everyone talks a language that they can understand. And like, language is hard, man. Language is hard. Just the English language itself is effing hard, man. There's so much that go into it, like starting with the pre and the suffix and all that stuff, and then pronunciation, punctuality, things like that. It's tough, man. So,
and when someone's from the South, it's part of their culture to have that accent, to cut off certain words.
Southern people have a draw, man.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that myself. I don't consider them less educated and that, like.
No, not at all. Not at all. Even if we did, man, like, don't say that to people. Let's just not be rude to people. But some people are fucking assholes, including me. But on a real note, what you think about Devin Haney and George Kambosos going at it for a second time? What you really think about that? What you hope for that?
I just hope Devin doesn't get robbed. That's all I can hope.
Did you think that about the first fight?
I definitely thought that was I definitely thought that was a possibility. I didn't really see it as a strong one. But after that first fight was over and seeing them scorecards, I was like, oh yeah, it can happen.
Without the scorecards, what did you think?
Oh, I mean, my scorecard personally, I had 11-1, but I just don't see how any judge. Well, I take that back because I have my original. I don't have them on me right now, but I did have I looked at my original scores earlier, and I gave him one round, gave Cambosa one round, but there was 3 rounds where I had a couple notes. One was that it was a close round. One note was that the crowd was really loud for nothing, which could sway judges. And so, I mean, there was a couple rounds in there. I guess if you were trying to be biased and try to find rounds to get George, I guess maybe you could stretch it to 3 or 4. But my thing is, as dominant as the performance as Devin Haney had, for judges, some of the judges to have Cambosa getting 4 rounds, that means that this fight, he only has to do 2 rounds better and he can get a draw. So if he does 3 rounds better, then he can win. So, I mean, it's tough, man. It's tough. Plus, I don't know. There's a lot of conspiracies behind it. I hope Devin just silences everyone, just has dominant performance and leaves no questions. But it's just hard to see Devin leaving Top Rank with the belts. It's hard to see a lot of this shit go down. So I don't know. I'm more excited about the Shields fight.
Interesting. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. You guys got me talking women's boxing, but man, Devin, I remember like 3 years ago, I was like, man, I did think Devin Haney was like going to be the best out of that little trio there, or 4 Kings, whatever you want to call it. But he's proved to be that. He's that man. I think Dev has really figured out the game as far as like boxing, his ring generalship, on how he's able to win rounds and win on the cards and win decisions. It's really, really tough. He's a tough out, man. His style, like, it's tough. And I think, like, I don't want to speak for you, but I know I grow impatient with him as far as like I want to see a little bit more him sit on this or him sit on that. But his style is really, really, really tough, man. It's really good. He is, for such a young man, he's a master boxer, man. He's a master boxer, and there's only a couple names. There's really only one name for sure that I put over him as far as like, guys I'd match him with, but maybe another name perhaps, but like really only one name. He probably beats her because, like, again, he's mastered that ring generalship. His ring IQ is very high. He knows how to win. He knows how to win. He really knows how to win, man. So, like you said, I don't think he'll get robbed on the cards. I think he'll go out there and dominate because he just knows how to do it, man. His footwork is really good. That's the best part of his game, his footwork. That's why guys are, and you got to think about it. What I'm really trying to say is like a boxing match, man. Just one boxing match when you're going up against Devin Haney, you might lose because he's mastered it.
Yeah, I think Haney definitely got it. I mean, I hope he doesn't listen to the critics, because I think he's just fine what he's doing. It might not be exciting, but like I said, Cambosa's looking to counter all night. So if Devin did throw that one extra punch we all want to see, the one he could sit down on at the end of his jab, that's going to leave him open for that counter. And if he gets rocked, it's going to be the whole thing again about, he ain't got the chin. Well, what happens if Tank catch him? If Cambosa could do that. So
you see, I'm not really worried about that. I'm not worried about it. I expect Cambosis to go out there and put on his best performance, and really try to get to Dev. But like what I'm saying is that he's a master boxer, man. That's at such a young age, man. That's really tough, man, to win against him. I expect him to get hit. I expect him to protect himself. I expect him to get in trouble. I expect him to figure it out and do what he's got to do, mainly because of his footwork. And then, of course, like you said, he's got a lightning jab. He's coming of age. He's coming of age. He's coming of age. I find myself here the last like month, maybe month and a half or something like that, giving Devin Haney flowers, man. Devin Haney is really good, man. Again, there's only one person I'd probably put beating him, perhaps another. And when I say another, like that's when he gets to that weight class. But he knows how to win, man. That's why a little earlier when we were talking, when we were all listing our top fives, I really want to put him like kind of how the ring does it. You just have a champion, and then there's 1 through 5 or 1 through whatever they have their rankings. Because Devin's just, first off, there's no question he's undisputed, and then secondly, like everyone should be, and yes, everyone should be after him, man. That's another question. But before I ask that question, what's up, Piro? What you think, man?
What's up, bro? What's up?
We're talking about Devin Haney and George Kambosos going at it.
Yeah, man, I'm intrigued. Fucking Kambosos didn't do much in the first fight. I haven't seen it since it was live. I think I gave I really didn't really score the fight, but I think I gave Kambosos like 1 round, the 10th, maybe the 12th.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, it all depends. Max was saying about not listen to the critics and stuff like that, but unfortunately, like most people think he's boring, bro. I mean, I wouldn't call him per se boring. I mean,
safe.
I don't. Yeah, safe.
Okay.
That's exactly what I think he is. Because, like, to me, I think he can, like, beat up. I would say, like, at least, to, like, truly dominate, like, Kambosos, with more than a jab. If he fought him like Linares, but the thing is that I think the last time he did that was against Linares. Like, he got rocked, and I think he has that at the back of his mind. So he's definitely capable because he was like, I think that's the best I've seen Devin fight was against Linares until he got hit with that shot. He was throwing combinations, working off the jab, fighting in the pocket, but he got caught, but that's part of boxing, like, unfortunately, like you're going to run up against a dude that you're going to have to fucking like throw that fear out the way, or you're not going to win a fight. I don't think Kambosos is that dude. What were you saying, bro?
I said his competition stiffened up a lot.
Yeah.
Probably over the last 4 fights, his competition's gotten better and better and better. Ever since he beat, honestly, ever since he got his last knockout, his competition, as far as how his career has gone, has stiffened up, man. And at the 135 pound division, that is. So he's got 2 nice wins, man. And sorry, go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I mean, I don't rate Gamboa that high, but whatever, man. He's there to get in rounds or whatever.
Did you hear they were talking about him? About Kambosos earlier today?
Nah, shit, probably. I don't remember. I was kind of busy earlier on today, so I know I was. I was in the chat a little bit, but
he's a top 7, top 8 guy. Top 7 on his best night. Yeah, on his best night.
Yeah. The ring's got him like rated number 2 behind Devin. The thing is that like even before the Devin fight, it was all about like was the TO a fluke? And to me, the Devin fight showed it was, because he couldn't do any simple things like parry a jab or like fucking slip a jab, like those are like basic things,
Like I told Max, man, his style is so hard to go up against, man. I'm trying to tell you, he's got it figured out, bro. And we're over here calling him boring and shit, but this guy's got it figured out, man. He's got it. And like I said, like I don't care, man. Yeah, I don't care, man. His competition got better and better, like no matter who it was.
It's still not top comp though. That's the only problem.
Okay, Kambosos
well, that's what I was gonna say earlier.
Well,
like
Haney hasn't fought like anyone of top. I mean, there's only like a couple fighters like the top comp.
Well, hear me out, gentlemen. I was just thinking about that. I was gonna say like he could have 2 really good wins. Say he gets past Cambo, and then he gets Loma and gets a possible W there. He would have Loma, Jojo, and Linares. That's really nice, man. That's nice, actually. That's some nice bodies right there for Devin Haney, and I mean he's got all the belts, brothers. He's got the belts. What more could we say?
Yeah, but see, I think Haney is in the same situation Canelo is. He may have all the belts, but he has not fought the best fighter in his division.
Well,
Canelo ain't fought Benavidez. Devin ain't fought Tank.
I have thought. Yep, you beat me to it. I believe that too. I follow that school of thought. However, I mean, this is the work that's being put down, gentlemen. Sometimes I don't go against actuality, like what's happened. Again, like this is what's happened. There's something I had there. Talking about Teofimo for a brief moment. That's what I was gonna say. Well, yeah. So back to Dev. Think who he's compared to: Tank, Ryan Garcia, Teofimo. Who those guys fought? Teofimo, he beat Lomachenko, and out of all
Coleman, Nakatani.
But no, hang on. I'm just saying, Teo beat Loma, so he's got the best win out of all those guys who have been compared to each other for the last 4 and 5 years.
For sure.
But so everyone else has a mixture of a different resume, and like again,
Devin could have had that win first if he didn't get ducked.
Well, Devin, since Devin was like 20 years old, has been calling out all the names that I just mentioned. Every name I just mentioned, he's been calling them out. I'm not saying people are like. I didn't bring that up to say duck or anything like that. I brought that up saying Devin's always called for those guys. He's always had those names in his mouth at any given moment, to the point to where he was capping and you know, their camps talk throughout the years. But like, again, you got to take the good, bad, and ugly. He's tried to do that, and look how everything has transpired to this day. So yeah, he's a tough out. Devin Haney is the dream.
I'll tell you, I think Devin Haney's got to be the number one most ducked fighter, because you can't even use a promotion excuse, because he runs his own promotions, and he's proven it time and time again. He'll go to different platforms, different promotions, do business with them to make fights happen. So the typical number one reason fights usually don't get made in boxing is promote 2 different promotional companies. That don't happen with Devin. So now what's the excuse? Now it's money, or now it's something else. Like,
I don't believe in ducks.
That is,
yeah. I mean,
that's just me personally. That's just me personally.
Or you can call it strategic career decisions or whatever the fuck you want to call it, bro. But if me as a man, the way I feel is, if a mother, like, let's use perfect example of our boy Steph here. If Steph goes down the street and tells Terry, "Catch my fucking fade and give me back my scooters," and Terry says anything other than "all right, let's run it," then it's a fucking duck. That's it. If he says, I gotta go wash my car first, or you know what, let me go fight Bob down the street, and then I'm gonna get back to you later. Those are ducks. You can call it however you want to call it.
How did Lomachenko duck Devin? Tell me that one.
I think Loma took duck Devin because Devin is mandatory with the interim title. He chose to give it up to fight Luke Campbell. Right? So between those two, Luke Campbell or Devin Haney fight, I don't see how Campbell was a better decision to make at that time. I mean, the Teofimo fight, I'm not mad about. If it was going to be for all 4 belts, but it wasn't, because franchise doesn't count. So he could have just knocked Devin out the way early, never had to hear it again. And not just at that point in time, but after Loma lost and he was on his comeback tour, he could have fought Devin instead of fighting Nakatani, could have fought Devin instead of fighting Coleman. He chose to go a different route and beat Teo's ex-opponents instead of just, once again, beating Devin, taking that belt, and then now you have he would have had a better claim of fighting Teo before he lost Kambosos, because he would have had that belt, and then it would have been a truly undisputed showdown again. But he chose to work his way around and go a different route, and then Teo lost. So now that rematch doesn't never look like it's going to happen.
Hang on, man.
So that's on Loma or on Loma's promoters?
What? Hang on, Pero.
I mean,
Hang
I
on.
think he has some say so in his own career. I would hope.
Yeah, he does. But check it. Like, you got to think. Probably for the first 10 fights are all championship caliber fights. They're all literally or for a title or championship. So he took 2 fights off, get his shit together, still while hurt like anybody and everybody else. And then what I want to really say was that, look, man, all these guys are ducking and all of them are lying about something. Their camps are talking respectively, but you know that they're choosing. And that's yes, to the chat, someone was saying that, just depends on what side of the street you're on. Yeah, man. And usually the top guys taking advantage of their blessings. Take Errol Spence. He's been blessed to fight all of the champions and literally collect belts and build a career over 5 years. So, but the blessing is the welterweight titles have for the better part of almost 20 years have been on that side of the street because of Floyd Mayweather. So, but Top Rank has had a fair share of the 35 titles throughout the last 5 years. So it just you got to take the good, bad, and ugly.
Like I said, that's not an excuse in Devin's case because Devin's not signed to no promoter. He
Yeah,
is his own promoter.
but listen, I'll grant that. Say if Loma, he could have fought Devin when he came back after that loss there, but at the same time, did Devin want to play B-side to him at that time?
He would have had to. He was the intern.
No doubt. But
it wouldn't have been a question.
No, I'm just saying, would things have worked out like that? And then he would have been called a duck. Because I'm just saying, like.
I mean, yeah, but put that on the other dude. I'm just saying, even taking Loma out the question, there's a long list of fighters when it comes to Devin that coincidentally fights did not get done for it. And I will say, I think it's probably because he is self-promoted. I feel, and I'm not saying that they're 100% honest. I don't believe any promoters or anyone is. But I feel out of all the major promotional companies, other than maybe Jake Paul's, that Devin has the most transparency when it comes to a lot of these negotiations and deals.
Are we talking shit or do we sound buffering? Or we sound all fucked up? Do I sound fucked up?
I hear you guys clear. No, you sound clear.
I hear everything cool. No, but I'm just like, and this only in Devin's case now. Now that Devin's the top dog, he got all 4 belts. What could possibly be stopping him from getting big fights other than people don't want to fight him? Because my thing is, he is a safe fighter. He can pump you with the jab all day, stay the fuck out the way of your big shots, and win a non-exciting fight. Now, do these fighters want to get in those fights? Probably not. If they're still making a couple million on knocking dudes out, that they don't have to really play chess with a chance of taking an L and not getting belts and then just kind of losing more than fight. I mean, kind of like the Pacquiao-Floyd shit. We thought it was going to be what it was. We thought Pacquiao was going to be throwing punches and bunches and doing what he does. He got nullified. Then all of a sudden, it's Mayweather's fault. It's Mayweather's fault that Pacquiao wasn't able to get off and have an exciting fight. It's like, well, yeah, that's the point. And I think that could happen a lot with Devin. Is a lot and Shakur too.
Was never on Floyd's level though.
That's no, we all know that, but obviously the millions of people that bought the fight thought otherwise.
No, I think he was on Floyd's level. It's just styles make fights, bro.
Styles make fights.
Okay, that's true too. But like,
you're not gonna throw a 7-punch combination of Floyd Mayweather, bro. It's not happening.
Yeah, there's only been like, fuck yeah. Has anyone done that besides Madonna, who like had a really good effect?
Didn't really care where they landed. You know what I'm saying? Like
punch placement.
I mean, you could throw them, but it's just like it's not. I don't like
actually,
said.
No,
make fights, bro.
Hang on, Max, that's a lie because his first fucking 20 odd fights, he's in there fucking styling too and getting beat on. So, talking about Floyd, he fought some good guys. Talking about it at 130 level.
Oh yeah, but no one's ever really been able to just land combinations on him. By the time you get to that third punch, is usually that stiff right coming at you, and he's out the way. Like, and that's by his design. He designed the style where it's hard to land on him, and it's definitely hard to land combinations on him. So
Coke. Good.
Yeah, Coke is a hell of a drug. But I think the same thing is the same thing's there with Shakur and Devin in that sense where they have styles that nullify a lot of people's exciting styles. Because exciting shit is seeing a bunch of punches thrown, maybe getting punched a lot yourself, knocking dudes out, bloody, bang them. Like, that's the shit that people like to see, the crowd, the casuals. But yeah, I mean, if you could just, like, I guess it's kind of similar like when Mortal Kombat first came out, everybody was hitting the fucking the little leg sweep and no one could stop it. It's like, bruh, if you can't stop it, I mean, whose fault is that? Like, it's not the guy's fault that's doing it. So figure out another way. You can't get by the jab. I think at a certain point in that fight, when Kambosos knew he could no longer win on the cards, he should have just went all out and say, fuck it, if I get knocked out, I get knocked out. I got to throw 50 punches at this dude. I got to land something. But I don't know what the fuck he was waiting for. He was waiting for that one big, it's not going to happen. Now, it might happen if you can get him in a phone booth fight, because I don't think Devin's defense entering clinches and exiting clinches is that good. I don't think he keeps his hands up.
Devin's a great clincher, bro. That's why he wins.
I mean, fighting in that phone booth style, nah. He got caught by everyone. Linares, JoJo. He gets caught coming out of those things.
Allow me though. So like, if someone wants to turn into a phone booth fight, he'll keep that fiery, no, it's a bad word, that lightning jab out there to keep him honest, right? So even when they get close to him, as he's trying to release a combination, he'll just put his arm up, his right arm up, and then use his left hand to just clinch him and hold him. So it stops anything and everything they're trying to do. And that you have to tell the ref to come over to break that shit up, reset, get the shit going. He'll do that all night, man. And what are you talking about? He's a great boxer on his back foot. That's like more of his game.
Yeah, on his back foot. Yeah,
like,
but not.
He didn't look good against JoJo on his back.
Not
foot.
Forehead to forehead. Not right there. Just
JoJo was a good experience for him because JoJo's a come forward pressure fighter, and he nullified that because he's great on the back foot.
Because he's lefty.
Who's a lefty? You talking about
JoJo.
Yeah, that was a good experience, man. It was a good.
Hey, whatever happened with JoJo's charges?
It was a good experience, though, to fight that lefty. You're right.
JoJo's been in there with like some of the best.
Hey, whatever happened with JoJo's case?
Don't worry about it. Pray for him.
Yeah, that underage case he had.
Oh, I think it was dropped.
Was it? Or was it settled out of court?
I have no idea, bro. I really don't care.
It turns out she was like 24 trying to get some ducats.
Was she? Oh, no,
yeah.
I think it was his girlfriend's little sister or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. Some weird shit.
Yeah, it was some weird shit. Yeah.
I think it was like
Cepeda now. So.
I think he was like drunk and sent a dick pic or some shit like that.
You're about to get knocked out.
Yeah. There's a Cepeda. I think that's a good fight that no one's really talking about. I mean, because
it's a good fight, but JoJo's gonna win, man.
Like, nah.
You think so? Zepeda's pretty nice, bro.
Zepeda's just okay. Like
it's the styles. It's the styles. Like JoJo. Like look at the Baranchik fight. Was it Baranchik or what's the fight before Devin?
What's his name? Fortuna.
No.
Okay, the one before Fortuna. Then excuse me.
Fuck, I don't remember that one.
It was at 130. Yeah. Anyways, he has trouble with pressure fighters, bro.
Devin Farmer.
He has trouble with pressure fighters. That's what I'm trying to say.
Think of that guy's name.
Devin Farmer.
No.
It was after Devin.
It was the guy. It's the guy who he lost his belt to on the scales. I forgot.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I'm just saying. I just say that to say that he has trouble with pressure fighters, bro. That's what William Cepeda is.
So
I got Cepeda in that fight. But definitely JoJo can win, obviously.
Yeah, but Cepeda don't know how to fight off his back foot, and JoJo knows how to adapt, meaning he's got a higher boxing IQ. So I expect him to win, man. Maybe in ugly fashion, but like I also expect him to adapt. His style is coming forward and applying pressure.
I thought Cepeda was fighting Prograde.
No, that's a different fight.
We're talking about William Cepeda, not Jose.
Yeah, JoJo's got good effective aggression as well. So if he's
JoJo and Kambosos
plays into Cepeda style though, bro. I'm telling you, man.
I got Cepeda.
I don't know, man.
JoJo.
I don't know.
Oh, that's just the way I see it, bro.
Yeah, that's
only
cool.
time will tell.
No. Again, I expect Cepeda to bring it, but I just expect JoJo to how he's going to win is going to adapt to that. So, yeah, it should be a good fight, man. It should be a good fight. I got Joe.
Yeah, I got my tickets. I'll be there.
135
San Diego,
is
I
deep,
think.
bro. 135 is deep. Like there's
Wait a
so
minute.
many fights to be made in that division, man.
Wait a minute. Isn't that fight on the 26th?
It is.
That's the same night as Zepeda Prograis.
It is? Oh,
Yeah.
no, fuck. I got to check this shit out because I want to go there. Ah, shit. No, don't tell me that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Don't fucking tell me that.
Apparently.
Don't give me that.
Don't quote me. But like, that's what I was told.
No. Let me check because I already got my tickets to Zepeda, bro. And shit, bro. I got to choose.
And it's California too. So,
I wouldn't mind going. I wouldn't mind going, but fuck, bro. I need to go for something better than that. I ain't about to save up no money to go some bullshit like that.
You should just take the train down, and I'll pick you up.
I'm not taking no fucking 12-hour train down to LA, bro.
All right.
Fuck that. I'll get a rental or I'll fly one way or another. But I'm not doing all that for fucking. That's the main card. Prograis versus Zepeda. It's a good card. That's a good fight. But damn, I already did the Teofimo versus nobody fight in Vegas, so I don't know if I want to do another B-level fight, C-level fight.
I see. I get that. I'm with that too.
Next fight I go to, I want it to be at least like a 50-50 fight, like a good fight. I'm not saying I think this is a pretty good 50-50 fight, but I mean like on a high level for a belt or some shit, like some real hitters. Or a UFC event. I haven't been to a live UFC event yet.
Fuck that. You never catch me at that.
They're on different days, thank God.
Are they? What date is it?
Yeah, they are. So Zepeda and Prograis is November 26th, and JoJo is on December 29th. October 29th.
October 29th.
Oh, that's the same day as Jake Paul, dog. You better all go to Jake Paul, dog.
Man, fuck a Jake Paul.
Man, bro,
that fight's gonna hella outperform JoJo's.
Shit.
Of course he is, because it's on a fucking app. Of course he's going to do it.
Look at a fucking Jake Paul's last pay-per-view numbers. That guy's like I don't know, shine is gone.
It's probably like 50,000. Now it's less than that, but like I'm sure his last two have been like 50K. But
yeah, that ain't shit.
But I don't like to talk about him. We don't have to talk.
I don't know. I'm not a big Jake Paul fan. I mean,
yeah, but all his
impressions
after the fight, though, he went viral for that knockout
against the UFC guy.
Hey, it was one man knocking out another man, bro. When you see two people on the street, you don't know their background.
I'm a hardcore boxing fan, bro. I want to watch boxers.
No, but at the same time, you see two dudes getting a fight in a parking lot. You're not like, oh, well, two dudes got in a fight. One dude got knocked the fuck out. I mean,
if two dudes fight in a parking lot, I'm running because the fucking guns can come out. Shit, ain't nobody
I'm running, but I'm zooming in with the camera.
I'll get shot, bro. Like I'm fucking fresh and shit in the fucking basketball court. Fuck that.
Hey, Reggie Owens said respect the king of boxing, Jake Paul. Oh, Reggie trying to stir some shit up, man. Craziest motherfucker on YouTube, man.
I respect him. He gets in the ring. I respect him, but I just ain't gonna watch him.
I mean, I just respect two men that agree to fight each other, and they do it. That's it. Very simply put. I prefer to watch the best of the best, of course. I know Jake's not that, but Jake's exciting, man, and he gets shit done. I don't have to wait.
All they get from me, bro.
I don't have to wait a year and a half for Jake Paul to fight again. I don't have to wait a year and a half for negotiations and nah. I don't gotta hear none of that shit when it comes to Jake.
I'm gonna laugh when he like turns up for Juice. It's gonna be hilarious.
I mean, I would laugh too because he voluntarily said to test him. So if he voluntarily tests himself and still gets popped, I mean, that would be pretty embarrassing. It'd almost be as embarrassing as Rodman weighing himself and missing weight.
I'll tell you what, if Anderson Silva knocks out Jake Paul, I'll come on the fucking stream and laugh at you, bro.
Hey, I mean, he's a betting favorite. He's a betting favorite right now.
Who is?
Silva.
What's the odds?
What's the odds?
He's about to take the dive for like
I don't know.
$10 million, maybe like $10 million, maybe. He's about to take the fucking dive. Anderson Silva, watch this shit. But anywho, real fast. Box Talk was like, he was like, yeah, I got to pay those with JoJo. It's like, see, what y'all don't know is JoJo's
minus
American.
130.
All right.
JoJo's American, so you know he's fought all the styles. Telling y'all, they about to spoil that shit. And what's funny is both of them was calling out Ryan.
I tell you what, when El Camarón knocks out JoJo, I'll come on the stream and say I told you so.
For sure. And you know, if it does happen, like I'll be like, damn, they're right. Word.
I'm just glad they're moving the rankings along, or moving like, you know, because like only the you know, we only talk about the top dudes, bro. These like other dudes need to fight each other, bro.
You think Ryan would fight a lot? You think Ryan would knock both of them out?
Oh,
I think Ryan would definitely knock out JoJo.
but JoJo's never been stopped.
Yeah,
you got
the hand speed and the power, bro. You know, and Cepeda, man, the Cepeda's got his own power, bro.
Man, I'm JoJo is a dog, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
No, JoJo is a dog, bro. Like I said, man, pressure fighters, bro. He has problems with.
And like now he's like kind of tarting out with all this like mischief he's been into lately.
Well, if he pulls it off, fair play to him.
He dyed his hair. He's getting thick. He's been drinking. But I love the guy.
My homie's son trains out of the same gym as JoJo.
Nice.
Yeah,
I think JoJo's a great guy though. JoJo's a real nice dude.
No, my cousin LA told me that JoJo actually showed up to like one of the barbecues at my aunt's house and shit because he was dating somebody's sister or some shit. But he said he was cool in person. He was a cool dude. Like,
yeah,
where's your aunt live? Where's your aunt live?
My family lives in Amani.
Oh, okay, cool. I live in La Puente, so that's up the street. My wife is from Amani.
Yeah, so
there it is.
No, Monte, fucking all Mexicans. You want to talk about
Valley, homie?
Hey, you want to talk about some racism?
That's not too bad, actually, bro.
Oh, there ain't no blacks. There ain't no blacks that live out there.
No, on the east side. On that east side.
And it's for a reason. It's not like they haven't tried.
No.
Next.
My cousin tells me what's going on out there. They run about the
I've
neighborhood.
only lived in black neighborhoods my whole life, but I mean, it was like a bit of a difference, but you know.
Yeah, it's nothing, right? It's just people.
It's like whatever. Oh, I'm Mexican, so it's like whatever. But
yeah,
I mean,
no, but you
know, they do say some racist shit sometimes. I'd be telling them not to say that shit.
Everyone says racist.
It's just when you're around like certain people, like if you only like one certain type of people, dude. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I actually don't know why.
Everyone says racist shit, man. You can't.
I'm not saying racial stuff. I'm saying that my cousins have told me. My cousins have lived in El Monte their whole life. Like their whole life, past 40 years, 50 years. They told me that when blacks move in, they move out. Bro. Like the neighborhoods make it very hard for blacks to be accepted in those areas. They're ran by the Sureños and whatnot in that area. So, but that's what I'm saying. Like it goes both ways. And I know in LA is a lot more tension between blacks and Mexicans. That's why the whole like white man shit I don't understand because I live in California. And it's not really like that. That's some southern shit, most likely. Out here, it's mostly blacks and Mexicans funky. Unfortunately,
shit, man. I mean, I don't know where that comes from, to be honest, because I'm from LA my whole life, and to me, it's like I don't know. I mean, there's been some shit like at certain schools, but I mean, I don't know. I haven't been like my ear to the streets in a long time. Since a pandemic, I haven't been to fucking LA in a cool minute.
Well, I'm just saying, like I know, like in high school, growing up in California, high schools, there's always there's always one complimentary blacks and Mexicans riot every year. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Yeah,
we know how they do in the jails. In the jails, blacks and Mexicans don't get along either. You know, unless
that's jail, bro.
That's jail. But then the jail spills over to the streets. The street gangs don't get along either, like, unless you're from allied neighborhoods. You know, sometimes you do, but. So I think that's what I don't think like the average and for some reason, which I don't know why, maybe you'd be able to explain this a little more because I'm not as connected, but I know that most I'm saying like as far as to the culture, I'm not as connected to culture. I know that most traditional Mexicans don't really care for blacks either.
I don't know, bro. I was actually discussing this with Mark the other day. Like in my family, bro, we've never said mayate, we never said the N-word, we never said none of that shit. Like, but this is the thing, bro. Like Mexican Americans are all into that racial shit, bro. Like Mexicans, like the ones from Mexico, They ain't into that shit. We got history of like black and brown unity, bro. Like going back to the Mexican American War in Texas. Going
to
back
the
to our
1900s,
Constitution, where
man.
all a slave has to do is
1830s.
like step foot in Mexico. Like, bro, like that it's an American thing, bro. I mean, it is.
Yeah, and what you're talking about earlier, Max, is like, see, that's real. What do you call that? Institutionalized racism, where you're keeping one group of people out of one for whatever reason. So, like, man, like, yeah, I don't care about that shit. But
Bro, I'm telling you, when I remember back when we were younger, my stepdad came over to my family's house, bro, because he, big black dude, North Carolina. My mom married him. She introduced the family. It was some tension at first, but a whole weekend of partying, everybody got a lot closer, and they just took him as one of their own. But I know there's people in my family that still don't really care for black people, even though my brothers are black, and they love us in particular individually, but they're still not real big on like a whole group of like they wouldn't invite like 15 black people to the party. They wouldn't go party with black people. Like, I don't know what it is.
Let me stop you. Why?
I don't know.
All right,
I don't know. And it's not even like they're openly.
I know.
I wouldn't say they're openly racist or anything like that. They're just like, I'd rather just stay away. I'd rather be here with all these people. Cool. They go do them, we do us. Like, it's not. I don't know, but I don't get it, because I mix and mingle with everybody. I don't care. There's not a group of people that I'm scared to be around or talk to or hang out with. Like, I've been in many different environments. I go places that I know, like, I don't know the culture. I've been to country fucking festivals. I don't listen to country music. I've been to EDM festivals. Don't listen to EDM music. Punk rock shit. Been in mosh pits. I don't listen to none of that shit. I don't deal with none of that shit. I don't know the culture. But I'm always excited to be around people when they're in their element. Like, I like being around people when they're at their happiest and I'm just included and I'm a guest, and I can look around and be like, oh, okay, I get it. I see why people like this shit. And then that's how I rock. So I ain't with none of that weird shit, though. But I'll tell you right now, anybody being racist around me, whether they're black, white, Mexican, or otherwise, or whatever, we don't play that shit. Period. Get packed out.
Yeah. Let's get on some boxing, man. I don't feel like talking about all that shit. Really don't.
I drop the link for Reggie.
Let's talk some boxing.
Yeah. Yes, racism was not invented yesterday. It's been here since the ancient of days.
It's gonna be here forever, bro.
Damn, man. Who's that?
So, fellas, what's going on?
What up?
What's up, T? PT Pittsburgh T, man. Welcome to the chat.
Yo, what's up? Hey, what time? So, we ever find an official time on the Clarissa Shields when the card starts?
California, it'll probably anywhere between 2:30 and like.
I can't hear probablys, bruh.
No, this is my guess because I don't know. It'll probably be starting between 2:30 and 3:30. My guess, Pacific time. That's my.
I'm
guess.
watching the highlights.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm just not big on women's boxing. I got nothing against them.
Hey, me either, but I think it's the best fight this weekend, man.
But hang on, aren't they both on ESPN though? ESPN and ESPN Plus.
Hey, they're saying the main card starts at noon, California time.
This is the Cambo, right?
No, this is Clarissa. Clarissa, the main card starts at noon, California time.
Yeah. But like
Clarissa, they're in England, right?
Yeah,
they're in England.
Yeah, but, yes, but Clarissa won't be fighting until like 3:30, dude. Like that's
probably this. It says the first fight of the night is at 9 California time.
Who's the main event, Clarissa or Alicia?
Come on, dog.
Alicia?
No disrespect to Guo. You know she's main eventing.
Yeah, man, I like Alicia. How she looks, man. She's fine.
That's why everybody fuck with her, bro. Shit, we know why she on.
I'm gonna watch that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that too, just because it comes on first. Hey, somebody let Reggie in. Kyle, let Reggie in, man. You trying to hop on?
Yeah.
Or DJ, let Reggie in.
DJ, what up, bro?
Fucking.
Excuse me, I'm gonna get something to drink.
Yeah.
Go ask Box Talk for a fucking Red Bull, man. Hey, DJ Kyle, one of y'all motherfuckers, Reggie trying to hop in, man. You hear him knocking? Let him in. Come and knock on my door. We'll be waiting for you. But
you know the
what's up, you ass hats?
Hey, let Reggie O in, DJ.
I got you. I got it.
All right.
You know, the Chiefs Bills play this weekend. It's like a rematch of that crazy game.
That's gonna be good.
Hey, fuck that shit. Let's go back to this whole shit Meg's talking about.
What's happening?
Now you want to talk racism?
Oh my god!
No.
Now let him get it off, DJ. Let him get it off.
I'm a fall back. Y'all have fun.
Because now he want to talk like this racism shit don't matter, but now he on here with Puro, and he want to talk about how his relatives don't like black folks and all this other shit. And then you want to talk this El Monte shit. Them El Monte motherfuckers don't run shit, homie. And any El Monte motherfucker bragging about what they do to black folks when black folks don't live in that motherfucker is a hoe. And I'm pretty sure one-on-one black folks punch them motherfuckers up. So people go overboard when they talk black and Mexican shit. Mexicans ain't running shit like that. They live in cities where they predominate in the sections they live in. They ain't running shit. They ain't running shit out. The shit they run out is from gangs moving in certain areas. They can't come into certain black areas and do certain shit.
Yeah, same vice versa. What's the difference?
Everything said, we don't brag about beating up no fucking Mexicans.
I didn't say brag. I didn't say anyone beat anyone up.
You didn't, nigga. That's exactly what I was listening to.
No. I said they move in and then they move out.
Talking about how you don't like talking about racism.
I said they move in and they move out.
Some shit with El Monte Mexicans, you acting like they some tough guys when they ain't.
I said they're tough. All I said is they move in and they move out. That's it.
No, it don't work like that.
You live in El Monte?
My kids' mother people live out there.
And they're a majority or they're a very small minority?
We don't live out there. Black folks who left LA moved out there to get their kids away from LA shit. And most of their kids ain't know. There's a few black gangs that are out there. But we ain't predominant out there. There's a bunch of Mexicans, a small number of blacks who live out there.
Facts.
Like I said, any Mexican nigga acting like he's some tough guy because he done ran some blacks out of where there's probably 5 blacks is a clown.
And nobody said no one was tough about nothing. I just said they move in and they move out.
Nah, it don't work like that, homie. You fooling yourself. You trying to take pride off sucker shit.
How am I taking pride off that shit? I don't even live out there.
Well, then why you talking on it?
Because that's what we were speaking about. That was the topic.
No, but you like you run away from racist shit. You don't like to touch race. You get mad anytime there's black people addressing race shit. You run away from it. But now you highlighting some Mexican shit. You all for the talk.
No. I don't hang on to 400 years ago shit.
No.
I talk about 2022 shit and talk about 2022 shit.
No, don't give me no 400 years shit.
That's
you like to interject when black people are talking about social shit that's still going today.
Like
and
what?
You inject let me say this. And you eject your funky ass with shit about not talking race. But now you sat on here with another Mexican Imperial and you want to talk about from Jojo Diaz to some shit about Mexicans in your family, which you have always tried to deny about this.
Yeah.
You come from everything, but you want to open and talk about it. And this is why people stay on your fucking head about this shit.
Okay, so I talked about Jojo Diaz going to a family party. Then he asked where my family was from. And I said, oh, money.
Is what he went there for. So you go from that and talk about how blacks get ran.
He asked where. He asked where it was. He asked where it was. And I said, oh, money. And then I brought up, if you want to talk about some racism, that's where it's at. Because that's what it is.
Yeah, and then in your family too, right? Which you have always hid off of here.
Yeah.
You come from a rainbow family of love. But now when you comfortable on here with Imperial, you open up about the racism in your family.
I said so racism in LA is black and Mexicans in California in general.
No. It shows.
And I gave multiple examples of where that racism is at.
It comes from your family, homie.
Oh yeah, just my family. I didn't talk about the jail.
No. You try to act like you don't see racism, But then you open up that you got
I
racism.
never said that though. There you go again.
You have said on every show and
I
talked
swear,
about this shit.
no, I've never
Anytime
said
you
there's
hear
no
black
racism,
people,
Reggie. There you go,
anytime
man.
you hear black people talk about this shit, you got some interjection.
No,
Rather
anytime y'all talk about a mysterious man holding you down, that's when I talk about this shit. You want to talk about some real shit? Then that's the real shit.
Nigga,
like
this
I've
is
always
real
said.
shit. What you talking
I've
about,
always
homie?
said the most racist place in California is, I mean, in the U.S. is the jail system. I've been said that shit. And the gangs. So what do you mean?
Get the fuck out of here. It ain't even just that.
It's
but you sat on here to try
mostly.
to prop up. You try to prop up on some old Southside Mexican gang shit and want to highlight this shit.
None of the gang, nothing shit. I ain't propping up
what
nothing.
You thinking El Monte? Ain't no regular Mexicans running nobody out of nothing. That's gang related shit.
I know. I just said it was perennial shit. I said that shit.
And you want to highlight
are.
that shit. But then you don't like when black folks get on here, you don't like to hear that shit.
Hear what
so
shit?
What the fuck really are you, homie?
What are you talking about? You talking about two unrelated things and trying to
No. It is related. Go back and listen to your goddamn self. That's why Steph wanted to move on to some other shit.
Steph always want to move on to other shit. He don't ever want to talk about race.
Steph wanted to move on some other shit. He did what you like to do. Try to move on to other shit when black people are having conversations about real related race shit.
Yeah, I'm talking about real related race shit. So is that a lie?
No. You played it. You played it because you're around people who ain't gonna interject. A lot of shit
you're interjecting now, and I'm not afraid to talk. I ain't running from the conversation.
No, hang on, Max. No, hang on, Max.
No. This between me and Reggie.
Max,
I want to hear what everybody say. I don't.
What I was gonna say was just like, no, I was trying to move on because I thought Max was on some BS at that point. So I was like, we ain't even trying to hear
total bullshit. He was on total bullshit.
So let's just move on, man. Like,
no, we can move on, but it's something to address because of what he does in every show that he goes on when black folks are talking about race-related shit, and it ain't 400-year-old shit. It just so happens that let me just say that it just so happens that black people have 400 years of history to relate to bullshit that continuously goes on, and you see the same shit going on in LA, which is some underlying covert shit that's been going on out there. That's race-based, race-related. So it ain't just about El Monte street level shit that black folks deal with, homie. And now you expose that there's racists in your family. And I'm pretty sure you never say anything to them. Like I've always say to white folks, let me say this. Like I always say to white folks that love to call Reggie Owens a racist, that you don't say none of that shit when your daddy spewing out openly racist shit, your uncle, your grandfather, your mother, your aunties, and grandmothers are spewing out openly racist shit. But you'll be quick to say something about black folks addressing this shit, who are the only people that stand up to fight against this shit. Y'all don't.
That is completely false. So
well, tell me the story y'all fighting for. Because I think Cesar Chavez got his inspiration from black folks. So tell me y'all stories of fighting it.
Okay, so even there, you just used one example. So you said Cesar Chavez.
Give me multiple. Give me a buddy.
But you still did it, right?
Some of y'all do try to blend in and be white, right? So tell me it. Give me your stories of fight.
What does that mean? Blend in to be white. What does that mean?
You assimilate.
We're bleaching our skin and shit, or what? Are we talking proper like Michael Fuller wants us to?
You got the skin, complexion wise. Let's go.
No, I've openly said for a minute that I don't understand the black and white shit because in California it's blacks and Mexicans.
How you don't understand it when you just open that you got racist ass people?
I said blacks and Mexicans. Now, I've said that numerous times on numerous platforms. Here in California, it's mostly blacks and Mexicans with the racial beef, not blacks and whites.
Why it's not blacks and whites? Blacks and whites got deep racial beefs.
In California?
Yes, they have existed before.
Not know where I live.
No, that's because you don't follow history, and you blind to shit.
No, I follow reality.
No. You're blind to shit.
You're right. I don't look back 40 years and be like, what was this neighborhood like 40 years ago? So I can feel
20 years since you don't like to go back. But
no,
you bring
I walk out my house and I see where it's at. I went to jail. I see where it's at. I see the gangs. I see where it's at. That I don't have to read a book where I can walk outside and see.
You ain't got to read no book if you paid attention. What you talking about? Read a book?
I don't got. How you gonna do history? How you gonna walk outside and see history? How you learn history? You either learn
Bro,
from
every
someone
day
telling
you
you, or
live
you
is
read a book.
fucking history. What kind of man? Stay off the drugs, homie.
So
This
you
is why
walk
I'm
out
always
front of your
on you.
house and you're
This is
like,
why
I
I'm
know the
always
history of this
on you about
place.
shit, Max.
You
This is
fucking
why I'm
grab some
always on
dirt
you.
and throw it in the air and know what the history was of the place. No, you got to do some research.
No. Everybody has their own bit of history. Your life is history. But I know you like to fucking deflect from shit and then try to reinvent about how you go about shit. Now I done sat here and listened to you, and now I'll be like, just listening. Oh, this motherfucker on this kind of bullshit. That's why people always saying the shit they say to you.
Okay,
Because
once
they see
again,
you.
where am I? Is it uncomfortable truth for you? It's not a lie, and you know it's
No,
not a lie.
what's the uncomfortable truth? That El Money shit ain't got shit to do with it.
That
It's
there's
you.
there's deep blacks and Mexican racial beef, especially in LA of all places, but in California in general.
It don't run like that, homie. It's blacks who get along with Mexicans. It's gangs in there who don't.
For sure, this
And
younger
is shit that's
generation
been going on.
mostly
But there's a lot of blacks and
integrated.
Mexicans who get along. But you got a consistent drive of Mexicans that come into the country or new to it, who don't have a real true greeting or acceptance from people. And they get it from all angles. They get it from Mexican Americans who don't know what the fuck they are, who target them. Other blacks who sit there and target them based off of bullshit.
Yeah, based off gangs.
Blacks and Mexicans live amongst each other. They get along. Cats on gang related shit. Yeah, if they hoods fall out, then they beef. If they hoods get along, then they get along.
I also said the same. I just said the same shit. You can run it back. I said if they're allies, if their hoods are allies, then they do get along.
You trying to gloat about some El Monte shit. They be running them out of there. Yeah. Nigga, we don't live out there.
They do.
And we run them out of our neighborhoods.
I didn't say you didn't. It happens both ways.
Are y'all talking about?
I was talking specifically about El Monte. That's it.
But wait, let me ask you, man. You talking about regular people or you talking about gangs? Who are you talking about when you say El Monte?
No, it's gangs. It's gangs running people out of neighborhoods for sure. You know, it's gang shit. But I'm in mostly Sereno shit in that area. You know what I'm saying? So
are you talking about regular people or are you talking about gangs?
That nigga was on here.
I'm talking about gangs running people out. Shit. Because even when I go out there, you know, and I handle my little, back in the day when I used to go out there and handle my little shit, my cousin told me, don't offer nobody at no gas station no sacks of weed or nothing like that, because these Sereno motherfuckers will come and tax that ass and find out you ain't from here. He told me that shit all the time. Like, hey, just come to my house. I'll call my homies over. Yeah, I'm saying, I'm not saying like it's all no, like it's just they control the neighborhoods out there. That's it.
Talking about that nigga on there gloating about like Mexicans running niggas up out of somewhere.
I didn't gloat about it. I said that's what they happen.
Then he talking about how his family don't fuck with black people. But then he hide that.
I said a couple people in my family
because he got brothers that are black, brothers that are white.
I said a couple people.
Now you open up that your family don't accept your black brothers.
No, I said a couple people in my family.
Yeah,
a couple people. I have Sereno family members that are deeply indoctrinated in that shit. Yeah, they don't really fuck with black.
Or Paisa ass family members who indoctrinate.
I do. I got Paisas. I got Norteño family members. I got Crip family members. I got Blood family members. So it's the same shit. When our northern family goes down there for our family reunions, it's a little tension. There's Norteños with face tats and Serenos with face tats, and we're all at the barbecue together. Like, it's cool, but it's tension. Yes, I'd be a fool to act like it's not. So it is what it is. It's most of it is on gang politics shit. But at the same time, my cousin is a sharp, you know, which is a skinhead against racial prejudice. And he actually has a gang built on beating up racist gangs. So no, like that's what I'm saying. And he's from El Monte. So if you knew the politics, you would know. But if you don't, it's okay to just say, hey, I'm not really from El Monte. I don't really know shit like that. It's okay.
You say your cousin from Sharp. I don't think they have any footing nowhere in California.
No, they don't. It's just out there. It's like a little punk rock.
They don't.
Your cousin just like punk rockers, all that shit.
Your cousin just wasting his motherfucking time. He just want to be a skinhead.
Well, no, he's way older now.
He's a fucking skinhead.
He was a skinhead. That's what it's called. It's called skinheads against racial prejudice. Sharp.
He ain't against no racial prejudice. He's a fucking racist. He's a skinhead.
You don't know no better.
Adopt Aryan type style of fucking concept.
How is it Aryan when the whole group is mixed, bro? That's why I say you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Reggie. Hey, like, just it's okay to say like, hey, I don't know. I don't know.
What's the mix, Max?
blacks, whites, Mexicans, and they're a punk rock group at that.
What
They
kind of
wear
blacks
fucking
are they?
leather.
I need to see photos because a lot of sellout ass Negroes.
Shit, I can try to get some. They have
No, don't
black
try.
dudes
Just
and
get them.
mohawks and
Well, let's
studded
just get them,
leather
and
jackets.
let's get them and
steel-toed boots.
identify what kind of black motherfuckers mixed in this group. There's a lot of self-hating black motherfuckers.
But if they're against racists, how would they be self-hating?
Skin.
Because they should be stuck with other black people, not fucking with Mexicans. The way you feel, right? Or else they're sellout.
Niggas ain't against nothing. You fucking fooling yourself.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
You
it's
trying to
okay
dress
to say,
shit up.
"Hey, I'm not
Hey,
from the money. I love
don't
the
drag
politics."
queen.
Cool.
Stop being on some. Your conversations is drag queenish. Now cut the drag queenish shit and let's be man about the combos. Because you love to interject.
Why don't you just be man enough to admit you don't know what you're talking about?
Anytime I listen to you talk when black folks are talking, and you don't even be on the shit. Black people be talking about historic shit, racial oppressive shit. And here come Mex clicking in. Man, all y'all do is talk this race stuff. And let's get up off of it. But now you talking with Puro about Mexican racism, and it's all good. Stop being drag queen.
And I asked for it specifically. I said maybe he can explain because I'm not from the culture. I don't know why a lot of traditional
Stop
Mexicans
being
don't like
drag
black.
queen in your combos, man. Stay consistent, because this right here was inconsistent.
This is still consistent. You still haven't shown me where I lied or said anything wrong.
Queen.
So other than your feelings are hurt, I don't know.
No, ain't no feelings hurt. Look at me. My feelings hurt. Regular self. Come on, homie.
I'm just saying, you came in pretty hot, so obviously you had some type of emotions toward it, bro. But you haven't said what I said is wrong.
No, emotions. Wait. Why it gotta be emotions? Because I address when I see inconsistencies in you. When I hear you always address anytime black folks talk. That's why people stay on your head about you, about this. You celebrating the racism that comes from your family. You celebrating the racism. You celebrating the racism of El Monte and running black people up out of there.
But I didn't celebrate it. I actually said if you want to see some real shit, there it is.
You talking about defensive and uptight. I can't even talk.
Yeah, but don't say I celebrated anything.
I gotta talk over you, man, just to get my point out.
Well, use a different word.
So ain't no anger from me. I'll turn the camera on, being my regular self. But back to it. Anytime people are talking about this shit, you interject, but you celebrating El Monte, Mexicans running black people up out of there. You celebrating your family, not liking black people when they come around there. 10 situations. They're not liking your mixed race brothers. We ain't never heard that from you. We just heard you don't have racism around. You don't know it. You ain't never seen it. But you've been lying. You done drag queened up a lot of shit that you talk. Stop drag queening. Take the makeup, take the dress up off your conversations. Man up and be absolute. You know what
man
the
up
fuck
and tell the truth.
You know what racism is. Stop drag queening.
See, that's the whole thing. I don't know who started this fucking narrative of me saying racism don't exist, and I don't know racism. I never ever said that. I never said that. So I will say it again. I know you out there. Click on the link. Reggie, go ahead and click this, bro. Find the timestamp.
Y'all who Mex talk this shit to, please click on and expose because he drag queening up here.
Please do, because I'm gonna say this right now, and you can clip it and make another video about it. I've said a million times, we will never live in a world where there is no racism. There will be racism forever. There still is, and there always will be. I've never said it don't exist. I've never said that shit. So once again, don't put that shit on my jacket. If I have to say it every time I hop on as my fucking intro, I will, because y'all get it twisted.
But Max, you just made this whole narrative based on gang culture, which most Americans don't. No, but wait, let me finish. Most people don't live in gang culture. So everything that you were talking about, I asked you about it specifically, that's based off gang culture. So that narrative that you're spanning, that perspective, ain't nobody on this panel in no gang that I know of. So that has nothing to do with most people. That's a very, very narrow scope. And those gangs don't have any power except for amongst each other when they're fighting over shit that they don't own. Like if you go to Miami, where you got Cubans that run that city, that they got mayors, police, the school board, all that shit is run by Cubans, and they don't fuck with black people past a certain age. Same thing in New York at a certain degree. So those people have real power, not no little gang shit where they doing gang dumb shit, where they're terrorizing their own communities. And most black people don't even like black gangs. So gang culture itself is very toxic, and that's a fucked up view, even if you raised it. That shit is fucked.
I've never said it. Once again, I've said that the same way. I said the most racism I see in California is blacks and Mexicans. A lot of it comes from jails and gangs. I've been said that because once again, and this is why I know we all come from different backgrounds, and this is why I know y'all really don't understand. Because if you were really out in the hood and raised in the hood, then you would see that shit and not act like it don't exist. It does. And unfortunately, that is what most of my life is consisted of, being around these environments. You know, my brothers are Crips, my best friends are Blood, half my family's Sereno, half my family's North Daniels. I've been around all the sides of it. That's why I never gangbang myself, and I'll just hustle to get my money regardless of the politics. But at the same time, I can't act like the politics don't exist because I don't want to see it. The same way I said that the Mexican gang, I should have been more specific, the Mexican gangs run blacks out of El Monte. There's still black neighborhoods where they run Mexicans out the neighborhood. It's the same way.
Max, you're talking about gang. See, you're talking about gang culture. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about gangs and gang culture.
Hey,
that is a very narrow view to be viewing any race relations when it's gang. All that shit is really twisted and it's really fucked up. Like that shit, there ain't nobody defending that shit, but that's a very fucked up view.
But it's reality.
Hey, no, Pitch T, let me play this real quick. Let me play this real quick for Amnesia Mets, the drag queen. Listen.
Nice.
Let me skip you.
Oh, okay, cool. I live in La Puente, so that's up the street. My wife lives from El Monte. Yeah, so.
Here we go. Listen.
Monte, fucking all Mexican. You want to talk about Valley, homie? Hey, you want to talk about some racism? That's not too bad, actually, bro. There ain't no blacks. There ain't no blacks living out there.
You hear that? You hear? Ain't no blacks living out there. All right, let's keep going.
On the east side, on the east side, it's for a reason. It's not like they haven't tried.
It's for a reason. Ain't like they ain't tried. Come on, let's keep going.
Where's
giggling, right? We giggling about it, right? Come on. Look, they run them out the neighborhood, but we don't talk racism, right? I mean, you celebrating it. Let's keep going.
Yeah, it's nothing, right? It's just people.
That's why I like this shit is archived. This shit.
You know, they do say some racist.
You like drag queen? We can't drag queen right here. That's what you've been talking.
It's just when you're around certain people, like you only like one certain.
Listen to this.
People, dude. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I actually don't know why.
It's probably about 20 minutes ago, and you done forgot.
Shit, man, you can't. I'm not saying racial stuff. I'm saying that my cousins have told me, and my cousin lived in El Monte their whole life, past 40 years, 50 years. They told me that when blacks move in, they move out. Right? Like the neighborhoods make it very hard for blacks to be accepted in those areas. They're ran by the Serenos and whatnot in that area. So. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it goes both ways. And I know in LA is a lot more tension between blacks and Mexicans. That's why the whole, like, white man,
Let's keep going. Hold on. It's a little bit. I ain't going to play the whole thing. I got this deal.
Like that. That's some southern shit most likely. Out here, it's mostly
I'm the king of race talk, homie.
Shit, man. I mean, I don't know where that comes from, to be honest, because I'm from LA my whole life.
And Pure, like, he don't know about this shit. Make celebrate
some shit, like, at certain schools, but, I mean, I don't know. I haven't been my ears to streets in a long time. Since a pandemic, I haven't been to fucking LA. Well, I'm just saying, like I know, like in high school, growing up in California, high school.
Now watch when he get into about his family shit. They talking about ain't no racism coming.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I've heard as well. Yeah. We know how they do in the jails. The jails, blacks and Mexicans don't get along either. That's jail. That's jail. But then the jail spills over to the
Where's the lie though?
Get along either.
No. Like, what are you talking about? It's a lot of lies, misconceptions.
What point are you trying to make?
Like the average.
Next, I know you hearing yourself. You don't listen to yourself, so I'm letting you hear yourself.
That's why I said. No, that's what I said. I cracked it off when I said you want to talk about some real racism.
Next. Right? Hey, I'm too intelligent. I know y'all hear me cussing and doing. I'm too intelligent. Right now, I'm in intellectual mode. So let's continue.
Okay, so what?
I'm in intellectual. Let the video play. Stop trying to block what you're talking.
No. You can pause it and keep playing it, but up to this point. So what is the issue you have? No, what is the issue you have up to this point?
What you talking about the issue? What is the issue you come on anytime black people are discussing topics? Can discuss white racism.
So in what you played so far,
we can discuss turmoil between blacks and Latinos, and you would like to hush up on it and then try to skew away from it. But now you get on here and you want to fucking celebrate as if you want to make up the creation. Oh yeah, we be dominating the black folks, this and that.
We say we. It was never a we in there.
You Mexican, homie. So you celebrate
Nah,
Serranos,
American.
your family.
No, American.
You done talked about these racist Serranos in your family.
Yeah, and I specify Serrano gangs in the neighborhoods.
Can we finish listening to you, and can you listen to you? Let me finish this.
Well, I was asking, what is your point up to this
you
point?
You fucking with the master of this shit, Max.
No, I'm saying like as far as culture.
I'm doubling down on everything I said.
This, homie. Let me finish.
Good. I double
I'm the master of this.
I double down on it.
I'm the master, homie.
I was actually discussing this with Mark the other day. Like in my family, bro, we've never said mayate, we never said the N-word, we never said none of that shit. Like, but this is the thing, bro. Like Mexican Americans are all into that racial shit, bro. Like Mexicans, like the ones from Mexico, they into that shit. We got history of like black and brown unity, bro. Like going back to the Mexican American War in Texas.
You see, Puro wasn't on that.
When the Constitution, all the slave has to do is like step foot in Mexico. Like, bro, like that is just it's an American thing, bro. It is.
Yeah, and what you're talking about earlier, Max, is like, see, that's real. What do you call that? Institutionalized racism. Where you're keeping one group of people out, like one for whatever reason. So, like, man, like, yeah, I don't care about that shit. But
bro, I'm telling you, when I remember back when we were younger, my stepdad came over to our family's house.
Okay, now he going into his family. The family he talking about ain't no racism in. The family he talks about, he don't see this because he got people that come from everywhere. Checkmate.
Because he, big black dude, North Carolina. My mom married him. She introduced the family. There was some tension at first, but a whole weekend of partying, everybody got a lot closer, and they just took it as one of their own. But I know there's people in my family that still don't really care for black people, even though my brothers are black, and they love us in particular individually, but they're still not real big on like a whole group of. They wouldn't invite like 15 black to the party. They wouldn't go party with black people. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't think. Let me stop it.
That's Max, y'all.
I don't know. I don't know. And it's not even like they're openly. I know. I wouldn't say they're openly racist or anything like that. They're just like, I'd rather just stay away. I'd rather be here with all these people. They go do them, we do us. Like,
checkmate, Max. Get off that drag queen shit.
So once again, what was your point?
What you mean? What's the point? You heard the point.
I said to play back to the beginning. I said if you want to talk about some real racism, El Mani is a good example because they run black people out the neighborhoods because the Serranos control it. Is any of that a lie?
Oh, it's pretty much a lie.
How is it pretty much? It is or it ain't?
It's
so
pretty much
black
a lie.
People in that community? There's no black people in that community, Max?
There's not a lot. They're sprinkled here and there, but there's not a lot.
Black people ain't never moved out there, homie. That's always been a Mexican thrive fucking area.
For sure, it's Mexican dominated.
It was like an agricultural area. So black Mexicans existed out there, homie. So now you want to paint this, we dominating the black folks. You want to talk racism.
We? You keep saying we. I never once said we there.
You spoke of your family,
you just played the whole shit back. I never said we.
Mex, it's we, meaning you. You celebrating Mexicans, the story you make of Mexicans running blacks up out of here. That's
How am I celebrating this shit? I said if you want to talk about real racism, there it is.
Celebration of some racial shit.
So what are you celebrating it?
If you get on here when you see a group of black people talking about shit that don't pertain to you, that be real shit, and you want to act like they're just making it up.
Yeah, and if any of these black people here decide to go vacation on money, I tell them not to.
Family doing racist shit that you try to always sit on here and act like it never occurred within your family, but you on here telling the stories of your racist family.
Yeah, I said within my immediate family. Yeah, my brothers. I'm talking about my brothers.
Stop drag queening this combo, man.
And once again, I said there was tension, and I said it was cool after the weekend was over. And I said they preferred to just be around themselves. I didn't say they call anyone N-words or they beat anyone up or that they themselves are running people out of town. I never said none of that shit.
Oh, well, so you should say it then. Since you left that out, you forgot to say it. You forgot to say it. You should say it.
I forgot to say it now. Okay, you told me what I forgot to say now.
So Max, they run people out of town, but they don't use the N-word is what you're saying? So they run black people out of town.
No. Once again, separate Pittsburgh. Two separate conversations.
Right. They're
separate conversations.
N-word.
Hold on. Two separate conversations. The first conversation was about the city and the gangs that run people out of town. The second conversation was about my family meeting my stepdad for the first time. And there were some people in my family that were like, but after the weekend was over, everyone was good. That's it. The two separate stories. I'm not saying my family is the one running people out of town.
But you just said those people don't use. It's not like they use the N-word.
No, and I even said right there, if Reggie wants to play it back, I even said it's not like they're overly racist or anything. They just prefer to.
I'm not talking about what Reggie was playing. I'm talking about what you just said. You literally just said it's not like they're using the N-word or anything like that.
No,
how could they run people out of town and still not using the N-word? That don't.
No. See, Pittsburgh, it's two different things.
Maybe I misunderstood what you're saying.
No, it's two. Yeah, it's two separate stories. The running people out of town is a whole completely different group of people from the same city my family lives in. And I'm not saying that my family is involved in the groups of people running people out of town. No. And I said that my cousin is a part of a gang that actually fights against racist gangs.
Okay, so yeah, you're talking about gang stuff. Okay.
Yes.
You talking about gang, but see, that's what I'm saying, Max. Like, see,
wait, his cousin fights against racist. Wait,
yeah, but you're talking about gangs,
he's lying.
Reggie, so that's different.
Wait, he's lying though. He's lying about something, Pittsburgh T. So your cousin's from a gang that fights racist gangs. So how do they?
They're all sharps. They're called sharps.
I never heard of sharps. So how do they fight them? They do drive-bys on them. They fight.
Usually it's just a lot of rumbles because they're punk rockers.
They ain't fighting shit. Stop it.
So they get in fights with the Serenos and shit out there that be pushing that bullshit.
Stop it.
Just because you never heard of them, a gang from El Monte doesn't mean that they don't exist, Reggie. That's why I say it's okay to just say, hey, I don't really know a lot about Monte. Here's what I do know. And then just stop right there. You're not the end all be all of everything in LA. If you ain't heard of it, it don't exist. That's not how it goes.
Max, I didn't never say that. But I know your cousins from the Sharps ain't fighting shit.
Then you don't know.
So how big is their gang?
I mean, shit, Monte's not even that big, but I'm not gonna say I met his whole gang.
Monte got 100,000 people in it. So how big is their gang?
Shit, I don't know. I'm not a part of that shit. I don't live out there. I probably met maybe like
that nigga's in the music band. Here you go, drag queen again because you talking about some mixed race punk rock.
I probably met like 15 to 20 people, but I'm gonna say that's their whole gang, or there's more or less. I don't know.
Them niggas are musicians. Stop it.
Yeah,
they're not musicians. Nobody's a musician. Nobody's a musician at all.
Yeah,
but that's why I said my cousin is now 30 something though. I'm talking about this is in his teenage 20-year-old years. They're punk rockers. They used to walk around town, whatever, with their fucking leather jackets, their steel-toe boots, or mohawks, all that shit. And that's what they would go to the shows and they would pack dudes out. It was on some racist shit. There's a lot of Serenos in the area, and there's a lot of other punk rocker gangs, I guess, or groups that are kind of a little more on some bullshit, and they ain't fucking with that shit. So, I mean, I've seen many incidents in my own eyes when we do go out there with our family and looks to get around town and like I've seen it. And that's why I said for me personally, in California, the most racial tension is between blacks and Mexicans.
But
Max, it's true.
But boy, there's two narratives that we gotta dispel. There's no such thing as a positive gang. Like that's like an oxymoron. That shit don't exist. Gangs ain't positive, man.
Yeah, in 2022, I agree.
We gotta stop that. That's not, so we shouldn't say that. Gangs, now the scope that you're looking into, I understand what you're saying, but you're incorrect when you're looking at a scope of race through gangs. Because that shit is it's just wrong. It's most people in their lifetime don't touch gangs. They hear about that shit. They might have a family member or two, but that shit ain't really hitting on them like that unless they live in those communities.
And that's fine. I live in these communities, though. This is what I'm telling you.
But they're not part of the larger cities. You go to the big cities, they're not part of
there's plenty of gangs in the larger cities, man.
No, they're not, bro. No,
they're not. For the
most part, they're not. They're not. Everybody be moving out there, Max. Nobody be living in the major cities.
Look, I live in the heart of fucking Cryptum. Everybody in these communities ain't gang members.
Yeah,
gangs make up a very small portion of the population.
But to say that gangs don't have an influence over the neighborhoods would be wrong.
Yeah, they do, because they do shit that impact people. That shooting motherfuckers will impact anybody. It's fearful shit.
So we're all agreeing on that.
They impact the
gang culture does impact shit.
They're not running the entire
anytime
neighborhood.
death is coming about, you're gonna impact people, homie. I don't give a fuck. You live in a trailer park and there's one motherfucker terrorizing, killing people.
Yeah, but gang politics in California are very deep, and they do run a lot of, not to say run neighborhoods like you can't have a life, but they're there and they're very relevant. They're not just like, oh, I live here, but you know, those 10 dudes on the block don't run shit. Like, it's not one of them type of situations.
Max, it's far more people going to work than people that don't have anything to do than there are gangs. Now, the ones that are in those neighborhoods, some of them are really fucked up, and people don't want to deal with that shit, so they get up and they leave. And some people a lot of people can't afford to leave. So this idea that people don't like the neighborhood, they just jump up and leave, that's not realistic for everybody. Everybody just can't fucking just jump up and leave.
Okay, so if you don't jump up and leave, then you would go outside and you would see that is very realistic. And you can't go for walks at night with your kids, and you can't do all this shit that everyone tries to believe is out there. No, you can't. And you can say, hey, I'm not scared. Okay, well, yeah, I'm not saying you're scared to get shot, but you also know you shouldn't be out at night in these neighborhoods because of a reason. So we can't play stupid. Like, and I know it's a big one we want to overlook because we want to downplay it. But like I said, I've been raised in these neighborhoods my whole life, from everywhere, from SD to the Bay and all the way up. I always end up in, obviously it's cheaper to live out here in these areas. So it is what it is. Now, I just recently, like 4 years ago, got the fuck out the hood. Now I live on the beach. I ain't got to worry about gangs and crackheads and any of that shit around here. But my whole life I did. So that's why when we get on these panels, I can tell who grew up in what environment by their mentality. And I know it ain't the same. This ain't the South. And that's why I tell everyone all the time, look, I didn't grow up in your era and in your area. I don't know. But y'all didn't grow up in this one either. And that's why it sounds far-fetched to you, because maybe in your neighborhoods there's not a lot of gangs, and maybe the small gangs there are don't run shit. But in California, it's very active, bro.
But even in California, if what you say is true, you have a Crip mayor, you have a Blood mayor, or whatever other gang you said, they would really be running the city.
Vote.
They're not doing that. That's the point that me and Reggie, you're talking about. Yeah,
except you have the mayor. You have the mayor trying to figure out how to stop this shit, and they can't.
But Max, you're talking about enforcing laws to some violent individuals who don't want to stop. That's not the majority of that city. That's what we're saying.
No, but it's majority of the problems in the city.
That's every city that violence and gangs and drugs is the problem. Like, name a major city that doesn't have that issue.
And where do they come from? The gangs.
Not all the time. There's not gangs in every major city. Don't have gangs. Not all.
Most of them do. Most of them do.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
Almost all. Actually, I would go on to say yes, all of them. Every major city has gangs. From LA to San Diego to Chicago to New York to any major city you want to think of, your top 10 biggest capitals or whatever, they all have gangs. And there's all parts of town where you should not be going.
Yeah, but Max, what we're saying is that the gang, you're looking at race, and we're talking about race and gangs because you're intermingling the two. If you look through race as a lens through looking through gangs, your perspective is going to be all fucked up. There's no way to look through race through gang. Everything you were talking about is gang shit, bro. Like, people go to work. We don't deal with that shit.
You don't deal with that shit. You don't,
man. Most people.
You live on the other side of the country, though.
No, I don't. Listen, they got gangs here too. They got gangs everywhere, like you just said. But most people don't deal with gangs on that level. Is what I'm telling you. Unless you're in a gang, you wouldn't know the inner workings of that shit. You take your ass, because most people work enough hours where they don't have time for that shit. They go to work and they got enough time to go home, watch a little TV, watch a game, get something to eat, take a shower, go to sleep, and come back and do that shit again. They ain't got time to be no gangbanger.
Yeah, no, I agree that the average person is not a gangbanger or involved in gangs, but the average person that lives in these neighborhoods are well aware of it and have to tiptoe around it, regardless if they're involved or not.
But that's the scope. We're only talking about gangs again because that's the scope of racism that you're viewing this shit from.
I've always said that. Okay, so once again, it's nothing new. I've said this time and time again. I'm from California. The most racial tension I see is blacks and Mexicans because of gangs and prison/jail system. That's what I have said.
In that little region of California.
Because other than that, because if you take out that, there's not a lot of racism here.
Yeah, but Max, you're talking about the entire state of California, and you're talking about a little
And
small
Max,
city
that's
within
bullshit.
California.
Wait, let me say this, Peach Bird T, because he lying about Cali. White and black racism is deep as fuck in California. It exists at the same level. Whites don't have a predominance in street level criminal shit. They have no position. But racism from blacks and whites is deep. Whites live in suburbs because of their exodus and running from black folks, and even also from Latino folks. So white racism is deep, and it's deep in the politics of California. It's deep in the way that police is associated with communities. So stop it, homie. That black and white racism is deep as fuck. Except white folks know to keep that N word from spewing too comfortably out their mouth because this ain't the South.
And those are the people who run the city,
I think
Max.
California is full of a bunch of SJW white folks that are doing everything they can to suck dick for their ancestors.
Yeah, but
like,
Max, the people who
I'm saying the motherfuckers out here killing each other, drive-bying each other, packing each other out, calling each other XYZ is mostly gang or jail related shit. I don't think the average white and black person that walks up and down the streets of California are like, oh, I don't want to be around you. I don't. Now the South's probably have a way deeper history than that type of shit. But out here, I haven't seen it. And I've lived Northern and Southern California, in both places. And whoever said that San Francisco and Oakland don't got gangs, you don't know what you're talking about. So, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, that's the culture out here.
They don't run the city, Max. So, look, they don't listen. If what you're saying is true, then the gangs would determine how much money schools are getting, how much money they're putting into parks, how much money they're putting in the cities. No, the gangs they don't control the federal government.
They don't put money towards schools and parks because it's a waste.
Max, they're not. But listen, there's no gang member that's controlling money that's flowing through that city like that. I think you're missing the bigger point. You're talking about some minute shit, and you're trying to blow it up to this big thing.
No. See, Pittsburgh, life and death shit is not minute shit.
You're talking about 1 or 2 cities in the entire state
of
California.
I'm not. You just not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about 1 or 2 cities. I said every major city. Everywhere I've ever lived, there's gangs, bro.
You said in California, the gangs run shit. And then you also mentioned that little city that you're talking about, where Reggie was saying what the farmers.
Oh, yeah, Almani. Yeah, that's a little city. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a tiny city in California, and you're talking about the Bay. That's not the entirety of
California. No. See, but if you pick out all the other because even where I'm at now is a tiny city. The same way.
Exactly.
I probably and there's a bunch of gang shit here too. It don't matter from Stockton to Modesto to Sacramento to San Francisco to Oakland to everywhere there's gangs, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's not like that where you're from. It's okay to say I don't know.
Just because there's gangs, right? That doesn't mean that they're running the entire states. There's real stats out there on who's getting killed in your state. And if you look at those percentages, why all white people ain't getting killed by gang members. All black people ain't getting killed by gang members. All Mexican people ain't getting killed by. That's just not true, man. Stop that. That's what I'm telling you. You're looking through everything through gang shit. That's not realistic. They got real crime stats that you can pull up in your state, in the region, in the state, in the United States. And that's not what's going on. That's like this lie that Chicago is such a dangerous place. But when you look at the top 20 most violent cities, Chicago ain't even the first 10 cities that's fucking violent.
That's like per capita though. When you talk about the amount of dead bodies per city, it is.
What is?
Chicago.
No, it's not, man. Stop it. That's what
Pull
I'm saying.
Right now. All right. Since
Max,
everybody, hey, Pittsburgh, I'm not gonna go back and forth. There's an easy way to solve this. The internet exists for a reason. I'll find you a link right now. I'll find you a link. All right.
I looked it up several times.
Yeah, but you're looking per capita. You're looking per capita, not total bodies.
Max, look it up. I've looked it up. I ain't gotta look it up. I know what I'm talking about. Look it up. So even if you look at total bodies, you'll be wrong. So you think that little tiny city of Chicago has more bodies than the people in California or Detroit? Look it up, Max.
Well, California's a state, so probably not.
No, you just said that. That's literally what you just said.
Understand.
You gotta stop with these narratives that don't make no sense, man. That doesn't make any sense. And there's real data that you can pull that they've been pulling for years. FBI been pulling that data for years, and you can pull it up. That's just some stuff that we've been told. You got to stop looking at stuff through gang shit, man. That's not what most people live in. No fucking gangs, man.
Once again, okay, so he explains it right here. Since reading is fundamental. All right. Where we at? A common misconception is that cities with larger populations have the highest murder rates. New York City, for example, has a population of 8.39 million people, but with 300 murders and a murder rate of only 3.4 in 2017. It doesn't even make it in the top 50. So, but there's 300 dead bodies, but since the rate is low, it's not dangerous. That's what I'm talking about.
Where's Chicago on this list that you're talking about? That's right in the top 10, Max.
This shit keeps showing the rate only for totals.
Yeah, but you're not gonna find Chicago in the top 10 in any list. That's the problem. I get what you're saying. I've looked at those stats. They exist. There's hard FBI data numbers. You're not gonna find it. Knock yourself out. If you find it, please show it. Please provide your sources. The FBI does those real numbers. So we got to stop this. You're looking at stuff through a lens of the gangs. That's not the majority of America. Can't find it, can you, Max? See what I mean?
I got you right now. Hold on.
Yeah, you're not gonna find that, bro. Chicago ain't in no top 10 or nothing, man.
And look, he see the info. He just want to drag Queen the info.
Yeah, playing crazy. Yeah, you can't.
No, because everything keeps giving me murder rates instead of total
you drag
total
Queen
murder.
in the info.
Nah, you're not gonna find it.
You got that New York had 300. You should be able to read the rest of them. Like I say, stop drag Queen in the info.
No, but that was just in a paragraph. That wasn't the actual chart. The chart was still murder rate.
All the FBI put out those numbers too, Reggie, man. He know that information is publicly known, man. People who know that do a little information.
Okay, here you go. Are you ready? Total murders from January 1st to August 7th. So this was the last updated in Chicago, 396.
Okay. And what's that mean, Max?
But their murder rate ain't that high because their population is 2 million.
Right. But you just said they're top 10, so where are they top 10 at? That still doesn't.
That's totals. I'm telling you, top 10 totals. Because then you have somewhere like here, like Birmingham, Alabama, right? They have a very high murder rate. Their population is only 200K. They have 79 total murders. But their murder rate's higher. Still ranked one of the highest, deadliest cities because of the ratio. I'm talking about total dead bodies, total graves dug in that city is 300 and something in Chicago, 79 in Birmingham. But on these murder rate, when you do the murder rates, Birmingham will be above Chicago. Chicago won't be in the top 10 because of the rate.
Where have you pulled up a list to show that? You're just talking hypothetical. They have the actual list.
I'm not. It's right here. Cities with the most murders so far this year. I got you. I got you.
Detroit, you'll see.
Nobody else has Google on their phone. I got to research this shit.
No, but that's your point. I know my point. I know the data between what I'm saying. You're the one that's like Troy Brown get on here trying to make facts, and I'm not going to prove your point for you. That's your point. My point is that Chicago and the narrative that they're this quote unquote murder capital of the world, that's just factually incorrect. And the same thing with looking through lens of like the whole race thing through gangs and your perspective through gangs. That's not most people. That's unrealistic. So when somebody try to correct you and it's like, oh, well, you don't know because you don't live where I live at. No, most people don't live where you live at because those are tiny towns and tiny cities, even in your own state. So we can't use that kind of argument.
Okay, but I can use that argument because when I said that the most racism I see, meaning where I live at, is between this and it's because of this. So you can say, hey, I don't got that problem where I live at. The most racism I see is when I go to the grocery store, blah, blah. That's cool. That's where you're at. I'd say where I'm at, the neighborhoods I live in, the city I live in, the state I live in. The most blatant racism I've ever seen has been in jail or it's gang shit on the streets.
What if I ain't never been to jail? What if somebody live in your
Then you don't
neighborhood ain't
know.
never been
That's
in damn
fine. It's
jail,
okay to say
ain't
that.
never been in no gang shit? But then when they try to tell you, you don't want to hear it, Max. That's the other side of that. You're spinning your perspective, but when somebody offer up another perspective, you don't want to hear it, and you're just like, oh, well, that's where you at. So you just shut it down. That's not a
No,
real
no, no, no.
honest.
I straight up say I've never been there. I don't know. That's why I've said a million times when it comes to Deacon and shit. I say I don't live where you're at. I didn't live in the area you're at. I don't live in the environment you're at. So no, I don't understand you.
But Max, you also throw in 400 years every time you get in these conversations.
No, because that's what comes up. That's what comes
no,
up.
you brought that up in this conversation. Nobody, Reg, you didn't bring that up. I didn't bring that up. You brought that shit up. That's where it becomes disingenuous. When you start talking about 400 years, and then it's just that we just don't want to listen, and we keep bringing up old shit. That's the problem. Where it's like, just move on, that shit over. That become the issue. You're looking at it through a narrow lens, and when somebody offer up a new lens, you don't want to see it. You ain't trying to see it.
What is the new lens you're offering me, Pittsburgh? Oh, you're shutting down what I'm saying to be true. It's true.
How is it? You haven't proven it, Max.
I just sent you a link, bro. You can check the numbers. It's the top 45 deadliest cities. It shows you the total. There's some cities on there that only have 19 murders in a year, but their ratio is high because they don't have a high population. Just like here, the Salinas, California, which stupid as fuck, but the people out here are bragging about, oh, we the murder capital of California, we the murder capital. No, that's how motherfuckers live out here. But there was like 20 murders in Salinas, but it's because of the population. It was the highest per capita. But there's more dead bodies in LA. There's more dead bodies in bigger cities, obviously. So now it becomes an argument. Is it about the ratio, or is it about how many people had to bury their fucking kids?
Max, this is a web. Remember, this is a website. What I'm talking about is FBI numbers, bro. Like, you can pull up all these websites that manipulate these numbers all kind of ways. The FBI has real stats that they generate every couple of years.
All right, so that one's not good enough for you. Okay, let me find another one that's acceptable.
No,
1 second.
I don't want to get into the website. Like, I never heard of this fucking website before, and the numbers might be actually correct, but I never heard of it before. And we know that don't mean nothing because it's a website. But you're trying to prove a point that ain't even needed to be proven because, like it keeps saying, you're looking at shit through gang shit, bro. That's not how most people move.
Most of the murders are gang related, bro.
No, they're not, Max. It's in relation to where you live at. If you ain't got no fucking gangs in your neighborhood, you're probably not gonna get killed by a gang member.
You're probably not getting killed in general.
No, people still get killed even if they don't.
But you have a higher chance of getting killed in these neighborhoods where there are gangs.
Max, that's not necessarily true, bro.
Is it not? Oh my god, bro. Are we gonna be that? Are we gonna be that? Like, come on, man. Are you serious?
That's not necessarily true, man. No, that's not true, man.
You don't use some outlier? Well, I know someone lived in Beverly Hills. He just walked in and checked his fucking mailbox and got shot. We all know that if you live in the hood in a gang-related environment, you have a way higher chance of being murdered than if you don't.
That doesn't mean most murders are done by gang members. That's two different things. The danger of something and meaning that most people are murdered by gangs is two different things.
Let's see.
What happened?
I'm looking up stats because the ones I found weren't good enough. So now I'm gonna have to go even further down.
Look at the FBI number. The FBI has real numbers.
I am, but the FBI has 28 different fucking charts, and none of them are by city.
Yeah, they got real numbers, bro. Like, it ain't like they got hard numbers, and it's kind of hard to dispute FBI numbers because they're real fucking numbers. So I'm saying, like, we just got to be stopped. We got to be careful when we're slinging all these narratives out there that don't make no sense, man.
It makes sense, bro.
No, it doesn't, Max. That's not people's reality. That's the majority of people. That's not their reality, man. People read just because you watch some shit on a TV show.
No, I'm not saying it's majority of people's reality. I think majority of these people can live a life where they don't run into anyone violent throughout their whole life. But when you live in the inner city, it's different.
Each city is unique, Max, and most
Yeah,
people
yeah.
don't
Each
have
city
that.
got gangs,
Yanks,
bro.
Yanks play a major part in a lot of homicides, and it does depend on the state and city.
Depends on each city is different. Each state is different.
So those 300 and whatever murders in Chicago is not just an average guy that's fed up with his job and goes in and kills 12 people. Like that's mostly gang murders. Mostly.
It's
Over
probably
50%.
FBI probably chart that, but I think majority of, if you're talking Chicago related, could be gang related, but you also got to factor in a lot of it ain't gang related.
Saying you don't know, man. See, we're running off of narratives because that's what the media spin off, and they run off with shit. Like we affirm
Okay,
a lot of
but
shit.
you use your critical thinking skills. Look at the cities that are high on these lists, and what do they all have in common?
Every major city got gangs, Max.
Okay, but all the ones that are on these murder capitals are known to be very gang-related cities.
Okay, so let's do this stat then, Max.
From New Orleans to Chicago to Detroit to LA to all that shit, Miami.
Let's look at this fact though, Max. Over 80% of white people are killed by other white people. So is that gang related?
Probably not. Could be though.
Well, I mean, so what happened to the gangs? They disappeared with a cut of white people?
I don't know.
You see what I mean? Like, make that make sense.
We talking about white people now?
Yeah, we're talking about people in general, but specifically white people. If it's over 80% of people, white people that are killed by other white people, where's the gangs at in that?
See, falling top four. Falling are the top 4 American cities with the highest. Chicago, Houston, New York, LA. Top 4. And by murder rate, St. Louis, Baltimore, Detroit, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Memphis. So it's the rate versus the total. That's why I'm asking. The rate versus total. I think rate is very, very misleading because you can only have some places only 12 dead people your whole year in your little city. You're going to be high on the rate list. That's
I get what you're saying, Max. We just gonna have to agree to disagree. But I'm
just saying, bro. I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna switch you over to my kid. But I understand what you're saying.
If my kid died from gang violence, I don't want to hear about a rate. My kid's dead, so that's why I go by total numbers. How many dead bodies is there?
But you're not proving it though, Max. So it's an unknown. What you're saying, like it's an unproven.
What do you think they get the rate from?
What are you saying?
Do you know how they calculate murder rates?
Where's it say gang violence, Max? That's what I'm telling you. It's an unprovable thing. What you're saying, you're inferring shit. Like there's no way to prove that. It's unprovable. So we just gonna have to agree to disagree. There's no way for you to prove this person got killed. They don't keep a stat on who got killed by gang violence. It doesn't exist across the United States. So there's no way to prove it or disprove it. That's what I'm telling you.
So then, like I said, use your critical thinking. Be like, all these cities that are high in murder have very similar layouts, very heavy gang related.
Could it be poverty or so? Like if I use my critical thinking, those are all like low. There's a
lot of poverty-stricken areas have
the poverty rate of things are fucking high. Poverty creates a lot of strife and a lot of violence. It's fucking poverty. The U.S. government knows that, and that can be tabled back to, you can go back as far as you want. As long as you have a high poverty city by percentage, you're going to have violence. You're going to have crime at a high rate. That's why when you look at the other side of town, or it's the nicer side of town, the poverty rate is really low. You got a Whole Foods over there.
And so are the murders.
But no, the murders ain't there because there's no poverty over there. Poverty rate is lower. Poverty ties all that stuff in, not
I
gangs,
agree.
it's poverty.
I agree. In most poverty-stricken areas, they start gangs. There's very little actual street gangs in well-off neighborhoods that are murdering people.
Right. Well, why are they starting the gangs? The initial, you're talking about the fruit from the tree. The tree is poverty.
I mean, originally they started gangs to protect their neighborhood.
Why would they need protection? Because of the poverty and the crime. It's poverty. That's what I'm telling you. It's poverty. You could drive straight line to poverty. Like you could, there's no way you can drive direct line to poverty. Because you can look at the unemployment rates in those cities. You can look at the people.
No,
who
I agree.
You can look at a straight line to that.
I agree. So now that we got the straight line to poverty, and we're there, we know poverty is a root source. What branches out after that? Drugs, violence, gangs.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then what comes from that? Murders.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're trying to like act like gangs don't murder people, and that probably most of the people we know.
Still, even in those states, they're not all of those murders are all done.
I never said all of them, but I'm willing to bet over 50%.
We can't even say what percentage because
I'm willing to bet
it creates all kind of problems. You got. Listen, first of all, when you got poverty, you got your diet. You got people who are on meds that's not getting their meds. You got mental health in those situations. You got all kind of shit going on when it's poverty. That's a very complicated question. So when you put this blanket statement like gangs, that does that whole situation injustice. Because poverty creates a lot of problems.
I guess, bro. If you then go live in the hood, Pittsburgh. I guess since you ain't afraid of, if you ain't afraid of getting shot by your local gangs because they're all great, swell guys that will walk you across the street, then go for it, bro.
But look, Bex. But look, even like what he's talking about, like you talking about in the hood, poverty and all that. We're trying to inject the gang issue and acting like everything's gang related and they're creating a problem. It allows for cities and the police departments to factor that as all the issues, and that adds into the resolve to it and people buy into it. Let's incarcerate people. And so you go incarcerate everyone. And the problems still lie there. The problems go deeper than some blood crip, GD folk, Serrano, Norteño. It's deeper than that. There are many issues out here in these communities. The mental health issues, the drug issues. It don't take gang members to kill people. You seen out there on the strip. That wasn't a gang member that stabbed all the fucking people up. That wasn't a gang member that shot all them people on the strip. That wasn't a gang member that shot schools up, movie theaters. There's deeper lying issues that motherfuckers will fail to address just by covering this up some gang shit. Let's incarcerate and address the problem that we can get rid of these fools from society and flip them to the other side and profit off of them. That's the problem with only acting as if city issues are gang issues, and they're fucking not.
No. I'm not trying to go there either. I'm not on one extreme or the other. I'm saying don't act like gangs have nothing to do with it. And I think gangs are a majority of the problem. But like you stated, there's plenty of other issues.
Gangs are not the issue. Policy making is the issue. Policy making is the issue in all the shit that exists in this country.
So how do you get rid of neighborhood gangs then, other than gentrify?
Provide opportunity.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the poverty. That's where you got to get rid of. You get rid of poverty, there's no reason for you to need protection. No reason for you to click up. There's opportunity for people to do other things. Poverty is the root of all of this shit. It's poverty, bro. It's nothing else.
Nah, I don't know, man. But I can only speak from personal experience. So, I mean, I don't know. I just know a lot of gang members I know. It had nothing to do with their money. The motherfuckers are gangbanging before they ever even had a wallet. So
yeah, that's generational. What do you know
that's
about
what I'm saying? They're born into it. Their dads do it. Their uncles do it.
Born into poverty.
They're fucking idiots.
No, it's not as simple as that, homie. It's not as simple as that.
And I know a bunch of kids that were pretty well off that still want to join gangs to just join gangs and be a part of the shit.
Some people want to belong to shit.
Hip hop has a lot to do with that.
That's a small number, but you look at people born in the gang shit is because of what they come out. There's many obstacles set in front of people that set them the fuck back. It's hard to overcome shit. And just like I ain't fuck up like a lot of my friends, but it ain't for me to be a bitch made motherfucker and just ignore it. Oh, they need to stop fucking up. Yeah, I ain't gonna praise what they do, but I also understand the obstacles they come from. I don't shit on my biological mother for being a fuck up or my father. I understand what they come from. And many people get into this high up on the hog and looking down on people and kicking them and shit. Like, no, it's deeper than that. It's fuck ass people. Just like this is the reason why motherfuckers in that LA in an uproar over here and the bitch say that shit. Because that same bitch making comments like there's the same kind of bitch who has the power to affect people financially. And it's been done strategically. LA is a fucking deeply fucked ass place. And so it goes deeper. And burying people in the deeper holes to climb out of. What else they gonna go? Motherfuckers want to survive. You don't get to where they start grouping together, going out, claiming territory, and going out to take shit and hurting people in the wake of it because it's about survival. Now who created that? These motherfuckers in position of power. And it's just so funny that it seems to be played the same way. Certain communities with certain complexions, these opportunities are faced in front of them. Some of them can get out of it. Majority of them won't. And that shit is wrong. And then that's why I say, when y'all be over to listen to cornball nigga Fred talk that shit, he don't know what the fuck he talking about. This nigga so lost in identity and understanding of anything, ain't never played outside, and has never took a full understanding because he got around people who have fucked over his brain and mind fucked him that he don't know which way is up.
Yeah, it's not a simple issue.
Like I said, man, me personally, I'm a little too connected to this shit. This is still my reality. You know what I'm saying? So, and I see what happens. Everybody I know that's been murdered in my life was murdered most likely from gang violence, if they even find out who did it. You know what I'm saying? But motherfucking streets know what it's about. I mean, I know that there are, you know, crazy people that do the same shit and kill people in large numbers because they're just fucked in the head or whatever. But I'm saying in my life in California, from young to old, most of the people I lost along the way from gang violence. And most of the people that got beat the fuck up or some crazy shit happened was for gang violence, even if they weren't part of the gang, just walking through the wrong neighborhood with the wrong color and coming out too late at night, looking like you just got your paycheck, dumb shit like that. So,
right, do you know any women that been killed?
Not personally. I mean, I know a couple I've been in school with and shit, but not like close friends or anything.
Okay,
though.
because I was gonna say some shit ain't always gang related. Just because a motherfucker may be from some hood, don't mean it's gang related. A lot of shit could be out of a motherfucker jealousy.
Oh
And
yeah,
a lot of
no, I'll say that too. Yeah.
Let me just say this: a lot of people factor in this gang related shit when it ain't even always that. Just because you can be a blood or a crip, don't mean you kill the person because he's a crip. Maybe you jealous over a woman. Maybe y'all got into it over some shit.
I agree.
It ain't always got to be that. A lot of people are sick as fuck, but a lot of people hide this gang shit as to being the cover of it. And our officials are such half-ass people that they use that as a cover. And that cover allows them to say, just throw more of them in prison. And that ain't the way to fix that shit.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Like, if a gang member kills a non-gang member for non-gang reasons, is it still gang-related murder? Nah, because both people would have to be involved. But is his mentality to fix his problem?
Say a motherfucker kill a person who's a blood. This person's a crip, and they get into it. Does that necessarily mean their interaction was gang related? Could they just had a regular dispute as anyone else?
Yeah, like over a parking spot or some shit. Yeah, I get you. But what I'm saying is the mentality.
He was from here, he was from there. Oh, it's gang related. And
No. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the mentality of thinking that the only way to solve this shit is to kill motherfuckers comes from a certain environment. Most people don't jump to murder right away when they're mad or they don't agree with people. And unfortunately, gang culture does perpetuate that mentality that you're a bitch if you don't smoke that motherfucker right now. That you're gonna pull up and you're gonna pull the thing out and you're gonna get off. Like, regardless of what it is, non-gang related shit. Just because this motherfucker called you a bitch or stepped on your shoe, like shit like that. And that's a whole different type of mentality. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you have to walk, you have to tiptoe around the shit. Not saying you gotta be a bitch, but you gotta understand where the fuck you're at. And you can't really, like, we normal people might just be like, oh, you know, I'm about to just get in a fight with this dude. Those people aren't normal. They ain't no fighting. Most of these motherfuckers don't even have hands. So it's like, it's not gang related in the sense of why the reason the murder happened, but the mentality of why people are so quick to murder. A lot of it is gang or hood or ghetto. Some people don't even bang, but they're raised in the hood their whole life, and that's still the same mentality they have. It's a problem. Is what I'm saying. It's a very big problem.
I'm gonna say this: even without the gangs, America has a problem, bro. It ain't. It say Street Fighter wants to link DJ or Cal. It's the gang shit ain't what leads to a lot of shit. A lot of gang members ain't wake up doing this shit. They learn this shit from what goes on in America, man. And then you get to where people talk like gangs were the ones that brought about this level of violence. Even without gangs, you would still have this shit. Nobody brought up gang shit when the fucking Italians were out here running them up, gunning down shit. When the cowboys run around gunning down shit. Those are gangs. But nobody speaks of that shit like that. Everything portrayed in TV. People learn this. American society teaches this ill shit. We get pulled off in the wars to go do the same ill ass shit. Then come back into American society. What you think? Soldiers come back all the time and come back and do fuck shit. Like this shit is beyond trying to pit this shit on black and Latino gang members.
No, I mean, I include the mob and Yakuza, triads, all that shit. I mean, that's not as big in U.S., but all that shit included. Any organized crime, gang type shit, gangs, I don't mean just street gangs. Any organized Hells Angels and all them fools too, all included in the shit. But I mean, a lot of them movies and shit of the 80s and 90s did help influence a whole generation to think like when Menace Society came out, everybody wanted to be O-Dog. Everybody wanted to be. When Scarface came out, everyone wanted to be Scarface, even though he died in the end. Everyone still wanted to be him. So, and that's what I'm saying as a young unguided youth, I'm guilty of the same shit. Is I got a lot of my mentality from music and movies, and then I go out in the real world and see that a lot of the other people around me have the same mentality, and then we all just walk around with that mentality. And then we grow up with the shit until we grow out of the shit. So I'm just saying I've seen this shit my whole life, bro. And luckily I've been able to dodge this shit. I came close a couple times to just I'm always kicking with this group of dudes. They want to put me on. But me moving around so much, I ended up moving to a whole different neighborhood, kick with a different group of dudes from the other side, and they're cool too. So then I was like, you know what? I don't need to be joining nobody's shit. I'm just cool with everybody. Let's keep it that way. But still, even without me being involved in a gang, if I'm around these people, you can't be no bitch. You got to catch all fades. You can't turn down fades. And then when it starts coming gun time, then it's kind of like that's where the line's drawn. Because even motherfuckers that I know that got in a fight almost every day still weren't down to kill people. It's a whole nother level to go to start killing people. But to act like gang violence and gang activity and gang politics are not a major part of these inner cities, and most of the time major cities, is absolutely false. In the same essence as acting like the politicians and their policies and shit don't affect shit, they both do. It's just two different sides of the coin they're affecting. What's up, in shape?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Yeah, I was just waiting to listen to y'all, man. It's just like the body. It's the body, man. You know, a city, every other place is just a body, man. The most important thing is to keep the body healthy. If you don't keep it healthy, all kind of stuff starts to happen. It's not the same with everybody, but something starts to happen. So they keep these areas sick. That's when you get gangs and hopelessness. That's all it is. It's just hopelessness, man. People get hopeless. And then you watch television and see the haves, and you realize you the have-nots. And then you start to feel insignificant. You know what I'm saying? But it all stems from poverty. And that's why I started off with a sick body, because everybody in that area starts to have sick bodies. You can't eat. You know what I'm talking about? Half of the time, you wondering what the hell is going to happen the next day. It's not just because of gangs, man. It's because there's nothing. It's blight. It all starts with that. And whenever you take from people, we turn on each other. They know this. We've been on the planet for thousands of years. When you disenfranchise, when you ostracize, it breeds contempt. They start to hate, and then they internalize, and normally they destroy their own areas first. Period. It ain't just because, it's they gang members and this and that. That's why I try to say the argument about the inherently violent thing. A lot of folks don't realize they have a slight bias when it comes to Black people. I know it's hard because as you grow older and start to understand real statistics, how we may do 2 to 3% of the crime, but 70% of the time we on the news, perceptions get screwed. You know what I'm saying? Like the young man said earlier, 80% of the white folks is killed by white folks. You know, but you never hear them say, well, this was gang, this is drugs. It's just, you know, but with us, they make sure that they break down everything. Period. They just want to make sure that somebody has to be the bad guy. We've been picked. We know about the nation. You 400 years slavery, everybody. But overall, it's just easy because it's already been put in place. It's in your psyche right now. You ain't never really been nowhere, like you say. You just know where you're from. So you have a kind of tunnel vision. And I do understand your experiences mean something. But other people, like my family, my grandfather died in Watts. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I got family that have moved around quite a bit, from military, like I told y'all before, and guys who were gang related. I just tell you, I don't speak about my family because I haven't spoken to my family. But like you said, you can tell from my demeanor that I'm not on here to impress nobody. Like I told you, I don't need to win or anything. The only reason why I come on here is because I know in my experience, certain things could have been fixed easily. So when you start to understand that there's a plan put in place, and that's the reason why you keep seeing this repetitiveness in our community. Now they got movies out. Maybe we did kill Malcolm X. Okay, we're going to go ahead and admit we killed Malcolm X. You know, we killed Martin Luther King. They killed Martin Luther King because he started talking about money. He started talking about reparations. He started talking about institutions for education, about our 40 acres and a mule. And they killed him. They didn't kill him until he started talking about that. Why? Because he know that's going to strengthen the culture, the ethnic group. And once you have that, you're going to have growth. You're going to have beauty, college educated people. You're going to have individuals that's bringing all types of new things to the world. And it's going to start to chip away at the idea of the Black person, as they call us here, as being less than. The reason why they're violent is just because. Okay, so give me a couple of hospitals, give me some grocery stores, and give me some places for the kids to play ball, and then come back in a couple of years and holler at me. But you're not going to do that. You're going to give us Dollar Generals. You're going to redline us. You're going to make us have to drive across. You know, even like public transportation is going to stop right outside of where I live at. And if it does run there, it's going to only run to a certain time. So even the people who have money already are going to have the better opportunities just to move throughout the city. So now it's even easier for you to isolate me. But whenever I go back to the beginning, which is the poverty, nobody wants to talk about that. They want to talk about trying to give us a remedy instead of trying to understand what the sickness is. I need a cure, not a remedy, because I'm going to keep having all these different coughs, and now I got to scratch, and because I don't have no clean water. I'm eating cheese and hamburgers and drinking alcohol because I got 4 liquor stores, 2 pawn shops. But then you want to say my area is violent. Okay, so police us with Black folks. Let Black people run that area. Bring in Black folks with education to help us sit down and talk to us, to clean us. But none of that is going to happen. You'll do it for refugees from other countries. How is it that, like I tell you, overall, we still are in this condition? And they try to tell you just because you are less than. You know, every time we give you guys opportunities, you know, even just saying at the beginning, you've given us an opportunity. This is the richest country on the planet, as they say. You can give these different places money 10 times over, but you just don't. It's a choice. And then, like I said before, whenever we begin to build, figure out some kind of way, now you're changing laws. You can't have a vegetable truck out here because you don't have a permit. Like they did before. I even seen it in New York, so we're going to throw all the food away. How rational is that, bro? Well, let's just keep this food. You go ahead and lock me down right quick. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to give away the food to these people. No. You're going to throw the food away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So what are you really giving me as far as imagery when I see that? I mean, you love money. You love having. So what exactly was the reason behind throwing the food away? Okay, well, just take it from me. Lock everything on up. I'm going to go walk down here. I'll pay my citation. I'll do my time or whatnot. But even if you're not going to do nothing, just put the food back up and I'm going to get everything straight, come back. But you literally throw away. And that's a power trip, bro. That's one of the things that I tell people is a passive aggressiveness that people try to pretend like we're just blowing things out of proportion when you finally have enough, when that's part of the agenda. Make you seem like you're violent. You know, like I keep saying, all this, well, you know, and well, and the moment you starting off conversations like that, I tell people it's like, wow, you're not really trying to hear me. You're just really not trying to hear me. You want to try to prove your point. And to give it to one thing, and I apologize for being long-winded, y'all, I'm going to jump back off. But to say that poverty is not the reason, that's what's disingenuous. Because all you got to do is just take from any group of people anywhere on the planet and just sit back and watch. We've seen movies like this. You know what I'm saying? You see all kind of different places where folks just don't have basic necessities, and you would never think it looked like that in modern times. You would think that's some kind of throwback picture. The things are changing though. That's all I'm gonna say, and that's one reason why I know we having conversations like this, because people are starting to realize that, because with the internet, it's hard to keep certain things, you know what I'm saying, secret that you used to, because you control the information. Now you don't. Now it's just an argument about, is the information correct, or how bad is it really? Now we're gonna go through variations, because the moment that you start proving something, they're gonna just change the argument, because now they can't say that. Well, that's not exactly what I meant, but that's what you was pushing for the last 50 years. Now all of a sudden, when it seems like you're losing ground, we need to diversify what we talk. Okay, man. Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and go on mute with poverty. Period. It's just poverty.
But that's what me and Reggie was talking about earlier when we started off with it. Like my whole purpose, everything you said is 100% correct, is to get rid of these narratives that we've been pushing, that we've been told. And that's the biggest fight that we're fighting now is misinformation. And they don't a lot of shit they don't have to push, because they got rap music. They got these badass TV shows and reality shows pushing all these fucked up ass narratives about black people. And some people don't have any black people they communicate with, so they really believe that's how we fucking act. And then we're doing each other because we've been psychologically brainwashed to believe all this bullshit. And a lot of this shit is not true. A lot of it is straight bullshit. When you start looking up real stats from the FBI, from the IRS, you start looking up some real unemployment rates, you start looking up some real murder rates, you start getting some real information. They have it, not these bullshit ass websites that's giving you all these whatabouts and generalizations and these fucked up movies that are calling themselves documentaries when they're leaving all this shit out. And then there's the person who wrote it has no connection to the person that they're writing the documentary about. Like, how do you have white screenwriters, white producers, writing movies about people who are legacy, foundational black people in the 60s, and they ain't talk to nobody that look like us? How does that happen? Because they're funding all that shit. They're pushing these narratives. People don't read books no more. They don't get the information that they're getting. So it's easy for them to spend some shit out on the internet, and somebody picks it up because it sounds good, and they just keep pushing that shit. And after a while, they don't even know where they got that stupid shit at. Like that whole Chicago shit. When people look at it, they struggle to make that shit anything but find out that it's bullshit. Like it's a violent city.
What's bullshit about the Chicago shit, Pittsburgh?
It's not the top. Like when you talk about violence, they talk about inner city. Chicago is like this beacon of inner city violence, but it's not even in the top 10 of violent cities in the United States by the metrics that they're measuring. So if that's if you're struggling right now with what you're saying, that's not the way that they're measuring it. And if that's not the way they're measuring it, why are they talking about Chicago like that? Right? This has nothing to do with the way that you're measuring it. I'm saying that the way that you were looking it up and the information that they were giving it to you, that's the way that they're measuring these cities about violence. So the way that they're measuring these cities, Chicago is not in the top 10 of violent cities. So why don't you hear about Memphis? Why don't you hear about Detroit? Why don't you hear about this shit? You have to look at these narratives.
I mean, they don't call Detroit the murder mitten for nothing. It wasn't an accident.
And that's one of the most impoverished places that's in America. Whenever the cars left and everything, like we know, there's Africans who've done documentaries and they show parts of the world and they want you to pick where is it at, and they tricked so many people with photographs of Detroit. They thought Detroit was somewhere like in a third world country. But you know what I'm saying? So it's poverty. Yeah, it's poverty.
From that NAFTA agreement that they had that started under Reagan, it got a little worse under Clinton, and now they revived it. That NAFTA shit, and I don't know if y'all seen that shit that they just did right now with your boy Biden, where they're going after these chip companies that have an agreement that they're producing chips or manufacturing parts in China. Now they got to basically get a permit to manufacture and make in the United States as their war that they got on China, and that's going to have a labor impact on us. So again, these cities are being stripped down by these policies that Reggie always tie into that has a rate on poverty. Because most of those jobs that leave, they're labor jobs. Those ain't no high skilled jobs where you got to go to school for 4 and 10 years to do these jobs. All those steel worker jobs that left, all the car jobs that left, a lot of the manufacturing jobs that left to China, all that shit was labor. They got rid of that shit. And they're slowly stripping back more. Even like right now, if you look, after COVID, that was their prime excuse to say, we can't find workers. So now when you take your ass in the gas station, you go in these big gas stations, they got a self-checkout in the fucking gas station. They got a self-checkout in CVS. They got a self-checkout in damn near every retail store you go into. So all those jobs are leaving because they're saying they can't find no work. And pretty soon they're going to let that shit go in the next 10, 15 years. These semis being self-automated where they driving their goddamn self. That's a lot of labor jobs that are just fucking gone. And that ain't by accident. That's all by the plan. That's a design. So we just have to wake up to what's going on. And when that happens, it's going to create another ripple effect of more fucking poverty. Those people most of those people are not going to go back to school and get retooled. It's not going to happen. And the government doesn't prepare people. They just strip the jobs away and say, hey, y'all figure that shit out. I'm out.
Yeah, and that becomes the issue. That's why I mean, like, people have to start being more engaged in this shit. And especially with even with corporations. I think a lot of corporations are the problems with a lot of this shit. And they go unchecked because the partnerships they have with legislative people and stuff. But ultimately, the people who are going to be hurt are the everyday Joe, the average Joe. And then you expected to buy this bullshit that they send elsewhere to be manufactured and put together by reducing costs. Like, what kind of shit is that? Like, what kind of shit? And then you get regular citizens that argue in these points that only benefit wealthy people. Like, to hear people say government is too big. What is your fucking ass talking about government being too big? You need it big. You don't need small government, because anyone who talks about putting shit in the control of fucking conglomerates. People can give shit about the fucking average American. Now you cut government, strip away, cut labor costs, send jobs overseas. Bring back the most menial, unskilled, like not the unskilled manufacturing side, but unskilled service jobs, to where you can keep competitive pay, which means very low pay. The competition is going to always keep the pay scale down because anyone can enter that shit. And these have been the tricks. People look at McDonald's. Like, I try to stay far away from that shit, except when the kids want it. All this automating of that shit, automating of the stores. Like, that ain't none of that shit cool for the future. None of it. And people have to start viewing things from that scope, from that lens, things, and then they wonder why shit all fucked up. You can't police everyone, and that shit's just not going to work. And you can't class people based on economics. You got to start opening the windows of opportunity for people. Like shit really, really drastically has to change. But that's my last point on that. I'm gonna be tuning in, folks.
Yeah, Cosmic, you're right. He was talking about
But this is complicated issue.
All right, Reg.
Yeah, this.
Sitting there reading some of the guys that's in the chat. Yeah, you're right. He said that we're basically kind of saying the same thing. I was just saying that poverty is a condition, and that gang stuff is a symptom of that. You know, that's it, because you got to have a beginning. And if people are happy and well fed, they don't normally say, let's, get in the gang and go rob people. They normally have other stuff. That's why when they say rich kids be spoiled, yeah, that's because they never had a concern. They didn't think about where my next meal was coming from. That was the furthest thing from their mind. So their mind never ever went through any type of stress of quote unquote survival. And we know that, like I say, when the money get low, that's when the teeth start to grow. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. And the whole gang things is some type of trying to get some kind of control back, whether it's to protect, whether it's to rob, whether to do anything. It's just to have an identity too, because you feel invisible. And normally when you go places, especially if you're just speaking personal experience, you are feared. I tell them that before. Either you are feared, or you some type of fetishized, or they fascinated with you. You are seen as black before you're seen as a person. You hear people say it all the time, and it is the truth. So, and it doesn't exist in my mind like that. It exists in yours. But see, then I got to deal with your behavior as a result of something that really don't have nothing to do with me in the first place. Because I walked in this store just like everybody else, And Salam, Brother Washington, I see you in there, man. I appreciate what you say. But ill status, yeah, and Cosmic, that's where the folks from too. One of the ones I told you that passed, he was from Gary. And I know the story about Gary, just how to get the town started dying, but the same reason why it was built. Like they say, the Rust Belt. That's family too. So when I tell Mex I got folks that's all around, it's just weird that it was just me and my immediate family. But after a while, I realized I did have quite an extended family that, I talked to later, but they kind of were different places, and they were normally places of industry, places of like hospitality. And almost everybody comes out the South. I don't care where your family from. People out the South, we don't just say that to take credit for everybody. It's just the way the country works, But other than that, man, I wasn't gonna stay on too long anyway. It's just that normally when people talk about gangs, that falls under the inherently violent of the black man. It just does. Yeah. And people don't realize that they don't mean anything, but one of the main things that they call you when they don't call you a nigga anymore, he looks like a gangbanger. I could have swore he was a gangbanger. It's such a regular thing that, it just is what it is.
Was that your voice?
Oh yeah, I told you, man, I could do quite a few impressions. You'd be surprised. You say Street Fighter, do you think that some of the gang violence could boil down to lazy parenting, bro, in the sense that parents don't go that extra mile to put their kids in school outside the hood? Yeah, but me being a kid back then, my mom was beast mode. But once I got outside the house, man, and that's why I try to be honest with my children, man, it's a whole nother world. There's so many things my mom still knows to this day that I didn't do. She was awesome. I mean, she beat the brakes off of us sometimes. I used to think my mama would abuse. She abused us too much as we got. But I just really understood because she would always be like, baby, this is a cold world. You got to supply your own heat. My mom was always that type, and she had us early. But the thing is, I started to understand that that's what that was about, because she understood that once she let us out that door, it is what it is, man. She just have to wait and see if we come back too. And that's not always because of gang violence. It can just be a regular accident. So I know parents try their best, man. But the people that you spend most time with is what it is. The Bible says it, the Quran says, the Hadith says, show me your friends and I'm going to show you in 5 years type stuff. So you working, you at home, most of the time they're at school, they're at the park, they're doing other things. Your influence is very powerful because it's where they rest their head, it's where they eat their food. But all in all, it's just that overall being immersed in something. And, you see white kids, they be one way at home, and I got friends that was like that. They live out. The moment they leave out, they change their clothes, they swagger change and everything. You know what I mean? It's just really about what you value. And once kids learn whatever values, that's where it goes from there. That's the biggest thing is that I know, like when Reggie talk, I can understand that too. Like when Reggie talk about his experience and what he saw, how he felt, I know that's a deep-rooted thing, but Reggie had a certain amount of values, and that's what kept him straight. And sometimes when I say you really got those values, you'll take an L from. That you might get beat up in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? You might not make it to the crib, but if you don't hold those values, they're gonna eat you up anyway eventually. And that's when you kind of make a decision about who you gonna be, and that's when your personality comes in. You know what I'm saying? So I know parents do their best. They really do their best. Because even with Mex, you be doing your thing and saying your thing, but you know what I think about in the back of my mind? I know you're gonna have your daughter straight. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Like I can think past all that, but I know your experience is what molded you. That's one reason why I'm glad I see you moving around with them and all that. Because that's all you need. You just need some fresh air. Because you're gonna be shaped by what you see. And
that's why I got the fuck out the hood.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why when you said you buy that water, see, that water make you look and feel different. Just smelling the water make you feel different.
But I don't want Max to think that, like, when I'm talking to Max, it's not like I'm trying to correct Max. He believes what he believes. It's more so I just want to understand what the scope of what he was talking about, and what he was speaking of was from the lens of mostly gang shit. That's not the scope that I think, like I said before, the large majority of us are speaking. So, I mean, some of the things that we were saying, that might go completely over his head, and I'm not trying to change I'm not trying to correct I'm not correcting nobody. I'm just pointing out the fact that we can't be making these small like slivers of things, like the overall arching
Yeah, like you said earlier, a blanket statement. That was perfect. Like, yeah, it was just one of them absolutes that people do. Not to cut you off, Mr. Pittsburgh. I just wanted to, because I heard you say that earlier. You was like, yeah. And the thing is, I keep saying it's just from Mex's lens. Being a little, I understand that now. And now that he stepped out and he's gonna be looking back, it's gonna change. I'm not saying that I know Mex is going to change, but to be the person that he is, like I see his intellect and where it's going, he just needs more experiences on the outside, because right now, I said it in the chat earlier, he's just jaded. At first, I got was trying to understand, like I told him, but there's an admiration there. And I told him I understand that. But yeah, I see you, what you're talking about, and excuse me, Mr. Pitt, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, the places for kids to hang out, but we can go all the way back to the Reagan stuff. I done brought that around people when we was latchkey kids. We brought that up on here before too. They closed down a lot of centers and all that stuff like that. Yeah, that would help. That's what I meant by just poverty. Poverty is such a broad statement too. It's just so much you don't have, and once you get to a certain age, you just understand that. So now you program. So even just having a hospital near you is going to make you feel different. You understand what I'm saying? That's the when we say the haves and the have-nots. If we just had a sports center, we'd be okay, because it's still somewhere for the old and the young to meet. That's one thing I started learning about culture as I got older and I started listening to more history. Even the Romans and certain things that would help out and why society was better. They would have the bathhouses and different stuff like that. But the biggest thing, it was a place for the old and the young to meet. It was always where they intersect at. That might be playing volleyball, doing yoga. The old folks are out there doing, walking around or whatever, but you're going to run across them because you got to hold the door for the old lady every now and then. You feel me? You're catching the bus right outside there because they normally got a bus stop right there. But you even see people that look like you congregate there. And that's going to normally be a safe place. You understand? That's because he was talking about the gyms and all that. That's why they take certain things like that. That's why I talk about poverty more than just the hospitals and the grocery stores. Even if you didn't have those two places, if you had just that place, people could network and talk and tell each other where they can go find cheap stuff at and blah, blah, blah. They know that. You take hubs out of the neighborhood. The grocery store is the hub. You understand? The barbershop, of course, but ain't nobody gonna be really talking too much business at the liquor store because of what you're going there for, normally to drown your troubles. Get you
that's where all the business is at.
But you understand what I'm saying? A state of mind. Now they got smoke stores. People go up there, but a lot of times alcohol in our community, I'm gonna just say in our community, almost everybody I know who use alcohol, like to deal with stuff, it just destroys our people. That's one of the reasons why, even though, in the beginning, I wouldn't like along the lines of with the nation, I know the nation. I know brothers from the nation, grew up with brothers from the nation, respect brothers from the nation. And that's always certain things that I liked about them was the cleaning up aspect, because your mind is just not going to function right. So that's why I say about the liquor stores and this and that. I mean, if you see corn and oranges and fruit, at least you see it. You got an opportunity to say you don't want it. But I mean, they give us two choices, Max, and that's not really a choice. That's the game. You should give me real freedom, an opportunity to get anything, but you give me one or two, and then that's it. Then you isolate me, like I say, and then you make me feel uncomfortable that when I go to other places, I do feel less than. I don't really even know how to circumnavigate a regular grocery store. You feel me? And then people going to be watching me when I'm in there. So it's a lot of just weird psychological things that you start to understand. That's where the self-hate come in. But it all stems from the poverty in the first place. It just does. The depression, the everything's harder. You know what I'm saying? You always are a suspect. People always ask for you to provide, but they, you know what I'm saying? They never just all in all allow you just to do your thing, man. I know it's kind of hard to say sometimes because I don't want to keep acting like I'm crying about being black. It's not that. It's really a psychological thing. And whenever you start to understand that and you play against that, now you're starting to be deemed a threat. You're confrontational. You're a little bit boisterous. And some folks just straight out tell you you're uppity. That's where the uppity came from with a lot of black folks, even if you don't talk to them. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying, like just all in all, because of perception. And I know what you see is because of that. Like you really see that because you literally on the water now. So that's a major progression. And a lot of them bad times are still right there. Hell, you still over there. You feel me? But
it's just only 15 minutes away, brother. And that's what I'm saying. It's a big difference just 15 minutes moving out of one city, going to a smaller city. It's not out here. There's not even no gangs in this little ass town where I'm at. I don't know one street gang out here.
How many grocery stores they got?
No, we don't got nothing open pretty much past 10. This shit hella small. We got one.
You in a little town. I'm just saying opportunity though. Like, do they?
Oh yeah, we don't got a hospital and that shit here. It's super small. I'm a small, but Selena's got 2 hospitals. They got a bunch of high schools. They got a bunch of grocery stores. They got 2 Walmarts. Like they got everything there, but the culture is still very gang dominated. Like, and it's not everyone. It's not majority of people, but majority of the problems in this community come from that small percentage of people. Because the average person isn't out here looking to kill people, fight people, rob people, or do anything illegal. The average human being, I don't think, is that. I still believe in humanity very much so. But we're talking about problems. Most problems come from problematic people. And you can say, okay, they're problematic because XYZ, poverty and all, X, whatever. But at some point, people got to take self-accountability and know that, hey, murdering people is not the way to go. Robbing people is not the way to go. Like, at what point do you take it into your own hands? Because if you're 12, 13 years old, and you're smart enough and able enough to go get a gun, to go sell some crack, to go rob this person, rob that person, you're also able to be like, I should probably be doing this shit. So at some point, self-accountability got to be 100% of the reason.
But you know what? When you have a person's mind that's been kind of corrupted like that, moral compass is not something that's a big thing. They have to, especially when you reduce me down to surviving, Max. That's what I'm saying. And some people still do have that compassion and that morality. But all in all, man, once you are caught up in just that emotion, and I'm saying that now because recently I told you I'd worked at a couple of facilities and I was talking to these kids, and they weren't playing sometimes when you would ask them just straight moral stuff. And they would always answer, of course, for their own personal protection. I would say, do you think this is wrong? They would say, of course it's wrong. And then I would say, well, if this happened to you, how would you feel about it? And they would get upset. But if you had to do this to somebody else, they felt like that was just something they had to do. You understand what I'm saying? And the only thing that made it wrong was if it applied to them. And they also didn't care if the bad action even happened, as long as it didn't happen to them. Some people who are more compassionate, they don't want it to happen at all. They don't want it to happen to them. They don't want it to happen to you. So when I say, like, I even had to start thinking about that again, about how, like I told you earlier, my mama had our head right, because I knew about that. I had one time, I tell this story about being sold some fake dope by cats I know. Them boys waxed me. It was like a drought. It was some stuff going on, just to give you part of my background. Grew up together, things got short, but I was the type, I was always a hustler. So some cats would hate. But you know, my mind not on that because I'm on some other stuff. One of the reasons why they got me, my grandmother walked out because one of the spots I was hustling at was near her house. So she kind of walked up on me. I hurried up and took it from her, did whatever. But long story short, the cat I'm hustling with, I didn't even have a heart to tell him when I brought it to, you know what I'm saying, the person to get it checked out. You know, you let them hit them do their thing. They say, man, damn, they done got you. It was about 3 racks. You know, it still ain't nothing, even back then when I'm younger. But I had to make a decision right there, Max, whether or not we was going to get these boys.
Yeah.
Like, I really thought about it hard. And I didn't even tell my boy the truth till later on. Like, we got older and I told him that. It always blew his mind because, you know, I was always type to be straight. I didn't lie, do nothing like that. But one of the reasons why I did that because I knew how he was and who he was. But I'm so glad I didn't do that. And you should see the fear in men's eyes every time they see you around town here and there. One of them wound up in jail. The other one, I still saw him from time to time. We wound up rapping a little bit, you know. But the reason why I said I didn't do that was first and foremost, it was a selfish reason. I didn't want to change my life. Because I knew that the way I was thinking and the things that I had done, and even that money I came up on hustling back then was just because, I just grind. So for them to do that, you know what I'm saying? For one, I was like, I can take it personal, but cats was hungry. Like I said, it was a drought. Even the female brought it up one time I was talking to her. She was like, man, you let them, back in the day, we found out Whoop I said, yeah, that's what's up. I remember that. Yeah. So she was even tripping that it didn't move me like that. But the thing was, I was like, man, I don't want to kill another black man either. Because whenever it's said and done, and I sit down, and whatever like temporary satisfaction I get, it's going to be behind $3,000 and my ego. You feel me? Like, that's what it's going to be. And then that's going to be on my soul for the rest of my life. And just sometimes people regret tattoos. What I'm going to feel about that later. So my morality helped me. But my boy, he had to get older. And he was like, man, I'm glad you said it then, because he wound up going, knocking up on the window and just blowing through the window and had hit the wrong person type stuff. So when you say, I know, and he changed and this and that. But at first he was like, dude, you ridiculous, because you don't know my existence. I don't care what you're talking about. You actually have something to compare it to. We say that a lot. So right now, all I know is this. And if I feel like this is where I'm going to end up at, then no, I don't have a rational mind. I don't have at some time I got to take accountability. This is the hand I was dealt. Yeah, it sounds sad. It sounds like a way out or whatever, but I wanted to make sure I was going to be a better person next. That's why I didn't do it. And it worked out for me anyway. You feel
once again, it's hard for me to understand because I was already in them situations, and I don't feel like I'm some fucking superhero or some fucking crazy genius that can get it figured out. Like, I lived in homeless shelters. I done pump crack on the block. I did all that shit. I done moved shit across the border in Mexico and all that shit. At no point in my life did I feel like I'm mad I want to kill someone or someone stole some shit from me. Now beat up fights, maybe even a couple little knife fights, cool. But as far as like ready to catch a body, nah. But I will say this: a lot of people I know that caught bodies are actually, I can't say they're good people, but like to everyone else, great people. Like stood up for common civilians. Like they was just in the gang. They killed enemies. They didn't pick on no, like they're stand-up dudes in every other aspect other than they murdered people. But it's like there's dudes that I used to smoke with all the time, and I see him on the news for 8 bodies. And I'm like, what the fuck? I seen this dude yesterday. And he was like, cool as fuck. Like, I don't know, man. It's just this is what I'm saying. This is my wheelhouse. This is the environment I'm in, and I'm just now getting out of it. Like I said, I told Fred a couple times, I told everyone, like, I'm 1 foot in, 1 foot out still. I'm not gonna say I'm not ever gonna turn my back on the hood and say, fuck that, fuck this and that. Nah, because that's what made me who I am. But I don't want to live there. I don't want to raise my daughter there. I don't want her to see or deal with the mentality that I did at a young age. But she has her parents involved in her life. I didn't. So I was raised by getting kicked out my fucking house at 15 and figuring this shit out. And when you talk about the survival shit, I was there. I was in trash cans looking for which food's still wrapped up. Who threw away their half a burrito that's still wrapped up? As long as it ain't touching nothing, it's still good.
That's why I told you built different though. Some people don't have your strength though, bro. That's why I'm trying to tell you without trying to blow smoke up your ass. I'm just telling you the truth. And some people have,
But what I'm saying, Street Fighters, I don't feel like it's some abnormal strength. I feel like it's just regular, like a regular human being.
Strong, but some people can't do that. It's just different mental states in the whole world. I'm not saying like for you to even say that, it just, it is what it is. But, and you're right, Mr. Pads, but the way it is, Mr. Pads, to be honest with you, I wouldn't have got caught. I know that sounds arrogant, but just kind of feel me in the location where I come from and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, you would have fed them to the pigs.
And the thing about it is that they don't care about us anyway. And I'm not trying to sound braggadocious about it, but that's the reason why I say, Mr. Pads, that I was going to have to sit there and think about it. And it was just some whole different. Yeah, my bad, Pit. What'd you say? Hello?
Yeah, you hear me? There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear me? Okay. What I was gonna say is 2 things, Max. Like, one thing, another misnomer I want to address and we need to talk about is this idea that we can't, if we leave the hood, we have to we turn our back on people and we don't have to go back there. Like, it's nothing wrong with saying I don't want to go. I'm not leaving the hood and I'm not going back there because it's not a good place for me. Like that system that exists there, it's not good for family structure. It's not good for our mental state. It's just not good. A lot of that shit just ain't good. Even if you leave and you go back, you're fighting over like these mental shackles that people have. That it's hard to break that down. You still communicate with people, but like the idea that you're some kind of way you're a bad person because you don't want to deal with none of that shit. That's wrong. There's nothing absolutely wrong.
Oh no. I'm not talking about that because obviously I left because I didn't want to deal with that shit. I'm just talking about I'll never get to the point where it'll be like beneath me. It's a part of me. So, but I'm also smart enough because I've been raised in it my whole life. I also know that them young boys don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, it don't matter. I could have caught 50 bodies. These 13, 14-year-old motherfuckers don't give a fuck about me in my late 30s talking about my war stories. These young boys got high heads. They don't care. Even if they're big homies say, nah, it's good. He's who you? Where you from?
I ain't with that shit. So like I'll go, I'll be at the park, maybe catch a game, smoke a little something with the partners, say what's up, get introduced to some of the younger heads so that at least they can see my face around. But I'm not trying to get to know these motherfuckers and kicking in politics and kicking in garages and smoking drink. I ain't doing that shit.
But that's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I'll never get to the point where I act like I'm better than y'all. If I did it, you can do it.
That's what you're supposed to. But that's even like family, right?
You got your own house.
We all got family. We all got family that we're related by blood, but that ain't no family. That's it. That's where the line stops. We just related by blood. Like we don't relate on nothing else. I can't really fuck with you. Your ass regulars. That's just what it is. Like we have to like draw some, because at some point, like what happens, abide by. And no other group of people try to abide by, and they're detrimental to us and everything that we're trying to accomplish. They're not good for us, and we keep trying to make something that you're one person trying to fight against a whole system. One person is not going to fight the whole system of the hood. That shit is treacherous and it's fucked up, and you're not going to fix that. Best thing you can do is get you and yours up out of that shit, because you're not going to change that shit. You're going to waste a lot of time and a lot of energy. And you get older, you realize one thing that you don't have is time. Time don't wait on nobody. Time is going to be ever present and it's ever going. And that's one thing we waste a lot of time in our 20s is just fucking time, which is bullshit. If we would have got like a lot of older men that's in their 40s and 50s, they always going to tell you, if I would have got started sooner with whatever it is, I'd be a lot further along. You waste a lot of time in your 20s with childish bullshit because that's the narrative that's being promoted. Fuck all the bitches. Try to get as much money as you can.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Hey, Pittsburgh. I think, who is it? Because, I'll be trying to remember these quotes, keep my old brain sharp. I think was it Einstein? He said 3 things in life. If you can handle them, you good. He say lust when you're young, being quarrelsome, being an argumentative, quarrelsome person when you get older, and late in life when you're real old, being greedy. He said if you can handle those things at each time, so if you're not lustful when you're young, if you don't argue too much when you get around our age, and you don't be greedy as hell as you get older, you normally can keep yourself straight. So it's funny when you just say that about the 20s. That's what popped in my head, man. That's all I was saying.
And then one other thing that we could do, like in your 20s, most 20-year-olds don't want to listen to older people. They feel like they got times is different. You don't know what you're talking about, yada, yada, yada. Now, if even in your 20s, if you find somebody who went down the same path and had failure, you can learn a lot from their failure that you don't have to go through the same experiences that we have. But it's that male ego and machado that we have where you just don't want to take any direction from anybody. Like, we only discount information as though you have to have absolute success to have some kind of input, which is a flawed state of view, because you're only going to repeat the same cycle that somebody else did. You might, instead of you getting down, it's 100 miles you got to get down the road, I only got down 20, and I fought my whole way down. You fought the same fight, you got down 40. The next person only got down 60. But had you listened to the person from the beginning, you wouldn't have wasted all that time trying to fight your way down that road. You would have saved a lot of time. Because even if you didn't do it the way that person did it, you would have the information to know what you're getting yourself into. Like, you have to be prepared for shit. And a lot of this shit, there ain't no information, man. There ain't nothing. Like, you got dudes that be on the internet fighting about people boxing stats and who they fought and what kind of game. They know all these stats and all this shit, fucking information, and don't know shit about the company they work for. Don't buy no stocks, don't know nothing about retirement, nothing financial. They don't know nothing. The numbers they really supposed to know, don't know a goddamn thing. And it's not just young people. We got old people that don't have anything to input into these young people. And some of these old people are so abrasive because they've gotten to the point where they just don't want to accept, and that becomes a problem. Everybody is not hating on you. Criticism is not all criticism is bad. We have to be able to take it either way. And some of these industries, they're just not good. Like that rap shit, that's just not a good industry. A lot of the movies, not good fucking industry. TV shows, they're just not. They're not a place to be getting a lot of insight and information because it's a lot of misleading information.
Hey, yeah, I'm going to read the chat right quick. They say they're hitting it up. I seen Bone Kui jumped in, y'all. I'm going to do a little bit better. Mr. Powell, yeah, they speaking to each other. Mr. Cosmic and all that. He said top of the morning from Mad Chad. He said, Mr. Paz, I was saying that earlier, yeah. And the thing is, like I told you with that whole killing type thing, I was like, yeah, that was below me anyway, man. And I see he said TBS, the chat taking over the stream. And Mad Chad says, I wish that I knew that now when I was younger. Yeah. When I was talking earlier about the meeting place, being at the gym, even if it's just one facility that people can go to and talk. When I started understanding, like I told you, older cultures and how they were successful, that's one of the things, because normally you wouldn't have these two age groups intersecting unless they were related, like grandfathers, uncles, stuff like that. So if they had somewhere where they pass by, all the kids ain't gonna be like that. Some of them gonna give up, pick it up. They're gonna wind up running the gym or learning about it, opening another gym, or finding out this old man that everybody thought was creepy. It is a war hero. He got mad loot. He the one that did this and did, you know what I'm saying? I done found out stuff like that. And then you learn from his demeanor, like, wow, he got all that stroke. He low-key player than a mug, So it's little stuff that you just pick up here and there because, like you said earlier, Chris, it's a lot of that psychological that be on your mind. And you always argue with people sometimes, too, because you're insecure. That's what I was doing in the beginning when I started kind of getting knowledge of self. That's one reason why I say I try to make sure I check myself and be self-aware when you realize that what kind of intelligence that is, because you got to live with yourself when you hit that, that leave studio button. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing about kind of knowing that the whole, how you represent the whole race sometimes when you go places to Pittsburgh. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? You just do. I haven't met a lot of black guys. And you know what? You're okay. I'm like, well, I'm glad you shared that with me. You know what I mean? To be able to speak to me like that. You know what I'm saying, Pitt? My bad. Go ahead.
I'm in some rooms where I'm the only black guy. A lot of
rooms, So I hate to be able to be like I'm a representative. You know what I'm saying? The only representative, but in my mind, I'd be like, I still gotta make sure I respect, my forefathers and mothers. I'm gonna go ahead because I don't want to be arrogant and just be like, because of this. No, I'm gonna go ahead and watch my demeanor. You said TBS, did you ever get the black BMW you were talking about? Okay.
We got to give also, sometimes too, the older people, sometimes it's going to take more than one conversation for you to get to some people, right? We got to let people have the room to grow, right? So we can't throw everybody away also. So sometimes, like, you have the knuckleheaded nephew or niece or whoever, or co-worker, you have to give some people time to get.
Hey, what happened?
Nah, I agree. I agree with all that shit, man. Because I got it all in my family. And when you was talking about that meeting place, man, I wish, bro. But I'm telling you, like out here, every time we get something new that looks fun, whether it be round one, boys and girls club, some shit, the overall narrative in this city is, we'll see how long it lasts before it gets shot up.
Yeah.
That's
they rob the places too. That's another reason why I say when you employ people locally and you actually have security and all that, and then it just slowly starts to build, because a lot of times you're gonna take risk. I tell people that too. The first thing they say is, "Oh, y'all gonna tear it up." I'm like, you know what? That's a good argument. But the thing is, when the kids never had anything until they learn to appreciate it, that should be like kind of what you got going on. You might have to be like, you know what? We know it's an investment.
But once you get locked in, you become protected by those same people. Like if you become that neighborhood liquor store where everybody love you, yeah, you might get robbed, but they all gonna find out who did it and get it back for you because you part of the neighborhood at that point in time. I think I don't know. It's tricky, man. It's tricky. I've thought long and hard about solutions to the problems, but I feel like at least the gang culture shit, I think is just like racism, man. I think it's just gonna be here regardless. I don't think there's really anything you can do to eradicate it. You can try to minimize it and do whatever you can to make it less, but I don't think you ever get rid of this shit, bro.
Rob G, what did you say? Rob G say In Shape Street Fighter got a career in voiceovers. That seriously sounded like an audio drop. What do you mean by it? What sounded like
your white people voice? Your white people voice.
I told y'all, like, you get more comfortable and you mess with people, like, and it was all because, like, as you see, I really mimic because I've been around it all my life. So something that they would always try to kind of hold over your head, it was just funny to me, man. Like for real. So now when I do it, it's so easy. You know what I mean?
I understand what y'all saying about changing the environment though. Because ever since I started getting better bartending jobs, where I started bartending at Pebble Beach, I started bartending Carmel for millionaires, billionaires. I met Condoleezza Rice. I mean, like motherfuckers is way I never thought I'd ever meet. And I just realized, like, damn, they not bad. Like I was taught my whole life, like, you know, these rich people don't give a fuck about you. They gonna act, and some of them do. Don't get me wrong. Like there is definitely some in the building that act like this shit don't stink. You below them, you beneath them. You're just a server. Shut the fuck up and do what they say. But I'd say overwhelming majority, they're just like, even though they're rich as fuck, they're cool as fuck. And that changed my mind about a lot of shit. And it's like, that's why I feel like my whole life I've been lied to, bro, from the beginning, from the jump. Like everything I was taught since I was a kid up until when I had my kid, like, you know, the past 10 years I've been on this shit trying to get my shit together. Like when it comes to credit, when it comes to everything.
Max. That's what I learned as I moved around. And you hear your grandmother and them say, baby, I take them one at a time. You know, I would hear her certain little stuff that they just say in passing, because some white folks, she told us, be careful around. Let's be careful. And some white folks, she smiled when she see it. So, you know, we kind of had to learn to move around like that. You know, when you start understanding that you want to be treated as an individual. You want to be felt like you're worthwhile. You want to be, you know what I'm saying, allowed to live your life. But for some reason, you put a jacket on another person. That's when I started judging myself. It's like, okay, the only way you're going to trust people sometimes is to trust them, so you're going to take L's. But just always remember that every individual you talk to is just that, an individual. Even if they're in a group, they might be gang banging. I'm telling you, in every instance in my life, no matter if people were part of an organization or not, you're still an independent thinker. And a lot of times you'd be surprised how many people want to go against the organization. So even in that, you know what I'm saying? If you immediately walk in somewhere and kind of have preconceived notions, you're already kind of knocking out 50% of your ability to be able to evaluate and get good information from people. And you're right, ill status box. And he said if in phases, everything changes. That's how it became the way it is now. But we can go back to the way it was here. There was a time we took care of our own. That's why I brought up Reagan earlier. That's in my little generation. And we can talk about the crack and him and Oliver North. And, you know, I have no recollection. You know, I remember all that. But that was one of the big things that even when it was kind of decent at that time, I remember these gyms around town. They started knocking it out. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the things when you didn't have anything else to do. You started realizing like, damn, we just chilling on the curb. Now what? You start thinking stupid stuff. They say, what, idle hands? You know, my bad, Pick, go ahead.
But I mean, that kind of tie into right now, because we had the COVID for like, what, a year and a half, where they was pumping out that stimulus money. And it wasn't even that much money individually. What you got, like $4,000 if you got all the stimulus checks, something like that, $3,000-$4,000, and people weren't going back to work. So they have no intention on distributing money like that again, because they couldn't get people back to work. When they halfway made it right, they couldn't get people to go back to work. So remember, our economy, that's what's paramount. The Federal Reserve, the United States president, all that shit, the corporations, all that shit is run by the economy. When the economy starts falling and starts stretching, and everybody sit up and figure out how they can make that shit right and how they cannot make it right. So just by that little experiment of COVID, you probably never see reparations, because if they couldn't get people to go back to work from that little bit of money, if they ever remotely gave people what they were due, people would never go back to work. Your garbage would be picked up, all kind of shit. These motherfuckers ain't crazy. They got a lot of laborers in this economy, and they spend just as quick as they get. That's why they don't have any problem with that fucking food stamp shit. They don't have no problem with unemployment, because they know once they put that money out there, it's coming right back to the corporation of the United States. They know this. So the idea that sometimes we are our worst enemy when it comes to a lot of situations, when it comes to some of this, because of our mindset. It's not the resources. It's when we get the resources, the mindsets of what we're doing with these resources. And sometimes when you try to tell these folks, especially now with this YouTube shit, all these people now who gurus, all they gotta do is flash out some jewelry, flash out some money, and people all ears. They don't even know nothing else but they got money, because it's based off this capitalist system that everybody has a belief that they have a right to get actual money. And that's not actually how this shit going. It's the system that you're fighting. That capitalist system now, at the way it is at now, people have a belief system based off of how much money you got, which is a flawed and screwed up way to think, which that used to be not what it is. So now, because people are basing shit off of money, you got people with all kind of fucked up morals that are running shit, and people are really listening to these people, and they don't care because they're like, oh, but look how much money he made. He made more than you. Who are you to criticize him? Look how much money he had. So everything is based off money, which is fucked up. But that's the situation that we find ourselves in. Even at work, you could be a quiet millionaire. If nobody knows, these young folks not fucking listen to you. And the people who a lot of them aren't listening. They want proof of money. Everything is based off money nowadays. And it's a fucked up way of thinking. But that's the mentality a lot of us have now. It's money, 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 money over everything.
Yeah, but if older heads want us to listen to them, as young heads listen, for one, they got to be telling the truth. And for two, they got to not be so fucking condescending about shit. Because I'm going to tell you right now, my old heads, majority of them, failed me. Ridiculously failed me. My whole fucking life failed me. I had people tell me the opposite of what I should have been doing. I had everyone that, and mind you, like I'm 36, so when I was, when I turned 18, 18 fucking years ago, like everyone told me, don't get a credit card. You're going to fuck up your life. Blah, blah, blah. When they should have told me, get a fucking credit card, build your fucking credit. Then over still to this day, I'm barely dipping my toe in the waters.
You listen to Devin, the dude.
Huh?
I thought
hey,
you said
my guy.
Devin. Yeah. So you don't remember when he said that? You have you traveling down the same bumpy toe up road?
Yep.
Yeah. So some of the stuff is just from their own fear. But the big thing that I did learn, even myself, because you feel like you from the people and all this and this and that, is like, yeah, this is gonna be my experience. So it is what it is on that side. But I know what you mean when you said they fail you, because when I told you that in between this grade and that grade, nobody said nothing to me. I didn't know till I was damn near old and somebody told me something, like jokingly, like Rob G say about voiceovers or reading or doing anything. And you're around people that love you every day. You even around teachers and everybody.
Yeah, but that's how you. Then you look at it like, do they really?
That's all I want to say. I'm gonna go back on mute. Yeah.
Do they really love you if they're not really trying to help you? Like, well, I didn't learn nothing about no stocks, bonds, investing shit, credit, none of that shit. None of my old heads taught me none of that shit.
Max, they can't give you what they don't know.
No, but here's the thing, Pittsburgh. They did though. Pittsburgh, they did because, remember my dad, my birth dad, he's in the military, right? So a lot of these dudes did take their money and do shit with it. They didn't teach us to do shit with it. Or Max, they did it and fucked it over, and they're like, don't do it.
But wait, Max, I'm going to tell you, as somebody who works in corporate America and know people that work in other big companies, a lot of this stuff that people get is tied in with the company. So, for example, your 401k or your retirement plans, a lot of that is tied in where you fill out some form to the HR, you tell them, hey, take out this much money, and that's it. That's all they know. They don't know what's being bought. They're not able to break that shit down. A lot of that shit is just tied in through the employer. The benefits they have, a lot of that shit. So like the details that they can't offer it if they don't fucking know it. Even at the end of it, if they got $1 million in their 401k, if you ask them what they bought, they can't break down the 401k majority of these people. It's just over a long period of time, they've put money in these things. They can't go in depth with a lot of that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but that's my thing. Then why not be honest and say, look, I don't really know too much, but if you want to find out, maybe I can help you XYZ, instead of being like, nah, stay away from that shit. That's just some bullshit. And I don't even talk about financially. I'm also talking about the mentality of growing up in the hood of always having to be hard, never letting shit slide. Violence solves everything. Dumb shit like that, bro. Like, that's what I grew up on. My old heads failed me. So then after they failed me, want to come back talking about, you should listen to your heads. Why?
But that's not. But remember, okay. So what are we defining as old heads? Let's define the old heads.
I'm talking about my OGs, whoever it may be. It could be your dad, it could be your uncles, could be your coaches, could just be the old head in the neighborhood, whatever. But just people older than you that are supposed to guide you. Like,
right, but it doesn't have to be people you actually.
Sometimes it's just a 20-some-year-old kid when you 15. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's that.
But it's always somebody, Max. We just won't be doing what we be doing.
Yeah, it's always somebody for sure.
Yeah, we don't be fucking listening. It's not there ain't nobody tell us. Sometimes we just got tunnel vision and we want to hear, and we don't give a shit. Because sometimes when we're in our 20s and we want to buy a car and you get that older dude like, hey man, you can't afford that, don't do it. Nah, I'm gonna do it. I don't give a fuck. He just hating, da da da. And you do it anyways, and 6 months later, you over there looking sick. It's not that nobody didn't tell you. It's just that your ass didn't listen. And now 6 months you remember that nigga told you. That's 4 and 5 years ago, and now you still can't start. You completely forgot about that person who told you from the beginning not to do that shit. But that shit done blanked out of your mind because it's not fresh. There's always somebody to tell you some shit. We don't adhere to it, and we don't fucking listen because you know what? The fucking homeless guy can give you some good ass advice.
Okay, but what is that one guy compared to the other 20 that told you something else, bro?
It don't matter.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, there might be that one guy that did give you the game and you ignored him, but that's because the other 10 people you talked to told you the opposite.
No, listen, Max. We're adults, right? So we have to be accountable for our decisions and who we decide to take advice for and who we exercise our discretion.
But I'm talking about when we were kids. I'm talking about when we were young. I'm talking about now, because now I'm a lot more open.
Young billionaire boxer, I'll just let you know we see you, man. And one more time to Bone quick in case I didn't say that earlier. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. They just popping in. I want to make sure because I know Kyle said when he got a little group going. And Cosmic said kids nowadays will say, "Ain't nobody trying to hear that, Raheem."
For sure. And I was one of the kids too.
That's what I'm saying though. But then we can't look, like a lot of kids that like right now, people in their 30s are feeling some people feel some kind of way about their parents, right? They're like, parents didn't do this, the parents didn't do that, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. What did your parents know? Like your parents can't help you with finances and to this day, and they're in their 60s and 50s and they still fucked up financially. Obviously, they didn't know shit about finances, or this shit still wouldn't be fucked up. People giving you what they got.
Hey, Mr. Paz says Street Fighter. I always heard people say that baby boomers were the generation that failed us.
I don't know how old that is, but I'm saying my dad that was in the military, he did know about all that shit. He bought a house, he bought property, he did a bunch of shit. He saw me as like a kid that got in trouble, so why even teach me shit? So like me and him got beef anyway. He a bitch, so fuck him. He still owe me a fade anyway. But aside from that, I just mean like everyone I had ran into just kind of told me similar shit. And every now and then you did get that one person that say, you know what, woo. But then the next 30 people I hear is like, nah. So as a kid, an unguided kid whose parents ain't really involved, so it's kind of taking a village. The village overwhelmingly is telling me the same shit. Yeah, there might be one or two people that I should have listened to in retrospect. Looking back, like, damn, if I would just listen to that one guy right there, cool. But the other 30 people said nah. So I'm going to go with the odds most of the time when all these people are people I talk to on a regular basis. But I'm saying, like, even the teachers, like, even in school, they don't teach you about, hey, you have to go take an economics class to even get a slight foothold of the shit. But they didn't teach you none of that shit when you're 16, 17, when you're about to turn 18 and you can really get into some shit, whether it's financially or whatever it is. But then also just that hood mentality. That shit is a detriment. And that's why I've said over and over again, I think that as much as I love it and it is my favorite genre, I think hip hop is one of the most dangerous things that happen to our generation, especially to the inner cities. Like, because art creates culture.
This hip hop? Wait, whoa. You mean this hip hop now?
Gangster rap. Once gangster rap started, late 80s.
And even with that,
late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, but gangster rap wasn't really.
The 90s. The one they have now is different. It's different.
No, the one I have now is more drug related, but the 90s shit was a lot more violent.
We gotta have a voice, Max. That's what it is. You can't say that because some of the most violent music I ever was growing up on was some rock music and other stuff, bro.
Well, I'm saying, like, I grew up listening to Brother Lynn Chung and shit. I'm not out here eating babies and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like the mentality of the overall, like the music, the movies, that 90s push of the Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, NWA, pop, all this crazy, all that push. That was a generation of young, unguided youth. Now, mixed with a lot of fatherless children, that's a lot of us came up on the shit. We wanted to be these people, whether they were doing it or not, which come to find out a lot of them weren't. But we wanted to be these people. We wanted that you can't be no bitch, can't be no punk. You know what I mean? Someone talks some shit, you got to take off them. You got, like, there's certain things where it's like, there's a lot of fights I got in I didn't want to get in, but I know I couldn't go back to the block if I didn't fight. So it's like that type of mentality is crazy.
But Max, it's like you said, you didn't have nowhere to go. Remember y'all was talking about that earlier when you said you just can't up and leave the hood. You're almost a 40-year-old man before you got to leave, bro. So that kind of goes, contrary to what you were saying earlier, not to pick on you, but that's why I said I know you understand what we're saying. That's another thing too, is that you knew that you couldn't leave. So you couldn't even have your own thought process because you had to survive somewhere. So that means a product of in your environment. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna go back on mute. I just wanted to say that.
No, it's true, and that's why now that I have that knowledge, now here's the thing, like now that I'm a father and I have this knowledge, it's my responsibility to act accordingly and do what I gotta do with it. And that's why I know I can't live, because even when I was living in Salinas, I still try to live in a better part of Salinas. I still always, as soon as I had a kid, like that's the thing, I had a kid, and on top of that, I had a girl. So that changed my whole entire mentality about life and about everything around me. It pretty much wiped my slate clean, where I'm like, everything I knew before, it can't be right. It can't be.
Because it's going against survival. And you always been a good dude. I don't want to keep saying that, but it's the truth. That's one reason why. Some people don't switch. Kid don't do that for them. So even that is still your personal experience. That's why I'm trying to tell you. You as a person, however you develop, however you dealt with everything, you still were able to be overall, I guess you can consider successful. You alive. I keep telling my children the same thing. Intelligence is not always an accumulation of knowledge, not even application. Intelligence is living, being able to survive. So your bloodline survived, wherever it comes from, like we always discussed before, those people were intelligent enough to get to you. So now it's your turn to turn on your intelligence and pass it on to your child. That's what I tell my kids. And then everything else is a start for life. It's like a gamble. You know, and Cosmic, I don't know if they're gonna drop a link, man, or I don't know how long.
Yeah, I don't think Kyle and DJ are on here to let them on.
Yeah. I don't know if he's somebody. I know I don't want them to get burnt. You know, I ain't been on here, so I don't know some of the cats. I'm just trying to make sure. But I feel you, graffiti and breakdancing, MC, and that's it was still an art form. It's just a voice for us. See, now, I mean, everything that normally comes with us too, even though we are the pulse of the culture and the whole world knows it, whether they want to admit it or not. After a while, they want to try to demonize certain things. And one of the main reasons why they did it with hip hop is because it just was such a force, bro. It just took over. And with a short period of time, because guys couldn't get record deals in the beginning. I'm old enough to know, like, when it started. And some of the old head guys, like, I was breakdancing on cardboard. You feel me? Like, so, yeah.
Hey, I was out there with you.
Yeah, I'm way back, baby. I'm talking about when I got my little first pair of Pumas, boy, you couldn't tell me.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have to find some old pictures, bro. We gonna have to.
Look here, bro. Like, for real. So I got those memories, and I know that saved a lot of us, man, because we was able to put our name on something, to be part of something. Like, for real. We already knew, just being black, that eventually they was gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? They just were. Eventually they were gonna do it. It got all the way up into the government. They were attacking Bone Thugs and Harmony, Ice Cube, and they was going through stuff. So even that was flattering for us, because you don't talk to us, you don't look at us. Those movies probably were violent, and the sides of it that I hate was stereotypical, but it still got people to look at it. Whether they were afraid, like, oh, look how they're violent. Yeah, but it still made you see us eventually. So it was a double-edged sword with most of that mix, but it's the truth. It can be that. But it's still like Pittsburgh say, you're a grown man. You make your decision. You can't just say, okay, I saw Ice Cube do a drive-by, so I went to the grocery store and started shooting people. No, I think you had some pre-existing conditions before that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't just decide.
Yeah, but when art imitates life, and you seen Q did it, and then you see your homie just did it and got away with it, it's kind of like, you know, I mean, I've never done it. I ain't hopping in the car for shit.
With the fat laces, Snacks B. You know what I'm talking about, with the fat laces, baby. Yeah.
But no, that's the problem, though, Max. Look at it right now. If a rapper die right now, people gonna be slinging snot in the street, and they won't go to their own parents' funeral. They don't care about a lot of stuff that should be close to them, but they want to make themselves care about something that they don't even know nothing about.
Hey, DJ or Kyle, if you guys are up,
yeah,
please let the homie in.
He in the stage. Yeah, he backstage.
My bad, Pittsburgh, but keep going.
Yeah, people want to make themselves draw these lines between Kobe and these people who are celebrity, who got the celebrity status that you know very little of these people, and they falling out in the street. And the people that are close to them that they can actually communicate with, be it people that you work with, people that you talk on the phone, people that come up on these panels. People don't really try to have any type of understanding. They just try to have these lines where it's a competition. And when you're in competition, there's no mutual respect. There's not a point where if I'm in competition with you that I'm really gonna stop and we're gonna have a conversation like that when we in competition. So
Pip, when I first started coming on here, I had a disclaimer, boy. I was like, I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to, because I understood what you were saying, and I always say, everybody, what's your intention? So if you're not on that, then we know what's going to happen. And my bad again.
yeah, but you can't have competition with people and really have. Now you can ask questions and real questions and try to let the person explain whatever they're saying. And as we are older men, like we kind of be like, okay, I know where he at. And we leave it at that. And we like, okay, well, we just ain't gonna agree. Maybe he'll get there, maybe he won't. But I understand where you at. I know people, like, just because I'm not going through this situation, don't mean that I don't know people that's in that situation. Don't mean that we don't relate to those situations. Because depending on where we work at or where we live at, some of us come in contact with a lot of different people with a lot of different, stuff going on. And sometimes when you get to know people, you figure out all the layers and all the baggage of shit that they got going on. And it's a miracle some people walking around here living. People ain't, and people ain't disclosing all their stuff online like that. Some people got a lot of baggage, a lot of emotional scars, a lot of stuff going on. Some of it is self done. Some of it ain't. It's just the environment that they grew up in, where they just really, some people really just grew up with really little or no hope, no chances. But for the most part, majority of us grew up in middle class families that made bad fucking decisions. That as you get more money, you got more chances to fuck up, should we say. As you got less money, you got less chances to fuck up. The less money you got, you don't have you can't afford to make them kind of decisions. Because you ain't got nobody who can come and fix that situation for you. As you're more affluent, your parent might know the mayor, or might know the police chief, or might know somebody who's a cop, who's a detective, who can call down there, who can fix some shit for you. That's just what it is. Sometimes we don't have the luxury of making a mistake and fixing that shit. It's just not that simple. It sounds good that I made a mistake and I figured it out, but the consequences sometimes we can't run from them. And some of them ain't got to be where you in jail. Some of it might be that, you just had a baby with the wrong motherfucker. You made a poor choice. And that's for the rest of your life you got to deal with this lady. Beside the kid getting grown, you still got to deal with this lady. That's just the consequence of the choice that you made. Some choices we make, good, bad, or indifferent, we just can't run from them. That's just what it is. And sometimes we just don't, a lot of times, majority of the time, being 20-year-old, that ego get in your way, and we don't like how older men talk to us. Older men talk to younger men a certain kind of way. We're not trying to coddle you. We're not caring about your emotion. The truth is raw. It's uncomfortable. It is what it is. It's the fucking
Cosmic,
truth.
I don't know who we said something. You said you backstage. You said you can't get on. Yeah, he just said, my bad. He said in the chat that he couldn't get on, but he was in the back. I don't know if somebody's supposed to be. I know Mex said something earlier.
Yeah, it had to be Kyle or DJ. Kyle or DJ, if you on, check the chat. I don't think either one of them are.
Yeah, excuse me. He said, he said it again. Yeah, I was backstage. All good. You should be able to hit the little enter and come in if you.
They got to accept it, though. One of them two got to accept it.
Oh, okay.
Let them in.
And I see you on one, Bone Quee right quick. He said something about some Freddy Krueger. I like that. He said Keith Thurman is a lost member of Bone Thugs and Harmony. And I was trying to hold it in earlier. I put it on mute. He over here acting a fool in the chat. Yeah, but you all right. And he always agreeing with you too, Pete. He say either rich or poor. There's nothing in between. Yeah. I see a few people getting in. I know some people started dropping off because I was trying to read them. Okay, they coming. Yeah, I wanted to make sure.
They coming back?
Yeah, they coming back. I didn't want to. He said he's stuck in the dream. Now he's talking about Kyle too. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on mute, man. I told Kyle when I'm on there, I'm gonna try to make sure that I do at least read that chat because sometimes I'm long-winded too, so that's why I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah, I just think like sometimes we just got to talk about the conversation that older men have with younger men and how sensitive sometimes that these younger dudes are, where they can't take it. They don't like the way people talk to them. Like if you remember from my age, when you went to the barbecue and you went up under that tree where your uncles and shit was, it wasn't nothing nice. Why you got that on? Why you looking like that? It was very direct. It was very on the spot, and you get in your damn feelings real quick, and they ain't care. That's just what it was. And it's the same thing on the internet when you're talking to somebody else older. That's how it is. Because like me personally, I don't know any other way. And that's what I was telling you, Max, earlier. Is like some people, that's what they know. So they're giving you what they know. Now, you can accept it or reject it. That's up to you, but they're giving you what they have. That's all they got to give. Like, can't give you no more than what they got.
No, I mean, whether I agree or not with people's perspectives on shit, like, I'm still listening. You feel me? It's still gonna be there. And if it comes to be true later, I'll be like, damn, I remember that motherfucker told me that shit. But it's just some of the shit is just like, I'm not even saying it's outdated. It's just we all live in different environments, bro. We all live in different states. We
Yeah,
all
but
live in
don't all
different
the old heads
communities.
talk like that either, though, Max. You know, I mean, I don't want to say like disagree with Pitt, but it's not a broad strike because I had different types. You know, the older men who did talk to us because some of them would just play and they'll just drop a dime on you right quick while you're walking by and leave it at that. You know, like everybody had their different deliveries, and of course, the ones that was the most player was the ones that realized that you was gonna get it whenever you was gonna get it. That's why you were saying that Max, some of the stuff probably was a little abrasive. But as you got older and was a little more into who Max was, you was kind of let it sink in your head. But he is right. For a lot of the cats that was just kind of from our generation, if we talking about our generation before myself, and he asked about the baby boomers, that's like 68-year-olds, a little older. And now I know it's like two different generations. They said boomer one, boomer two. But I know a lot of them in the first was like, most of them are like at least 68 and older now, I think, is when you start getting around there. And that's after the World War II, I think. Yeah, in the 40s when people came back and they was getting their freak on, there was a lot of kids that were born. So yeah, from 1940 to almost to 2000, they'd be in their 60s. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what they meant. And a lot of those were kind of raised in stark times. They were kind of hard driven, hard nosed, and some of them were hippies. You know, but a lot of them were like that. That's when he said that they failed them because it was like that weird, strict type of society, but it was a lot of like different kind of parties and different stuff going on and you know what I'm saying? It was just a lot of stuff going on to where that's why they were raised like that. And then their kids rebelled and started being more open and free love and all that type of stuff. It's when you really look at what America is, you do kind of check that out. You know what I'm saying? And you see that. Just to jump on that, I was supposed to address that earlier, y'all. I'm gonna go back on mute. But yeah, I know what you meant when you said that. And right quick, Snacks B said, I used to think that the child that was more likely to succeed was the one that had more growing up. But many times that's not true because they are never hungry. When the money is gone, they're lost. Yeah, that's why a lot of people kill themselves, Snacks B, when they lose their money. It's like they are so well off that they were taught that we who have less are some of the most wretched people on the planet. So they never want to experience that. And they'd rather kill themselves. And I'm on mute, man.
Hey, yo, this is a totally random and off topic like a motherfucker. Sade's recording a new album. I was gonna throw that out there for everybody that loves Sade.
You say
yeah.
Sade.
She's recording a new album in France right now.
Yeah, how old is she? She got to be in the late 50s right now, right?
She probably damn near 60 by now. Shit.
Man, you know Sade ain't gonna never age. What are y'all talking about?
That's baby right there. That's baby right there.
Sade, man. Sade, that's no bag right there, man. Youngsters don't even know who she is.
I seen her in concert one time only. That shit was lit.
And then she took a break for a long time because she hate the industry. You know what I'm saying? So she really is a performer, artiste. Yeah. So yeah, I was glad when she came back. I ain't gonna lie, but I understand why she took a break. I wasn't hating. TMT scientists are making new experiments which makes money literally grow on trees. Tell me about it, Bone. Quick. Please tell me more, sir. I'd like to hear. And Cosmic says backstage. I see you.
Oh, DJ. Let me see if I could hit him on Instagram real quick.
Yeah, I like to know about these trees that have currency on them, sir.
Shit. I mean,
dipped in butter. Go ahead.
So Max, real quick, I just like when you were speaking about hip hop and the influence of hip hop. So I grew up here in Chicago, born and raised Southside. You know what I'm saying? All through my city. You know what I'm saying? So one of the things that actually helped me to get away from gang activity was actually being a part of hip hop. So hip hop is considered, rap and gangster rap, whatever. But the art forms, you know what I'm saying, like graffiti. You know what I'm saying? I grew up doing graffiti. You know what I'm saying? Spray painting and going all around the city. You know what I'm saying? Breakdancing competitions. My boys used to freestyle. They still freestyle. They still do music to this day. what I'm saying? So for us, it was very helpful means of staying away from just crazy shit in your neighborhood, right? But we would still do crazy shit. They used to call us tag bangers, which was like you do graffiti and you also kind of represent your neighborhood, where you're from. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're in Pilsen, your little village, you know what I'm saying? North side, south side, all around, right? So, but for me, the real essence of hip hop saved me from just being gang banging on the corner. I mean, getting to know people, socializing with people. So my crew is Ill Nature. Back in 1996, you know what I'm saying. I was a fucking kid, but all of the older heads, you know what I'm saying, they were already MC champions. You know what I'm saying. We used to go to competitions where you would have freestyle competitions. We used to go to all city battles where you would have to show your the four elements of hip hop. You know what I'm saying. So I grew up around that, and like for me, like if it wasn't for that, I'd be doing stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't I think when you were talking about hip hop and rap and shit, I think for me there's a difference. You know what I'm saying? The culture of hip hop, can be utilized, of an instrument of art. You know what I'm saying?
Now I agree with you with the essence of hip hop, like in the mid '80s when it first came out with all the elements you're talking about. But I was talking about that boom of the gangster rap in like the late '80s, early '90s,
No,
and
but no, hold on,
everything came with it.
Max, it's still going on to this day. Just because we don't see it, it's a subculture. So just because we don't see break dancers breaking on the corner, doesn't mean that breakdancing is a lost art. Just because you don't see, like, graffiti is at its best. Like, some of the best graffiti writers are being some of the best artists in the world. You know what I'm saying? Look at Banksy. You know what I'm saying? One of the best artists. You know what I'm saying? Controversial. So the art form is still there. It's just it's kind of underground. It's always been that way, and always should stay that way. In a sense, I mean.
No, I agree because I used to b-boy too myself back, and I've done a couple of those freestyle competitions in San Diego against Iron Monkey, all them dudes out there too. So, like, I was still the era, but like you said, I know it's not seen and it's underground, but I'm talking about the shit that is seen, the shit that these 10, 11, 12-year-old kids that don't live in the hood, that have nothing to do with this shit, that they're following. You know what I mean? There's kids starting their own gangs now in their good neighborhoods just because they listen to rap music, or they're popping pills, or they're doing, you know what I mean? Like, commit murders and shit. Like,
but
it's very influential.
the one thing that I think that we see rap as hip hop, but hip hop is different. You know what I'm saying? Just like you also had fucking skinheads that used to listen to rock and roll too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So is it the music, or is it they already have an idea of what they want to do? They just use like, let's say, rap or rock, to motivate their agenda. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to see hip hop getting blamed for
Oh no, it's not a blanket statement. No, I'm not trying to put it that way, but I'm saying
He's talking about
it
during
is
the
the
90s
number
when it
one
was
genre
gangster
in the
rap.
world.
Yeah.
It is the number one genre in the world by far, and it does promote. There's not that conscious rap has slowly dwindled out. Like, there's not a lot of positive coming from it now in 2022.
Yeah. Well, so these are like different classifications, because now we have trap. So now it's gone from hip hop to rap, and then to trap. You know what I'm saying? Which is just basic, just talking violence. You know what I'm saying? Not actual lyricism. You know what I'm saying? They're
Yeah.
just saying, like, this is what this is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's always a little wave, like you were saying, Cosmic. Overall, hip hop is not gonna change, but you got to understand that with each age group, you know what I'm saying, the genre is gonna have these little twists and turns, because that was the beauty of it from the beginning, was that it was everything and nothing at the same time, because that's what it was. We didn't have nothing,
Yeah.
but we had an identity. That was the only thing we started really having, and that was the most important thing, is like, what do you identify? And then we understood there was a mixture, because you can say my people, not to make it a ethnic or race thing, but you see it's everybody, because Cosmic's here. And that's the thing about it in the beginning, that it was everybody. Of course, it was like a majority of this in the group, but the big thing was it was like a melting pot.
Yeah,
so
everyone was
that was
welcome.
the beauty of it because of the, you know what I'm saying? But overall, it's not going to change. It's just that these kids, just like we did, when we came out, you know, kind of in my generation, they were sipping serve, so the music was slowing down, you know, but it was hot for a while, but it wasn't all of hip hop. The guys from the East Coast were saying it was garbage. You know, guys from the West Coast were saying, so we even have that amongst ourselves because it's such a large genre. So it's hard to say, put your hand on something and just say, oh, this is hip hop and this is not. Because that's one of the reasons why
I think hip hop's the bigger umbrella, and then you have the trap, the boom bap, the conscious rap, the gangster
just
rap.
like food.
Yeah,
Food is food, but there's so many different kinds of food. You feel me? Like, you can't just say, well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but even with the food analogy, the food of today, 2022, is not good for you. I think overall that hip hop is very influential, but you can't just let your kids listen to this shit without being there to guide them through it. Like that's the thing. A lot of the shit I listen to is in my headphones. No one told me.
That's everything. Everything in life you can't, because everything can be taken out of context. You know what I mean? A child can see something that maybe if you would have talked to them for 5 minutes, they would have been ready for. Or, you know what I mean? It was just a time frame. So yeah, anything like that, because it's just about how their mind and what you want them to see.
But I'm saying out of all the genres of music, there's not an overwhelming genre between country, rock, pop, and all that that's telling you to go kill people and do drugs.
I mean, but
hold on.
Popular as hip hop.
Hold on, Mex. Mex, is your name Mex because you're Mexican?
No, I'm American. My name's Mex because I grew up around a bunch of black people and I was the only non-black person, and they called me Mexican. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me tell you this. You ever heard of corridos?
Oh yeah, that's gangster Mexican songs.
Yeah, that's gangster, exactly. So you can't say that only hip hop talks about gang.
And that has a very strong influence too in the Mexican
yeah, it does too. Exactly, it does too. So I'm just saying, like,
everyone wants to be narcos and shit. And
yeah,
that's
they want to flip weights and
fucking. Popular. That's why it doesn't affect anybody, because they're not listening to it.
No, it affects people in Mexico. They definitely listen to that shit. They definitely listen to that shit. You got motherfuckers like telling like. The corrido shit, they got like their own artists per cartels that tell like the cartels stories and shit, and the artists themselves are damn near part of the gangs and get kidnapped and all that shit themselves. Like, it's deep.
Yeah, it's some deep. It's some deep. It's kind of like trap. Kind of follow that influence too, if you think about it. Because like before, like now here, especially Chicago, the BDs, the GDs, you know what I'm saying, like King Von and Duck, you know what I'm saying, they were going at it with each other when they would fucking when somebody would get killed, they would kind of send subliminal raps. They would make subliminal rap songs.
Subliminals, they say their fucking names and
I know, but you get what I'm saying. But like, it's kind of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Corridos with cartels and drug lords, they were fucking saying like, yo, this guy did this and this guy did that, and yo guy got, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were playing sides and shit. So it seems like this is the pattern now, where you see it what's it called, in trap music.
Yeah, and especially drill, Chicago drill.
It's drill too. Yeah, it's drill too. And remember, rap music, the overarching message right now, it's not. There's nothing positive about rap and hip hop as an overarching message. You still have slivers that are good, but as an overarching message, there's nobody who's going to put their kid. There's no artist that you want your kid to grow up as a rapper overall. So the industry itself has shifted with the message.
J. Cole, my guy, J. Cole. I'm not J. Cole. What are we talking about?
Oh yeah,
J. Cole said he's spitting shit, hot shit.
That's not the overall message of rap and hip hop. That's not it. You're gonna find a couple. Yeah, you're gonna find a couple artists, but as an overall whole, you're not gonna just tell your kid. There's not many artists that you can find, and even those artists, if you look at some of the earlier shit, you got to be like, I don't know, what he's thinking about.
Hey, right quick, Pit. I know you said it earlier too. We're gonna go ahead and agree on whether y'all gonna be talking about hip hop or rap, though, right? Because even Ambo just said it in the chat. He say hip hop and rap is completely separate. Because I know Cosmic said something, Mex said something, but I'm kind of like, well, where are we at really? Are we talking about rap? Or are we talking about hip hop? That's all I wanted to say.
Both of them. Yeah, but I think both of them, the message has changed on both of them. 90s rap and hip hop, either one have completely changed from where it was, or it is now from where it was in the 90s and 80s. It's not the same message. It's not the same shit.
No, you're right. So, but this is the thing though. It's what the listener wants to listen to. The listener doesn't want to like I said a little while ago. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, Raheem. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
The listener wants to listen to ignorant ass shit. That's the consumer. That's what's and these guys are the ones that are producing it, and they're appealing to the consumer. You know what I'm saying? If it was the boom bap, lyricism and and philosophical rap, you know what I'm saying, and that was the trend, you know what I'm saying, it would be a different light. But right now they like this crazy shit, you know what I'm saying. You see these little thotties fucking talking about murder and waving their hands, you know what I'm saying, like gang signals, like
Facts.
they're fucking out there, you know what I'm saying. That's what they like, this shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like rap music and hip hop, those messages have like even gangs, right? When people start talking about gangs, they start about talking about the historical, like the history of gangs and how it started and all this. Same shit with hip hop and rap.
It
That is
started off
no,
good.
yeah, it's nowhere near where that shit is right now. Like those, it's so far. Like they basically taken that message and they hijacked and twisted that shit, right? So people who grew up in this era, that's all they fucking know. They don't know nothing else. But those of us who were there in the beginning, we seen where it started and where it's at. Even the whole industry, the idea of having industry rappers and ghost rappers and all that shit never existed. So you have manufactured people that are in the industry all over the place. That shit is completely different than where it was and where it started. And that's just not going to change because, like you said, that's what they're pushing. That's what gets the ratings. That's what get the clicks and the buys and the views and the listens. That's what the algorithms are telling them. That's what it is. That's what they got that on. And that's what people are buying. And it's not like it is what it is when it comes to that. I don't see it changing no time soon. Rap music as a whole is not good at all. Same thing with hip hop as a whole. It's not good. There's sectors in it that are good. There's always sectors in there, but as an overarching theme, it is not
Ah,
good.
man,
Let
Pittsburgh.
me hit the chat right.
I can't accept that. Hip hop is the fucking is for me, hip hop is the equivalent of mathematics and sign language, right? Because it's a universal language. So when you listen to like other people that that rap and they rap over beats, you could tell, oh, that motherfucker sounds cold. He sounds like he can fucking he can rhyme, right? So when you look at breakdancers, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter where you come from. If you could break dance, you could break dance. If you could do graffiti, you can do graffiti. You know what I'm saying? Like if you could DJ, you can DJ. You know what I'm saying? It's not, it's a language in itself. You know what I'm saying? It's a culture. So I can't accept that.
When
Hey,
you
I'm
look at
gonna
the
read the
lyrics
chat
and what
right
they're
quick if you
saying,
don't mind.
go ahead.
Yeah, because they've been kind of doing their thing. I don't want to lead them out because we had a good little group. I see it's dropping again. It says, Bon Quick, I'm gonna jump back. Well, hold on. It says breakdancing takes skills. That's what I was talking about. Then he said, did No Jumper recently interview those graffiti artists? Something about that, Cosmic. That's what Boxing Conversation with Reggie Owens was asking. And then Bon Quick says again, he from Chicago, the toughest hood there is, especially in the 80s and 90s. He said Kazi walks the street of Chicago at night. Ill status is hollering at him, say, "What's good, YB?" Boxing Conversation with Reggie Owens says again, Cosmic keeps schooling Mex. Sarambo, I see you. He says, salute ye brethren, granted another day. And Bon Quick says Kazi knows his shit. Bon Quick again, he says he know all the names. And he say hip hop and rap. I saw that. Okay, my bad. Sarambo say Dylon, spit hot fire. And then the Cosmic say, hollering at your boy Anbo. He said something about Rhapsody is the hardest female MC today, and you can't name a song. Everybody hollering at Cosmic. They hit Cosmic again. Everybody hollering at you, Cosmic. They say, keep doing your thing, man. All right, I'm going to go back on mute, y'all.
Good, man. My first time here. I don't know if I've seen the boxing section or you guys around. You know what I'm saying? I'll be around. I mean, but that's the thing. For me, hip hop is an art form. It's the one of the greatest art forms. You know what I'm saying, in the modern day. Because like if you look at like what a DJ does, a producer does, they take samples from Mozart. They take samples from the Beatles. They take samples from like Mexican music. They take samples and then make a collage and make beats. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful shit. You know what I'm saying? Sampling, DJing, shit like that. That started from hip hop.
but that's the problem. See that, and that's another problem with that. If you look at James Brown is the most sampled artist there is. These rappers don't pay no royalties with them. It's the state always has to fight with these dudes. They never acknowledge where this stuff come from, where they're getting it.
No, now they do, Pittsburgh. Now they have to. Now by like literally they have to now. They have to. Yeah, now they do.
Yeah, because they took their ass to court, and even then they don't. Because look at Rick Ross. His whole essence is based off of a lie. Like, so it depends on who you are, and there's always examples of that. What I'm saying is that if you look at the lyrics of what they're actually saying, it's a lot of, like Max is saying, the shit is negative as fuck. That's not no shit that nobody need to be endorsing. Like, we're old enough that we can kind of separate out these characters and know what it is. But man, a lot of this shit ain't fucking good.
See, that's the thing. What the issue that I have is just you're just trying to blanket a whole entire culture and a whole entire art form based on just lyrics from rappers. Once I had this discussion with this guy, right? You know what I'm saying? And I was a hip hop purist. I was like, these guys don't talk about, you know what I'm saying, just like they're not lyricists, they can rhyme, words together, but they don't have a message, things like that. But everybody from different parts of the United States have different stories. So, at the end of the day, they're trying to explain their story. So, you can have intricate raps about, gun toting, drug selling, things like that, that still could be considered an art form. But, we only focus on what they're saying, not the lyrical skills. Do you know what I'm saying?
But that's all that matters, though. It's what you're saying. That's literally all that matters, though.
It does. Have you ever heard Illmatic though, Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Right. So Nas was talking about doing crazy shit, but that's an hip hop classic album, true lyricism. You know what I'm saying? Real skills.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the lyrics, no matter how much we like it, right? No matter how much you listen to, we like the beats, we like what he's saying, we like the way he put it together, the composition of it. That's all great. I'm saying if you look at the lyrics of it, it's not going to be, none of that shit is positive. It's not some shit that you're going to let your kids, you want your kids to engulf none of these characters that we're listening to. And that's the disconnect of what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the music is trash. I'm not saying nobody should ever listen to it ever. I'm saying that it's gotten away from where it is to now it's all of that. Like, you have less of what you're talking about and more of what I'm talking about.
Okay, but Pittsburgh, my only argument is when you're trying to say that hip hop in general is a bad thing. I would say that certain rappers that rap that are considered hip hop are a bad thing. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like the whole culture is not a bad thing. Mainstream rap, yes, exactly. There you go.
Let me specify mainstream, not mainstream rap, not those pockets that you're talking about. Mainstream rap.
Yeah, but mainstream rap is I'm just saying this is detrimental to children, the unguided youth, right? Because most it's unguided youth shit. That's it. It's just like if you're not there with your kid listening to this music, they're listening to Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion, The Baby, Little Baby, Grizel. I mean, just anyone who's either talking about drugs, violence, or sex. Drugs, violence, sex. Drugs, violence, sex. You got a couple in there, J. Cole, Kendrick, a couple people. I guess you want the Logic, people like that aren't talking about that shit. But
all right. You ready for this though? You ready for this?
They drop once every 5 years.
Hold on, Max. You ready for this? What about Britney Spears when she's talking about being a little fucking whore?
Yeah, she's a whore too.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, what about like movies? You know what I'm saying, that are also are not necessarily pertaining to a specific culture. I'm just saying that these are bad influences. So
here's the thing about the movies,
throw a whole thing into
here's the thing
spectrum.
about the movies, and I've always made this statement. So when it comes to movies, we know it's fake, we know it's actors. We know for the most part, us as adults, we know that a lot of these rappers are actors. But one of the things about hip hop that's always made it so much better was that supposedly it was genuine. Supposedly it's real shit. Most of these rappers that get exposed lose their career. Most. There's a couple exceptions, but most. So it's all about being who you say you are. Not saying that you really committed all those murders and you really got a gun so big you'll shoot down the moon and shit like that. We know that's exaggerations. But when you say you a gangster and this and that, you got to live your life like that in the light, or you get exposed and you start losing your credibility. Rap has always been about genuinity and credibility versus a movie. We know it's an actor on screen. This ain't Terminator, ain't real, this and that. But we think these guys are real. We think even if you ain't catch 100 bodies, you probably caught 1 or 2, or you might be ready to catch 100. You're at least that guy. And that's the thing with rap. Rap has always been about the authenticity of who's rapping about what they're rapping about, unless it's just so far gone where I use Brother Lynch as an example all the time. Brother Lynch talking about eating babies, eating nuts and guts and shit, and we're like, we know he ain't doing that, or is he? Because he's a weird dude. I don't know, but it's like there's certain things like it's so far gone it's not real. But a lot of these kids don't know the difference, or even if they do, they listen to it all day, trapping and trapping and trapping and trapping. You start trapping. Like, I love hip hop still to this day. I listen to nothing but, and I listen to trap music, mumble rap, Lil Jon, Brother Lynch. I listen to J. Cole. I listen to everything, a wide selection, young, old, Rakim, and all the way forward. But I'm old enough to know difference now. But there wasn't a time where everything I listened to and everything I watched was hood shit, and I lived in the hood. So it's like I can't tell the difference really at a young age because I don't have OGs saying, hey, man, you know that shit talking about some bullshit. I got all my OGs being like, yeah, he's the realest nigga ever, bruh. Yeah, I fuck with this. You heard this motherfucker right here? He wants some real shit. And it's just like, that's what we soak up. It's not good to young, impressionable minds.
Yeah, but that takes parenting and mentoring
For sure.
All the rest of the stuff. So you just can't, you just can't blame it on one thing. So if another thing that I wanted to say, what about what's it called? Reality TV shows. You know what I'm saying? That are also trying to. They're also trying to make you believe. You know what I'm saying? You can't be no little bitch. You have to fucking start. You have to fight this guy because you're on camera. You know what I'm saying? Like the Jersey Shore. You know what I'm saying? TV, the Kardashians, the fucking, you know what I'm saying? All of these TV shows that also have an influence on how you should behave in a social atmosphere. Because if somebody throws a fucking drink at you, you're supposed to kill him. You're supposed to go and fight him. You know what I'm saying?
But it depends on what group you are. Like, black people can't have any positive reality TV shows. All that shit is negative, stereotypical bullshit.
Exactly, Pittsburgh. That's what I'm trying to say. This negative shit, it sells more.
Nah, but you look at some of these white reality shows. They're realtors. They're flipping houses. They got car shops where they're going out, find cars, flipping them over. So that shit is still stereotypical, right? It's up to us to accept that shit and call it out. I think sometimes we just have a problem with calling shit out.
And we had Pimp My Ride, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that was positive. Yeah, that was positive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not, but okay, so it's not many.
Yeah,
we can just.
There's not a lot.
It's not.
Y'all remember watching Cheaters and shit? Watching fucking Jerry Springer? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Watching all this shit? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. My point is that if you are naive, and you're easy influenced by shit that you see and hear, that's you. You know what I'm saying? That's not the majority of people. These are fucking just, not everybody's as smart as we would hope they would be. You know what I'm saying? They're easily brainwashed and influenced.
But it's a lot of people that are easily influenced. Like, next year, they're going to start with this politics shit, and people going to be repeating shit that they seen on TV, no matter which side you fall on. This ain't even about Republican, Democrat. People going to be mimicking shit that they seen on Fox News or CNN verbatim. So, like, the idea that people aren't easily influenced, they are. They're very easily influenced. Because it's like Max said, they keep beating that drum over and over again. And after a while, I was like, hey, that's a catchy beat. I kind of like that beat. And they ain't like the shit at first, but now they like the shit. That's how it goes. People easily influence.
Yeah, but think about it this way. Think about all the girls that say they ain't whores, they ain't this, they ain't that. Every time, and ain't no fun unless homies can't have none. All the bitches are singing Nate Dogg's part. Ain't even lick my balls because it's catchy. Half these bitches ain't even licking balls, but they singing about it. You know
So
what I'm
Max,
saying? Like,
so hold on. So you mean to tell me that Nate Dogg brainwashed them for them to start licking balls and shit? Like, they
I'm not saying they doing it, but they're singing
hey,
along with it. And after 20
yeah,
years of singing along with it, those
they
bitches
started
gonna lick
licking
some
balls.
balls. Them bitches gonna lick some balls. It might not be
We
till
got
they're
him.
25, but they gonna lick the fucking balls.
We got him.
But I mean,
Hell
it's
yeah.
just like, because I'm gonna tell you right now, like even me myself, when I go to work, when I know I'm about to have a 12-hour shift, or like, because I bartend, right? So 12 hours is a really long time. Like, usually bartending shifts like 6 hours, rarely ever 8. But like I got events coming, catering events coming, Laguna Seca shit, and I have a playlist for when I'm about to work. I got my money playlist. And I got Deion Sanders, on there. Must Be the Money. I got any money song, but I also got a lot of trap shit because I know I'm about to, like, mentally I'm about to trap. So I listen to a lot of Bankroll, Lil Baby, Lil Young Jeezy, Thug Motivation 101. I'm listening to that shit because it does motivate me. Like, I'm not gonna go out here and flip bricks, but I'm gonna get in this mentality like we out here to
Right.
get money and nothing less. So this shit does influence you. And when you out to go, if you gotta go hit do a little something, get some dirt, you probably gonna listen to Ambitions as a rider. You're gonna listen to some songs that's gonna get you ready. Just like motherfuckers have walk-in music when they come in the ring is for a reason. Whether they're living by the letter of the law, maybe not, but the way it makes you feel and the things you might do when you listen to it, for sure.
It's the conjuring of the music. It's the what is it? When you like that's how when people believed in spells and witchcraft, it would be just like the words that people were saying. It was the energy and the feeling that people feel. You know what I'm saying? So you put that energy in the air. So if yeah, you feel a little fucking crazy. I've seen motherfuckers. You're right. Like when people go to war. I had the discussion with some people. I also serve. I'm a waiter, manager, a whole bunch of different fucking shit, right? Um, so I had this conversation with some people, right? They're white. We're talking about the zombie apocalypse and shit. This girl, she said, "Oh, I'm a musician," and blah blah blah. And I was like, "You're probably gonna get ate up by zombies." This other dude was like, "I'm a cook," and I was like, "All right, cool. You're essential. You're gonna be doing something, right?" And this other dude, big tall white guy, he looks like a Norseman, right? And I was like, "What's your skill?" And he was like, "I don't even know." And I was like, "You know what? So I'm a fighter. And a leader, right? So what I'm thinking is like, okay, I'm gonna be leading the pack. You know what I'm saying? The big tall white guy is most likely gonna look like the leader, but he's really not running shit. He just like the motherfucker that's pretending to be that guy. Then what I'm saying, I was looking at the girl that says that she plays music, but if you look at war throughout history, what I'm saying, when they used to have those fucking musket wars, you used to have a band behind them like
Yep,
playing.
drums.
They used to fucking play the drums, play the music, the horns and shit
Trumpet.
like that,
Yep.
motivating people to continue to fight and shit like that. These motherfuckers are getting shot at. They're still out there fucking playing the fucking drums and shit. I was like, oh shit, you know what? You are really essential. You are essential to motivating people. So music does motivate you,
Yeah,
gets you geared up, hyped up.
but it's also the message behind it. And now they even taking a step further where they do the hertz. Like if you look up 40 megahertz binaural beats, right? 40 megahertz binaural beats, they've done research and they figured out that frequency is good for you to study at in intervals, for you to play those binary beats. So they try to sew some of that stuff in with the beats. They try to sew some of that stuff in with different. The research of this stuff now is just crazy. With the way that they've synthesized and got that stuff going.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of research when it comes to the sounds and the music and how they manipulate it. So if they know that this is going to get you in a certain mood and they throw some crazy ass lyrics behind it, they're not giving it to the rapper to do it. The rapper's writing shit itself, but they're promoting that stupid shit. They know it's dumb shit. They're still promoting it. Nobody made that motherfucker write that shit. He wrote that dumb ass shit himself.
So Pittsburgh. So you're talking about the frequency and things like that. And I don't think that like if you were to try to play it on the radio or on like Spotify or things like that, I don't think they would allow you to do it. So they used to try to ban just like visual stuff because before they believed that you could actually hypnotize and brainwash people just on video on television. So they made a law where they couldn't transmit certain things on television because it could hypnotize you and drive you crazy. You know what I'm saying? They can cause seizures. You know what I'm saying? Like if you fucking
They've already done it though. But they've already done that though. That's already been done. That's what I'm saying. That's being done right now. It's not
it's being
something I'm
done.
making
Yeah.
up.
Oh
It's
no
been
no
done
no
right
no
now.
no. No. But I'm saying commercially. So like if you were to play it on the regular radio, the frequencies, you can still have the same beats and certain things in music, but there's certain frequencies you just are not allowed to use based on what's it called? I forgot what the fuck it's called. Like television and radio laws that they have in place. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's more sophisticated than you give credit, lead credit to. If you look at 40 megahertz binary, you see what I'm saying. It's like I don't think it's the place to have that kind of conversation. I think that
All good,
stuff
all
is
good.
a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think a lot of stuff that involved to where we kind of know it is now and where it has taken place. Like because remember now it's not just us. They've got algorithms and they've got supercomputers that work shit out now that we couldn't do it. They can work that shit out in a minute or two. Like your brain can't even keep up with that shit now that they can do that.
Yeah, of course. Like for instance, if I were to play a song right now on what's it called the boxing section channel, the YouTube algorithm would detect the song and the person that made it and immediately send a copyright strike. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And that's
Yeah.
based off of algorithms and them
Yeah.
listening, and it's a lot of shit that goes.
AI technology. Yeah.
Yeah, and then AI is not even a computer; it's cloud. That's another part of it. It's not like they got a computer sitting in the warehouse that's monitoring shit. Most of this shit is even the shit that you store in your phone. Most of that shit goes to a cloud that's in a server. That's more than likely it's Amazon web server, which is somewhere where nobody really knows where the fuck Amazon keeps their servers. None of that shit. Nobody knows where those shits are. Who the fuck knows where they are? But they're the largest cloud distributor is Amazon. Everybody else is a way less second and third. It's not even remotely close. So Amazon has their own technology where it used to be Cisco that used to make all the routers. They used to switch all the information and traffic.
IBM, my friend.
Cisco,
IBM started the first computers.
No, but as far as the internet, Cisco was the one that managed and switched traffic between computers. Like most of the corporate routers were done by Cisco. At this point, it's not that because the majority of it is cloud, and Amazon being the largest cloud distributor, they have their own switches. So it's not the same. It's not the same game, and it's all hooked up through the cloud. That's on algorithms. So the whole situation is changed. Those were like dummy switches. That's not the same shit that they got going on right now. This shit is on a different level of what's going on. And manipulation is taking place with a lot of the stuff and a lot of information, a lot of narratives that we seem to repeat. It's not the same shit. Not the same shit.
So
people
Pittsburgh.
repeat the same shit and it be factually incorrect.
Pittsburgh, have you heard of AI now is capable of actually creating images? They can you give the AI technology and AI is kind of a search engine, so it takes a whole bunch of images. So if you were like to say, I want to put a cat in a tuxedo, so this AI technology algorithm software, I don't know what it would be called, but it basically starts giving you images of a cat in a tuxedo in different situations. You know what I'm saying? So the now you also have artificial intelligence that is capable of creating and developing their own scripts, their own algorithms. So yeah,
take it a step further. Like right now, if you look at Photoshop, right? Anybody that's worked with Photoshop over the years, when that stuff initially came out, it used to have these, they called them Wacom pads, which was like a flat black pad, and you had a pen. So if you wanted to go into photo in Photoshop or Adobe Premiere, to like remove something or change it out, you had to use this blank pad. It looked like it was just it's a block. They still have it. And you take the pen and you're drawing on it, and it's showing up on the screen that you're looking at. And that was the way that you trace things out, to cut things out, remove things, all of that. Right.
Background removal.
But you can remove certain. You're right. So you can remove certain things out of it, but that gave you a way of doing it in a detailed way where you could zoom in and you could trace it out with a pen, but instead of using a mouse, it gave you a way of doing it detailed. Now with the new Photoshop they have, the new Adobe Premiere, you simply go and click on Sky. You click on the button and it has a filter that says Sky. You click on it and boom, the algorithm automatically highlights the sky and changes the shit. You ain't got to crop nothing. You ain't got to draw nothing out. So like, and it can be done for pictures. It can be done for video. You know, even the CIG that they have, like all of that shit now is on a different level with advancement. And we, some kind of way, we've forgotten a lot of this stuff. Even the way that they're moving around with this artificial intelligence. Because even if you look at the metaverse, did you see NVIDIA's presentation for their metaverse? If you haven't seen it, you need to go look at it. That's what it's a guy from Taiwan. I can't think of the guy's name. He wear a leather jacket all the time.
He used to work for AMD back in the day. The dude that the spokesman for NVIDIA, he used to work for AMD back in the day. So
what's the guy name? But you look at that. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna let you go. If you look at that, you look at their artificial intelligence. They can actually make somebody who looks like you, and it's pretty similar with your likeness and your voice. And it doesn't take. It's a one click in a couple seconds, and boom, it's there.
Yeah, deep state. That's what deep state is. They can also mimic your voice. So like just based on voice pattern. So, but that's what all of this. What you were saying is the cloud, right? The cloud has been extracting information from us. We've been feeding the cloud, right? We've been feeding the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? So when you know, my friend that works with me, he always uses his phone. He'll go Google, you know what I'm saying? Can you play this song? Google, can you tell me the weather? Google, can you do this, right? So Google, you know, I tried to use his phone because I wanted to put the music. I was like, Google ignored me like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So it recognizes his voice. It's been gathering his voice, his tone of voice, his information. You know what I'm saying? So it's keeping recordings. So, you know, pronunciations, things like that. So it eventually could make a whole conversation that people would believe that person made based on just you know listening. It's always listening. Imagine that. You grab the phone and you say Google, and can you do this, right? Or Siri, right? You know what I'm saying? The same thing, same thing that's always listening to what you're saying. Just because, so you activate it and you make it responsive based on, you know, saying its name, but it doesn't mean that it hasn't been listening. It's always listening to your conversation. The cloud is. You know what I mean?
Or that particular piece of software, like Alexa, you got Alexa that's always listening. Like right now, if I'm saying Alexa, whoever got that device, that shit gonna start, like, it's gonna start moving, it's gonna glow, like it's always listening. But that's no different than the Eric Snowden situation when he released all those documents, and people eyes got big. They're like, they can do what? Like, and that information that he leaked, when he finally leaked what he leaked, that shit was old. That wasn't even new shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's old shit.
That
That's
was
old.
yeah. At the time that he leaked that shit was a couple years. That wasn't no new shit. So that's what the scary part about it, how they had those search capabilities and how they could just go in. Like, you got to think about it like this. Like, even with Google, Siri, Alexa, these things that we're giving all this information to, right? We're giving this stuff away for free. So these companies don't have to advertise to them because you're telling them what you like. You're giving it to them. You're saying, hey, look, this is what I like. This is the music I listen to all the time. This is the fucking food I order all the time. You're telling it to them. You're giving them all this information. You turn your location on, tell them where you're at. You put your fingerprint in the phone. They got a fingerprint of you. You open your phone with your picture. They got a new picture of you every day, all throughout the day. Like, you're giving these people all this fucking information
for
Yeah,
free, for nothing.
yeah.
It's crazy how people think with that.
Have you ever had something, an advertisement pop up, in like your social media that you didn't even type in or talked about, but you thought about it come up? You know what I'm saying? Have you ever had
Yeah,
that weird shit? I've had that shit. I was
yeah,
like, what
that's
the fuck?
algorithm.
I didn't. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah, that's algorithm. That's the algorithm. That's them
Yeah.
running your profile through the software and figuring out based on that profile what you like, and then they go by how many times you click on it. It's all that it's all artificial intelligence, and it's so
Yeah.
dangerous. That did you ever watch that series they had on Netflix about that social media stuff where they had all these execs? I can't think of the name of the documentary. It's a documentary they had on social media, and they had like some of the execs from Facebook and Twitter, some of these big social media platforms, some of the people who created some of the stuff, and those people were saying that shit is so dangerous, and that it knows you so well that they didn't allow their kids to get on that shit, and they don't use it.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, the rich people, McDonald's executives, they don't let their kids eat McDonald's. You know what I'm saying?
No,
They don't, they, like these motherfuckers. They know the dangers. These motherfuckers, the ones that feed the poison, they don't let their people and their family members eat the poison. You know what I'm saying? Because they know, but they're willing to sell it though.
yeah, that's
So
that's 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 part of the problem that we have right now with the society. It's
I
not gonna
mean,
it's not gonna stop anytime soon.
yeah, no, no. If it won't stop because society is very easy to manipulate. It's easy to divide and conquer. It's easy to misinform. It's easy to do those things. That's the vulnerability. It's not so. It's more like the person that's doing the harm is the danger. It's the people that are willing to accept the harm. You know what I'm saying? That are willing to participate in the harm. You know what I'm saying? So if you continue to participate in the social, well, now we have a choice, right? Now everybody, it's not like you're gonna stop being on Facebook or you stop social media, we stop any of those things. Now we've gone to the point where it's everything's kind of in it already. You know what I'm saying? Like it's too late, right? We've already,
Right.
showed
To
our
a point,
face.
to a point, to a point. Because remember, like the internet was originally manufactured and made as a way of an emergency system for the military to communicate. And
Yes.
then initially it came to web pages where they had like just you could just read articles on the internet for free. And then it moved to some music. Then it evolved. It kept evolving until now. People think of the internet and they think of all these social platforms, right? That's what they think of as the internet. But it's so many other things that are happening on the internet. And our use of the internet is very, 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 very small. It's very limited. So if you look at the regular internet that we use, that most people use, and then you look at the dark web is way bigger than the
Yeah.
internet. But the difference between
Yeah,
the
that's
dark
that's a
web
whole
and
different ball game right there.
yeah,
That's
but
a
it's larger
whole, yeah.
by
It
leaps
it
and,
is it is, and so that's the
by
thing though.
leaps and bounds.
So, but at the same time, we look at the negative aspect of the internet, but we also have to look at the positive aspect of the internet. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, all right, if you look at information and knowledge, there's certain things that other people wouldn't be able to experience or learn because they're just not as wealthy, right? The internet provides information, documents, theories, and things like that to people that can't afford books. You know what I'm saying? Like books, like if when you
But
go to college. What's that?
not really though. Cause like not really because information is one thing. It's the kind of information that people get. Because remember when
Yeah,
the internet
yeah.
first started, like people wouldn't rely on news unless it came from like CNN, Fox, CNBC. Now the Daily Mail is like a real fucking thing. Like people go to the Daily Mail. Like that's some real critical journalism. Like a journalist and a news anchor and a person that's on TV. Those are three completely different people, and
A
people don't know the
podcaster
difference.
too. Yeah, podcaster too. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, yeah,
they don't know the difference. They
yeah.
have no idea, and so now it's easy for
That's
people to
scary.
be
That's scary.
manipulated because they don't know. They don't look at flat Earth. Look how many people believe there's a flat Earth and that we didn't land on Mars and all that was bullshit. Like 10 years ago, that people would look at you fucking crazy. Like, what are you talking about? Now
No,
there's like a real movement behind that crazy shit.
we never landed on Mars. We landed on the moon, but never on Mars.
Well, you know what I
But
mean. Like we
yeah,
never
yeah,
left out of. I mean, we never left out of Earth. Period is what I meant. I mean, not the whole space program is all bullshit. You know, the Earth is flat. All that foolishness.
yeah, yeah. There's definitely So you know Alex Jones? I used to watch him
Yes,
back in the day, right?
yeah,
So
yeah,
what his theory is information warfare, right? So if you can make
right.
a whole bunch of people believe it, and then they keep on spreading the same message, you know what I'm saying? They keep on they make other people believe it, and then now they're denying like science. They're denying, you know what I'm saying, like actual journalism, you know what I'm saying? But journalism also failed its people because they've also never like they've been complacent, and they've been a part of the system where they're feeding the public lies, right? So it's easy to discredit journalism, you know what I'm saying? So like when you have like established journalism like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, things like that, where they're sensationalizing stories and creating stories just to get views. Now journalism is not journalism. It's just fucking a TV show. Do you get what I'm saying?
But they still have like people who write those articles in a newspaper. Those are still journalists, right?
Yeah,
A
of course.
journalist
Yeah,
is
of course, of course.
somebody who's really they have to have sources. They can't
Yes,
just write
yes,
shit.
of
They
course.
have to have some kind of source. Those are different people than the people that get on TV on whatever network. And even most of them have disclaimers now where they tell you that this person is not they don't call themselves anchors anymore, or journalists anymore. They say they call themselves opinionated. What's the word they use? I can't even think
Opinion
of the
the
word.
guests, or yeah, a
Something like
special
that.
guest.
Yeah, but they're not basing their shit. They're telling you that they're insinuating that they're not basing it in facts. And if you look at
Yeah,
that guy, if you look at the guy, what was the guy name that got caught with the island? Fuck, what was his name? With all the orgies and all that shit. The one that ended up
yeah,
killing himself,
no, Epstein,
Jeffrey
Epstein, Epstein. Yeah,
Epstein.
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 Yeah,
Well, it was him and it was a lady. The lady that was actually that just got she didn't kill herself. Her last name was Maxwell, right? Now,
yeah.
if you
She's
look
still
at
around.
her
She's still
dad,
around.
right, she's still around now. But if you look at her dad had owned a newspaper that he got from the KGB. That the KGB financed. If you look it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. So misinformation has always been out there, even from the earlier sources of propaganda that we've gotten,
Yeah,
from media outlets. That's never, ever, 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 ever going to go away. They just evolve in how they misinform you. Every war that we've ever been involved in since I've been alive, they've all been based off of bullshit. Like it
right,
always
right.
starts off with them telling you one thing, and then eventually you're like, huh? They don't even talk about the same bullshit. Once they get in the war, they don't even mention that stuff no more. It's like, wait a minute. So all this shit was a lie. But when you're in the middle of it, they keep pumping it, pumping it, pumping it, and then eventually they just stop saying it. They don't say it anymore. And the truth, some years later, they'll make a documentary, and you'll figure out that it was all bullshit. It's that
Right.
propaganda and misinformation that's just part of society at this point.
Yes. Case in point, like when let's say certain agencies want to overthrow governments. So what they will do is they go to the town, the country. They'll support a certain leader. You know what I'm saying? They will create misinformation. They will create, you know what I'm saying? Rally the troops. You know what I'm saying? So it's a weapon. You know what I'm saying? It's a weapon in the sense that you're able to manipulate and create thoughts in people's heads. You know what I'm saying? So it has been used many times to overthrow many governments in small countries. know what I'm saying? By flyers. So in the 70s, 60s, 80s, they didn't have the web. So what they would do is they would just drop flyers, you know what I'm saying, into the countries and saying like, vote against this guy. He's a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? So but now it's a huge weapon, you know what I'm saying? Now it's more about investing into information and warfare than it is investing into nukes and fucking bullets and shit like that. Now you can win wars or win opinions or win, you know what I'm saying, like or overthrow governments based on the fact that you can manipulate the thoughts of the people.
Yeah, that's always been. Now it's easier for them to do it because most people just they go to Google and they type in whatever question they have, and the first website that pop up, and then the algorithm is smart enough to give you information that they think you want to hear. So, like if I search Google and you search Google, we might get two different Google searches, right? So even the information that we get is slanted. Everything is slanted. Everything is misinformation, and we just don't realize it. Like the things that we're calling true are not necessarily true. But you can't really have a real conversation with people about this stuff because they get so in their feelings, and they got this show that they watch all the time, and they watch this guy, and he telling them what they want to hear or what they feel sounds good to them, and they've catered their life around it. And it's like you're fighting them, and you're fighting the entire system because they didn't entrench themselves in it. And it's more people that have gotten themselves into these groups, be it political party, be it religion, be it like my favorite news channel, be it whatever group that you get yourselves into. Once you dangle yourself into a group, it's hard to be an individual in a group sometimes. Some groups
Herd mentality. Herd
yeah, it's
mentality,
hard.
and not just that. It's just also the individual that kind of wants to have confirmation. They want to have self confirmation. You know what I'm saying? Like you're telling me the story that I want to hear. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, I believe it because it's what my narrative is my narrative, right? I don't want to hear like see that's the thing about me. I like to have conversations and not see one side of the picture. I've always wanted to see two, like even if you told me something, I like to hear the stupid crazy alternative to that story. You know what I'm saying? Just because we never know. Self confirmation is one thing that we have as a person. You know what I'm saying? If this person is saying all the things that I want to hear, I'm an even bigger believer. You know what I'm saying?
Well, then sometimes we just have to accept that there's no real answer, right? So when we start looking up data is not going to change, right? And when we try to like
Yep.
insinuate certain things based off of data, but data is what it is. Like if they tell you the murder rate is this in this city, or if they tell you that poverty or unemployment is this rate, we try to infer and draw a lot of lines to a lot of different things and a lot of different things based off of data. Data doesn't change, right? If it's real hard data where they've looked up data and it's coming from the FBI, it's coming from the IRS, it's coming from this big giant pool of information where they've extrapolated and dumped it down and chopped it up into percentages, that doesn't lie. What lies is when people make these websites and they do all these generalizations, and then they have real information that they can go to, and they choose not to. That's for a reason, because that doesn't line up with the bullshit that they're saying, and they don't want to face the facts. The facts are not lining up with none of the crap that they're saying, and you can't even find it. And at some point, even these social media platforms, they start filtering out. Like right now, you can't listen to RT News, which is Russia's TV network, right? That's their government, like believe it what you want.
Propaganda.
That's
Yeah, they created it and
right,
sponsored it though. Created and sponsored it though.
right. But you can't look up anything from RT News from YouTube. They completely blocked you from it, right? So even if you want to get that perspective, no matter how slanted it is, you can't even get it right now. You have to have a VPN that changes your IP address and your location to get it. So like these platforms, they've essentially monitored and filtered you down into a hole where you have to maneuver around and really get some information and use some critical thinking to get some real information, because you're getting the same story over and over again. And whenever it sounds the same, it's probably not true. It's almost more than likely not true if they're all repeating the same crap. I can almost guarantee
Right.
the shit ain't true.
Right. So that would be like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. They're all on the side of what is it calling? What is it called? What the fuck is it called? Like they're just trying to ban everything from Russia, right? You know what I'm saying? Like they're on that
Yeah.
side. You know what I'm saying? Like Pornhub ban not they didn't they're not allowing Russians to watch Pornhub. You know what I'm saying? Like McDonald's
Yeah.
is not doing business in Russia. Burger, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like these corporate companies are picking sides. You know what I'm saying? And choosing who they want to be with. YouTube is a corporation. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they're picking sides and in politics and global affairs. So yeah, that is kind of crazy because like uh, um if you look at YouTube, it's worldwide. So like, is freedom of speech worldwide? Like
But you're getting
how can we
filtered.
determine?
But you get filtered in America though. You get filtered in America though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
They can filter it in China because they got their rules. They're doing it in America. That's the
yeah,
issue.
yeah, yeah. No, of course. Yeah, I agree. Like, yeah. If you want a free market, you can't have a free market without allowing other people to speak or or sell or do anything like that. So yeah,
Yeah,
but
you can't. And then go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, but that becomes the issue because, like, I remember at one point when they banned that dude from Infowars, they also banned Farrakhan. They banned a few people that hadn't even been on that crap. Like, how you banning somebody from something that they're not even on? You know what I mean? Like, it
Yeah.
just became silliness at some point. Like, what are we doing right now? Like whenever they start doing these bans and these restrictions and they start stopping stuff. It's such at a blanket rate, right? It's almost like, okay, we took all this away, but we got to give the other side that's crazy something, so we're going to do this to make them happy. That becomes the problem is when they start trying to appease people, because their companies' morality is not the same as our morality, right? They don't really care, and their motives ain't the same motives that we got. You never really know the backstory of any of this crap that these people have going on. We just know this stuff don't be adding up. Like even that whole thing with Obama with Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, all those cats, all that stuff is bullshit, man. All that stuff is
Yeah.
bullshit that we told.
Yeah,
You know, and go ahead.
it's a one-sided picture that they can paint, and if you have like if one part of society paints a picture of you and then they exclude you out of this platform, then you can't prove your point, you can't speak and defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like these guys have all of the advantage. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're basically not letting certain people speak. Like Luis Farrakhan. I'm from Chicago, so Farrakhan's from my
Oh
city.
yeah,
You know, it's from the
yeah,
south side.
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So like he talks about like he's controversial. He talks about crazy shit, but he I've always watched Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, like I would always tell my friends, right? Like, I wish Farrakhan would, start spreading, the Islamic religion in our neighborhoods, in the Latino neighborhoods, because when the Catholics, what they did is that they use the religion to control people. So if you have a
Right.
religion that can free you, and you have an alternative view, what I'm saying, you give people choices, you never know. So Latinos are actually becoming some of the more
Muslim,
um
yeah, they are.
Muslim, yeah,
Yeah,
they're becoming part
yeah,
of the Muslim religion because they have freedoms now.
yeah,
What I'm saying, they're not forced to become Catholics or forced to become Christians. You know what I'm saying? You have to give people freedoms and freedom of information. You know what I'm saying?
And then we have to respect people. Like, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Christian, but I respect people having the right to choose whatever they want to choose, whatever they may
Right.
need, whatever they may need in their life. Because who am I to tell somebody what they need in order for them to go through life? But these corporations are telling us what we need, right? They're blocking certain people out. They're doing things that is beneficial to them, and they're levels. Okay with it because they don't like that side, right? But that's cool because you don't like that. And there's some stuff you do like that they restricted now.
Yeah.
You can't even open up that box.
Yeah. Honestly, I just watched this little video. It was called "The Dead Internet," right? So I'll add a link to it. It's very fascinating, right? So this guy, he was talking about how, like, what they're using is bots, right? So like a bot will flood, like, let's say they would flood this channel, right, with just like comments like, oh, I agree with you, blah blah blah, and things like that. So they start creating channels that are popular. They're feeding into their shit, right? So people look at numbers, right? So if you're going to go get your information, you look at the numbers of the viewers of that channel, and you're like, okay, this is credible information based on the fact that all of these people are watching it. You know what I'm saying? So these bots and these artificial intelligence, they're creating things. They're creating politics. They're creating negativity because that stimulates the people to continue to watch more videos. It's crazy fucking shit.
Well, I mean, if you look at, like, I give you an example. Look at the military movies, right? I served, you was in it, you served, right? Look at the military movies from now all the way back to like early 90s. You don't really find no diversity in them flicks, right? You find the white war hero and you find the white captain. There's no diversity with the people that are on that base. Even besides the actual main character, it's just that's what they have orchestrated. So then when you get in there, you're like, wow, this ain't what this shit look like. This ain't the lie that these people are telling to me the way that this shit look. And it's not that we're not officers, plenty of diversity, and it's diversity across the board, but in certain slithers, they make, the propaganda that's promoted to us, they make it look a certain kind of way, even in the tech world. They make it seem like it's only Chinese people and white people. That's another fucking lie. Like
Indian
some
people,
slithers
Indian
promote these
Indian
lies.
people too. Indian
Indians,
people,
Indians, yeah,
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 like from Asia,
Indians,
Indians from
Chinese, and
Asia.
white people, yeah, yeah. That's the lie. That's the lie that's being promoted. So I mean, you gotta be critical with some of the stuff that's
Stereotype,
being
yeah,
promoted to you. Yeah. Because
yeah.
it's not beneficial for you, and you have these warped sense of people, and you go into it wrong, and you'd be surprised what people like listening to people talk on the phone or listening to talk on this thing. When you meet these people, they don't look nothing like what you think they look like. You can't even tell because you've been
Right.
promoted all these fucked up images of what people should sound like, and you
That
start
your
basing that
perception, yep.
off of the movies and TV shit. Yeah, it's not right. It's all nonsense. So that's why I
Right.
was telling Max earlier about when he was talking about that gang stuff. You got to be careful when you look through that lens, because that lens is all fucked up. You've been sold a bad bill of goods, so you can't really
Right.
put that out here in the world and try to measure that shit up, because you're gonna be all fucked up. What you think is real is you're gonna find out a lot of that stuff is bullshit.
Yeah.
It's not really how
Right.
this
Right.
world operates.
So I didn't want to come on here on the negative stuff. I was hearing you guys about talking about that shit. So here in Chicago, we have a long history of gangs. You know what I'm saying? Some of the old, like the most, like, Land Kings. Were one of the gangs that started here. Gangster Disciples started here. The Black Disciples. Well, BGDN, the Black Gangster Disciple Nation, started here in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? They also laid down the laws. They also laid the five and the six. You ride under the people nation. You ride under the folk nation. So they lay down these boundaries, these laws that people actually followed. You know what I'm saying? So it was like the police wasn't necessarily helping us. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't call the police. You know what I'm saying? The police wouldn't fucking come. You think police was bad now? Police wasn't coming to your fucking house to fucking save you before. You know what I'm saying? If you lived in a fucked up neighborhood, you know what you would have to do is get the fucking gang to come over here. You know what I'm saying? It was street laws and street justice. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. You know what I'm saying? So they built this stuff up, but it just got like kind of fucked up throughout time. Some leaders started benefiting from selling drugs and doing all types of different fucking shit. But the structure and the intention was to protect the people in their community. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they remember at one point. I don't remember. You probably remember this better than I do. At one point, they shut down certain sets of projects that they knew were a certain affiliated gang, and then they moved all those people out of that gang. They were all, for example, like I don't know,
Yeah.
BGD, and they pushed them all into like Latin Kings, and they went and arrested the leaders to create that chaos. Like some of that shit that happened wasn't by accident, you know.
Yeah, no, no,
Some
of
of that
course not.
shit,
No, no, no. That happened with the Cabrini Greens, right? Cabrini Greens was one of the
right?
biggest fucking projects. So I used to back in we were kids, we would go to the projects and we would go to Cabrini Greens, and they did have organization and structure, right? So if they knew you weren't there to gangbang and do nothing like that, you can walk on in, get your shit, and get the fuck out. And it was about making money. You know what I'm saying? So people weren't necessarily shooting at each other as long as I'm saying everybody was making money. They were quick to resolve problems, amongst each other, like vice lords, GDs, you know what I'm saying, whatever, four corner hustlers. As long as they kept on getting money, you know what I'm saying. As long as the gang kept on getting money, that was through the '90s. You know what I'm saying? But now it's all chaos, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. You know, you have
Well, when they let me ask you a question. When they shut down Cabrini Green, what happened? What group did they merge together? Because I know it's two gang groups. What groups did they like shut down one and make them go live in another projects that was completely
they,
opposite?
they, they
You
push
know what I'm
them
talking
they
about?
push them out to the suburbs. So like Maywood, Cicero. So they created other what is it, not project housing. It's called what the fuck is it called? Like government assisted programs and shit like that. But like they created other houses
Okay.
other in the suburbs. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what happened. But Cabrini Green was fucking big, bro. That shit was crazy. Like look, like if Cabrini Green was still around, it makes like O Block look small as fuck. O Block is small. You know what I'm saying? Cabrini Green had towers. You know what I'm saying? Like it was crazy.
So that's where they made the New Jack City. Is that where they made the New Jack City movie based off of? Was it Cabrini Green? Is that what
No,
that was?
that's in New York. That's in New York. They're similar in
Okay.
in the in the in the way that you had, these towers. You know what I'm saying? Big buildings. Like yeah, it's very similar. But projects actually came. The Cabrini Greens came from the Jewish people. So they used to be Jewish, Polish, Italian. They used to live in Cabrini Green. So it wasn't always like an African American project. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just a housing thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they were trying to help people, but like it's crazy. It's crazy.
But Chicago, like notoriously, was like one of those. Chicago and Illinois period is definitely Chicago is one of those cities that redlining was prominent, where you had black people and certain neighborhoods and white people in certain. They really
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
segregated those
Yeah, yeah.
those
Segregation
areas
was yeah, yeah,
big
yeah.
time.
It yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of
It's
stayed like that.
yeah, and so this is the thing too, though, right? Pittsburgh, right? So if you know about what's it called it, the way the folk nation started, you know what I'm saying? They started with organizing, both black and Latino gangs. So Like if you look at the folk nation, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't just an all black. GDs weren't just like the only folks. You know what I'm saying? When you think of folks, I don't know if you're familiar with that. You know what I'm saying? You also think of, you know what I'm saying, well, now Ambrose, you know what I'm saying, SDs, Maniac Land Disciples, Cobras, you know what I'm saying, like all of these gangs, right? You know what I'm saying? And then you look at the other side, you know what I'm saying, the People Nation, you know what I'm saying, that you would say like the Vice Lords, Latin Kings, Latin Counts, you know what I'm saying, all these other gangs, right? But they're all it's not racially based. It's based on what side are you on? Are you under the six or are you under the five? You know what I'm saying? Black Peace Stone Nation, you know what I'm saying? Like all of these gangs, you know, when you go to county, when you go to jail, it does get divided by based on race, but like you'll see like GDs and like other Latin gangs, they get along. Latin Kings are related to like the Black Peace Nation. They're like cousins, you know what I'm saying? They get along. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy, but it's I don't want to say it's beautiful, but like it's weird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know that gang shit, man. That shit is so like I don't even know. I'm not part of that gang shit, but that shit ain't. I don't know. That shit's confusing because we all got people that's in that shit at a certain degree that you care about, and you want them out of that stuff, and you don't want to see nothing happen to them. But I mean, gangs are what they are. You know, the basis of them and
Yeah,
where they are now. The state of that shit is what it is. Just is what it is. It ain't.
yeah,
It ain't
no,
much we can
no,
do about that.
and I get that though, Pittsburgh. But you like for me, you know, growing up in the city, like you had to know, you know, you had to know this shit. You had to know. All right, I'm
Yeah,
over here. I'm over there. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to know. You need to know where you at. You know what I'm saying? So like that's just
yeah,
you know, it's
yeah,
like it's just basics. You know, like street knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't like all right. So like I've seen like little hipster ass motherfuckers. They're like, I don't give a fuck about, you know what I'm saying, these gangs or none of that shit. I'm gonna live my life positive as fuck. That's not what this gang member that you just walked into a bar and you're looking at him all crazy and knocks you the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? That's not what he's thinking. He's thinking at you
yeah,
like, you little bitch, you in my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
yeah.
you just gotta be
But
on, you
that's
know what
what
I'm
I'm
saying?
saying, bro. It's even entertainment though. Like even in entertainment with football players and people doing songs, rappers. You got people doing music, throwing up signs. Like people throw up those little gang signs all over the place. Not should say little, but people throw up gang signs in every walk of entertainment that you can think of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not limited to just rap, where it's only rappers doing it. People do that in movies, TV shows. They put it in books. They put it in newspapers. I mean, that stuff is everywhere. It's symbols in
Yeah.
cartoons. It's symbols and it's all kind of shit that's going on with that. So many things that are deeply related to that stuff.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can't really get away
look.
from it.
So, like, okay, Pittsburgh. The difference between gangs and secret societies is that gangs are just out there, just displaying their shit. They you know trying to prove something, right? Secret societies kind of hide. They're in the mist. You know what I'm saying? They're organized. You know, they're
Hold on,
part of
let me
unions.
read this one.
They're
Let, let me read this from Mr. Paz. He says, "Charismatic are the GDs the biggest in Chicago, bro?" He's asking
mm,
if GDs
yeah,
are they the
yeah, yeah,
biggest
yeah.
ones?
Probably, yeah, yeah, yeah. They probably are, yeah. It's hard to tell because like there's no census, but like so okay, so that's the thing, right? You guys know GDs and BDs, right? BDs have they're smaller than GDs. They have less hoods, but they usually don't fuck around with anybody. Like they don't war with other gangs. They're just like straight up GDs and BDs. They go at it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. It's just like then you have like certain gangs that will be in the middle of the city. So they have oppositions from from across the street to the left to the right. You know, they're kind of sitting in the middle. So but with, like BDs, they like I lived on Taylor and Western, right? So past Roosevelt, Roosevelt and Western used to have the projects, right? And then across the street from us, if you look at Polk, from Polk to Harrison, and Harrison all the way down to California, there used to be vice lords and traveling vice lords. And then to the left of us, there was new breeds, and then another BDs on like Roosevelt and like Rockwell. You know what I'm saying? And then behind us, there used to be BDs too. So not BDs, new breeds. So new breeds, BDs, and GDs used to be all one thing. They all split. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of fucking crazy shit. But GDs are definitely big, but they just kind of emphasize on GDs. You can see them going to war with other gangs, Latino gangs even, and other black gangs throughout the city, because they're just that big. You know what I'm saying? But BDs usually don't go at it with other gangs. They just like kind of are smaller but very defensive. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that gang shit is I don't know, that shit is weird, man. I think it's weird when people like that aren't in that shit that try to live by them rules. I think that shit is weird as hell. Like that ain't got nothing to do with you.
Yeah,
That's them.
but
That's what
yeah,
they do. I
and
understand.
in the like late 90s and the early 2000s, uh um you had a lot of gangs just specifically stick to slanging, you know what I'm saying, making money. They didn't care about gang banging, as long as like, okay, like if so in Cabrini Greens there used to be BD projects, used to be BD houses, you know what I'm saying, and GD houses, and they would go at it. But it was almost more about money than anything. You know what I'm saying? So some gangs won't even like if like the vice lords, we grew up uh, um across like the street from them, you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't mess with the Latino gangs, which were folks. They're people. As long as you didn't fuck with their money, they would leave you the fuck alone. We had MODs, Cobras, SDs on our side, and then Vice Lords on the other side. But they were deep as fuck. The Vice Lords went from Western all the way down to like fucking Pulaski. You know what I'm saying? So, but as long as you didn't fuck with their money, they wouldn't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? All
Well,
that little gang bang shit, they wouldn't do that.
let me ask you two questions. One is like, is you feel like Chicago has like a lot of cameras on the inner city? Like when you go into the city, they got cameras every fucking where, or is that just what we say when we visit? 'Cause I done visited Chicago a couple times. I feel like there's cameras all through that shit.
There's cameras, but like, I mean, I don't really see them, cause like there's been shit that's been going on. Yeah, they've been catching, people doing stupid shit. But this, like, is it enough? Like, if you look at the UK has cameras all over the place. So that would be the comparison. Like, by cameras, like motherfuckers still do stupid shit. It doesn't matter. That doesn't deter anybody.
Well, I mean, but the amount of cameras that they have, you feel like it's getting more or less? Because I remember one year when I'm like, damn, yeah, a lot of fucking cameras now. Like it seemed like it's increasing every year a little bit more, a little bit more.
Yeah, on my block, literally on the corner, there's a fucking camera there. And the other night I was chilling, smoking a blunt behind my house and shit. And I hear this girl. She's singing Mexican music, and like she's practicing. And then like a few seconds later, you just hear a whole bunch of shots. Pa 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 pa. She continues to sing. You know what I'm saying? And like the camera's like right there. It doesn't deter people. Like the motherfuckers are still gonna be doing this shit.
Yeah, but how does that? Okay, so knowing that these motherfuckers got all these cameras, like how crazy the people that live there be like, how the fuck they can't figure that out? Like all these fucking cameras, like they got to be able to figure out what the hell is going on. Like you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of cameras there for them not to know any goddamn thing. For like any of these Memorial Day shootings and those big, holiday weekends where they have all this shit going on, they never can catch anybody. They act crazy.
I don't know, man. I mean, who's gonna sit through and watch all these videos? You know what I'm saying? Like, until you start investigating a certain crime, then that's when, like, you start looking at the cameras. Like, okay, this happened at this hour. Like unless that happens, there's shit that doesn't get reported. You know,
I mean, they got facial. They got. Remember, New York City had this. I don't know the name of the program, but like early 2000, New York City has cameras, and they turned that shit. Amazon had facial recognition program that they were using to monitor those cameras. So I don't think it's like an individual like just sitting there going through the tape. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to do that.
yeah. So you know, I've seen like when people talk about facial recognition and things like that, and so like if you were to produce an algorithm that would say like, okay, Pittsburgh, we can find you, throughout the cloud, right? Because like if there's a video, and like let's say, okay, this camera is recording, right? And then your video image gets sent to the cloud, and then the cloud sends it to an algorithm, and then it starts finding and tracing your patterns. I think we're a little too, we're not there yet. You know what I'm saying? We're the
I don't
cloud
think
and the
so. I think
algorithm. You think so? You think that we're
I
there?
don't,
We're like we're
yeah, I think a
facial
lot of people
recognition technology.
yeah, because I know of a website where you could dump a picture in there, and you could have never posted it on a website. You dump that picture in there, and it'll pull up all your social media shit, some shit you never
Yeah,
posted. So that shit
yeah.
is it's a lot more sophisticated than we think it is. Like it's not what we think. Trust me, it's a lot. Remember, by the time we finally figure
You go down. You. So that's the thing, right? They're probably creating this stuff, right? But the theoretically, yes, it could possibly do some of these things, right? Are we there yet? I don't think so. Because like, oh, they also, like, when these guys start developing like software and things like that, facial recognition, they also have ways of tracking the way that you move. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's like walking, they can trace your walking pattern. You know what I'm saying? If you walk on your heels, you walk on, if you walk with a limp, if you walk, you know what I'm saying? Like it depends on how you walk. So they've also have software that they created a long time ago. It does theoretically, they think that they can map and track people based on your walking pattern, right? But it doesn't mean that the whole algorithm is ready for that, for to start tracing. It's a theoretical thing where they think that it's possible to do it, and they've developed software to do it, but to put it on a whole cloud or a whole network, so it would be different. I don't think that they're able to do that. They're not able to stop crime, doing that, if that makes sense too. Because like every single camera would have to be on a network, which would be the cloud, and then if it's facially could recognize you, you know what I'm saying? It can track you from when you're going from stop signs to a grocery store to going back to your neighborhood where they have cameras. I don't think it's there yet. My bad. Anybody in chat still there? Let me know, because I'm about to get off and shit. The boxing section. My first time here, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you. Came here to cook for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I put my best apron on. Anybody in the chat still out here? Who's in here? Uh-huh. Yo, okay, sir, Ant boy. Salute. You see me? I come to cook. But yeah, there's many things that are theoretically possible. It's just that the systems are not capable or ready to be able to start being able to read that information, right? So if some of these things require supercomputers, or computers that can like when we talk about algorithms, you know what I'm saying, you can't just have your basic ass fucking computer trying to crunch down numbers. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna burn out. That computer's gonna just fucking. You know what I'm saying? It's going to overheat and fucking crash. It's going to get destroyed. So if you look at the whole cloud and algorithms and computers and computer system, it would take us a certain amount of time to get all of these computers ready to be able to start, you know what I'm saying, tracking all of these things, facial recognition, you know what I'm saying, body movement, you know what I'm saying, like those things. So yes, theoretically it's possible, but the infrastructure is not there to be able to do it. If that makes sense. So yeah. Any questions? I don't want to leave just yet, but the boxing section, thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Crazy stuff. Great conversations. Good stuff. Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? The undisputed champion, the return of Devin Haney, going back to Australia. You know what I'm saying? To finish up the business, to put an exclamation point on his win. You know what I'm saying? And continue to reign on all of these so-called champions that are ducking him. You know what I'm saying? All of these guys that don't believe in belts. So Haney. Let's see. Shields also going to another country, also fighting. You know what I'm saying, for her legacy. You know what I'm saying. So may the gold. Deontay Wilder. The comeback of Deontay Wilder, the mentally focused Deontay Wilder, the fighter that's been working with what's it called? Fuck is his name? Which I like. To get back, the Deontay Wilder mental clarity is amazing. His focus, yeah, he looks like a guy that's has changed, has been humbled, and knows what to do now. Um, who else? Caleb Plant versus Darrell. Caleb Plant, you should have kept on being busy. You had an opportunity to continue to be, a star. You know what I'm saying? But you're finding Darrell. It's kind of a step back, but do your thing. That's all for this week, right? Or for next week, this fight week. What did we have this week? Sebastian Fundora. Good win. People are saying that Fundora wasn't doing shit or blah blah blah. He's not shit. The thing with Fundora, he does a disservice to his style because he's such a light guy. He's like, he comes in at 154. He's like 6'4", 6'7". What the fuck? He's a fucking giant. So in order to fight these guys, he has to bend down and reach to their level, which is a disservice to him. You know what I'm saying? So he needs to start to learn how to fight tall, long, rangy. You know what I'm saying? And use his attributes to his benefit. We also have Adames. Now he fought, what the fuck is his name? The dude that fought Jamal. So now all the fans are saying, so Jamal, he went from trying to get a fight with Canelo to people picking him to fight Adames. Like, how the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, Jamal Charlo should be on schedule to fight, the Boo Boos, Triple G's, the Benavides, the Canelos. Adames, great win for him. But Jamal stay focused. And it's crazy how we're turning on Jamal that fast. When what's it called? Oh shit, Picasso's in here. Okay. When we were thinking that Jamal should be fighting Charlo. Now the fans are quick to turn on him and say that he should be fighting Adames. Come on, guys. You know what I'm saying? That is like, you still have the situation with Terence Crawford and Errol Spence. It's like, who the fuck has the answers? Can we call up K Slay? Does he have the answers? You know what I'm saying? Not K Slay. What is his name? Swatek? Is it Swatek? Sway, you don't have the answers. You know what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck has the answers? How can we get this shit done? What's the money? Yeah, Sway and Tech. Yeah, Sway Tech. But you know what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck has the answers? Like, I need answers. I need a full, thorough fucking investigation in this situation and try to find out what the fuck is going on. Seriously. Like, I want to see this fight happen, and then I want to see a documentary of like how did this fight happen, and you know what I'm saying, how it didn't happen, and what got in the way, and negotiations, because like it's just fucking mind-boggling. Like, it's crazy. I mean, we still have great fights. It's still been a great year boxing. The potential fight with Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis, it's something that I've learned to accept. So I've learned to say like, okay, it's a big deal. People want it, and people are supposedly going to pay for it. Go ahead and do that shit. Because at this point, Haney's busy. He's not going to be able to fight fucking Ryan or Tank. So might as well get that shit out of the way. You know what I'm saying? And keep it moving, right? What else do we have? Go ahead. I need to keep on filling me answers. Rob Film. Thank you. Appreciate you. Zurdo versus Bivol, right? I'm Mexican. I like Zurdo. I'm saying Zurdo. It's one of those things though that Bivol, I think he's kind of been below the radar, and I think people are starting to like see him and respect him. People are putting him on their pound for pound list. You know what I'm saying? I think he is the second best light heavyweight champion of the world. That's undeniable. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, I think he can beat a guy like Beterbiev. You know what I'm saying? So that's good. Matt Chad, get your ass in here. Matt Chad. What's up, my boy? Yeah, so very exciting. A lot of good stuff up. I'm missing anything, you know what I'm saying? Please. I don't want to let the fucking show end, but I have to. Yeah, man, Chad. You know what I'm saying? You know how I get down.
All right, Pearl, man. Thanks a lot, big dog, for holding down.
No worries. Thank you, the boxing section. Much respect to you. Thank you for letting me be on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Much respect.
Appreciate it.
Good shit.
What's the Great Possible email? I want y'all to breathe and live life. You know, it's all the truth and players meet. Thank y'all for breaking bread with me, man. And with that, we out of here.
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me.